My tired potatoes, welcome back. Pull the blanket a little closer and settle in by the fire, because tonight we're travelling to 1789, when France stood at the edge of something no one living through it could fully understand yet. A kingdom of gilded ceremony and grinding debt, of perfumed courts and breadlines, was beginning to crack beneath its own weight. Slowly, piece by piece, the old world started to come apart, and something uncertain, powerful, and entirely new began to take shape. This is a carefully researched and thoughtfully written sleep story, made to move gently through the French Revolution without rushing the weight of it. We'll follow the textures of daily life, the pressure building in the streets, and the quiet ways history can gather before it finally turns. So if these slow stories from the past help you unwind, feel free to follow, leave a like, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is tonight. Now draw a little closer to the warmth, dim the lights, let your breathing slow, and allow the fire to carry us gently into the story. You're standing on a cobblestone street somewhere in France, and the morning is just beginning to announce itself. There is wood smoke coming from a chimney across the lane. A baker somewhere nearby has had his oven going since well before dawn, and the smell of it has spread into the cool air with the quiet generosity that bread smells always have. A church bell marks the hour with 2 low notes, then falls silent. A horse-drawn cart rumbles past, its wheels grinding softly against the uneven stone beneath your feet. You breathe it in and let yourself settle into this world, because it is one worth understanding before it disappears. France, in the mid-18th century, is one of the most populous kingdoms in Europe. The historian Georges Lefebvre estimated that roughly 28 million people lived here by the late 1700s, which made France considerably larger in population than Britain, its great rival across the English Channel. But numbers alone do not capture what daily life felt like for the overwhelming majority of those people, and that feeling is where the story actually begins. The society you're standing inside is organised into 3 layers that the French call the estates. The first estate is the Catholic clergy. Priests, bishops, abbots, nuns, monks, and the vast administrative body of the church collectively control an enormous portion of French land, somewhere between 6 and 10% of all territory depending on the region, and they are largely exempt from direct taxation. They run the schools, keep the birth and death registers, administer hospitals, and move through French communities with the quiet authority of institutions so old that questioning them has not yet become a widespread habit. The second estate is the nobility. You can recognise a nobleman by a certain quality of ease that comes from generations of not needing to negotiate with anyone about basic survival. The nobility hold ancient feudal rights that allow them to collect fees from peasants who farm land within their jurisdiction. Some of these fees are small enough to be merely symbolic, others are not. Many nobles are exempt from the principal royal taxes. Some hold monopolies on local infrastructure like grain mills and wine presses, meaning that local farmers must pay for the use of a noble's mill, even if they would prefer other arrangements. Then there is the third estate, and this is where the overwhelming majority of France lives. It includes the wealthy merchants of Lyon and Bordeaux who conduct trade across continents and keep fastidious account books. It includes the lawyers and notaries who spend their evenings reading pamphlets in candlelit rooms and arguing about natural law. It includes the artisans who make shoes and set type for printers and repair the complicated brass mechanisms of Parisian clocks. And it includes, in by far the greatest numbers, the rural peasantry spread across France's wide river-crossed interior. The peasants of the late 18th century are, in most of France, technically free. Medieval serfdom had largely faded by this point, and the men and women who worked the land were not the bondsmen of an earlier century. But the distance between technical freedom and practical security was vast enough to swallow entire lifetimes. A typical farming family might owe a portion of their harvest to the local lord under old customary arrangements, pay the tithe to the church, pay royal taxes on land, and pay indirect taxes called gabelles and aids on goods they bought and sold. After all of that accounting, what remained might barely cover the cold months. The British agricultural writer Arthur Young travelled extensively through rural France in the late 1780s and wrote about what he observed with a candour that made some of his French readers uncomfortable. He described roads in poor condition, farmland that could be made far more productive with better techniques, and a peasant population whose material circumstances he compared unfavourably with agricultural workers he had seen in England and Ireland. Young was not a revolutionary. He was a practical man who wrote down what he saw. What he saw was a countryside that the prosperity of Paris and Versailles had not reached in any meaningful way. He described women whose clothing had deteriorated to rags, roads more suitable for goats than carriages, and whole villages that appeared to subsist on black bread and very little else. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the social spectrum, there is the Palace of Versailles. You should let yourself picture it slowly, because it was designed to be experienced slowly. It sits roughly 12 miles southwest of Paris, and it is not simply large. It is a declaration, an architecture of intention as much as stone. Louis XIV had it built in the 17th century with a specific purpose beyond mere luxury. He wanted to draw the French nobility away from their regional power bases and into orbit around the crown, where he could watch them, flatter them, and prevent them from building the kind of independent strength that had destabilized earlier French kings. It worked. The court at Versailles became a world of extraordinary elaboration, where thousands of courtiers organized their lives around proximity to the royal family. By the time Louis XVI inherited the throne in 1774, Versailles had been running its ceremonial engine for a century. There were established rituals for almost every hour of the royal day. There were rules about who could hold which candle during the king's morning dressing ceremony, who was permitted to speak first in which room, and which ranks of nobility were entitled to sit in whose presence. The historian Simon Schama described this culture with evident fascination, noting that the rituals had accumulated such depth that they had become a kind of gravity, pulling even the king into patterns he had not chosen. The gardens stretched behind the palace in perfectly symmetrical arrangements, as if nature itself had agreed to stand at attention. Louis XVI himself is a figure who rewards patient consideration. He was not a cruel man, he was not stupid. He was a skilled locksmith who found genuine satisfaction in working with his hands, a quality that would have served him well in almost any other life. He had a serious interest in geography and navigation, kept careful journals, and maintained a real affection for Marie Antoinette, his Austrian-born queen, though their marriage had required years to grow past its political origins. What Louis lacked was the particular quality of decisiveness that his position required, especially when France began to break apart around him. He could see the arguments on multiple sides of nearly every problem, which is an admirable trait in a philosopher and a paralysing one in a king facing a constitutional crisis. Marie Antoinette's reputation has been shaped so heavily by hostile pamphleteers of her own era that recovering the actual person requires considerable effort. The famous story about her suggesting the poor eat cake is almost certainly a piece of invented propaganda that attached itself to her name sometime in the 19th century and proved impossible to dislodge. She was genuinely extravagant in certain areas, particularly fashion and furnishings, and the small cottage retreat she created within the Versailles grounds, the Petit Trianon, became a symbol of aristocratic excess in popular imagination. She was also a foreign woman in a court that had never fully accepted her, navigating intense political hostility from factions who found her useful as a target. Whether she deserves more sympathy than history has typically extended to her is a question worth turning over quietly as you settle into the dark. The towns between these two worlds were their own story. A provincial market town in 18th century France might hold a weekly market where farmers brought in whatever was surplus from that season's work. The smell of livestock would drift over the square on market mornings, mixing with the earthier smells of root vegetables and tallow candles burning in the windows of surrounding buildings. A notary's office would occupy some modest premises on a side lane, its proprietor a man of modest education and enormous local influence, someone who handled inheritances and property disputes and marriage contracts for everyone in the surrounding region. The notary knew more about local finances than almost anyone, and what he knew was rarely comforting. The weight of all these arrangements presses down on the France of the 1770s and 1780s with a heaviness that is difficult to convey from a distance. It was not simply that the system was unfair, though it clearly was. It was that the system had been in place for so long that many people had accepted it as the texture of reality itself, the way you accept the particular slant of light in the room where you grew up. That kind of acceptance can survive a long time. It does not, however, survive indefinitely. What gradually erodes acceptance is not usually one enormous grievance. but the slow accumulation of smaller ones, pressing together until the combined weight becomes something that cannot be set aside or explained away. By the late 1780s, France had reached exactly that point. The evidence was everywhere, from the empty treasury in Paris to the thin faces in the market squares of provincial towns. Something was about to give way. Tonight you watch it happen from the perfect safety of your own warmth and quiet, from a distance measured in centuries with nowhere pressing to be. The old world has the particular stillness of something that does not yet know it is ending. You breathe it in before it goes. There is a particular quality to a financial crisis that distinguishes it from other kinds of disaster. A flood or a fire has a clear cause and a visible edge. A financial crisis has neither. It moves through institutions the way cold moves through an old stone building, seeping in through every gap, making itself felt in rooms that seem entirely unconnected to any obvious source. By the mid-1780s, France was living inside that kind of cold, and most people could feel it without quite being able to point to where it was coming from. The origins were various and layered. France had spent enormous sums fighting Britain across several decades of colonial and European conflict. The 7 Years' War, ending in 1763, had been both deeply costly and a significant military defeat, stripping France of territories in North America and India and leaving an institutional desire for revenge against Britain that shaped policy for the following generation. When the American colonies began their rebellion against British rule in the 1770s, France saw an opportunity that was partly ideological and mostly strategic. France sent money, ships, soldiers, and supplies across the Atlantic. The Marquis de Lafayette went to America as a volunteer and served with genuine distinction under George Washington. The French Navy fought British vessels at sea with considerable effect. French financial backing helped sustain a war that Britain might otherwise have won through attrition. The American victory at Yorktown in 1781, made possible in significant part by French military and naval support, was celebrated in France as a satisfying reversal of earlier humiliations. It was also ruinously expensive. France was already carrying a substantial debt from previous conflicts, and the American war added enormously to it. By the mid-1780s, the finance minister was reporting that simply servicing the existing debt, paying the interest on money already borrowed, was consuming well over half of the royal budget. The historian John Hardman, and others who have worked through the financial records of this period, suggest the figure may have been even higher at certain points. The government was not spending extravagantly on luxury while debts accumulated in some back room. It was borrowing new money specifically to make payments on old money, a cycle that could only sustain itself until lenders' confidence in France's ability to repay finally faltered. Various ministers attempted reform, and Robert-Jacques Turgot, finance minister in the mid-1770s, proposed taxing the nobility and the clergy alongside the commoners. The nobility responded with considerable organised resistance and sufficient court influence to have Turgot dismissed before his reforms took hold. His successor Jacques Necker, a Swiss banker of considerable reputation, had a gift for making government finances appear healthier than they were. In 1781 he published an accounting of the royal finances called the Compte Rendu, which was optimistic to a degree that later analysis found difficult to justify. The French public loved it anyway. Necker became briefly famous, which tells you something about how rarely French citizens had been invited to look at any government accounts at all. The novelty of financial transparency, even misleading transparency, was apparently enough to generate genuine warmth. After Necker came a succession of ministers, each attempting different approaches to the same problem. None managed to address the fundamental arrangement, which was that the people with the most wealth in France carried the lightest tax burden, while the people with the least wealth were already paying nearly everything they could absorb. Then the weather turned. The 1780s brought a series of agricultural disasters that stripped away whatever margin the rural poor had been maintaining. A severe drought in 1785 damaged harvests across large parts of France. The summer of 1788 brought violent hailstorms that flattened crops in multiple regions just as they were approaching maturity. An abnormally cold winter followed, with temperatures that killed livestock and destroyed stored supplies. The rivers that served as France's arterial transport network froze over and then flooded badly when the thaw came late, disrupting the movement of grain to urban markets at precisely the moment when those markets needed reliable supply most. By the spring of 1789, the price of bread in Paris had risen to a level that would have been unimaginable just a few years before. Historians who have studied the household budgets of Parisian labourers in early 1789 have estimated that a working family might be spending close to 90% of its income on bread. Not bread and other things, simply bread, as a near-total category of expenditure. Everything else, clothing, fuel, candles, rent, was managed on what remained, which was very little. The grain markets in Paris were subject to wild speculation that few ordinary people understood, but most could feel. Grain arrived by river barge from the agricultural regions upstream, and when supplies were thin, the barges became the subject of intense anxiety. Stories spread through the market halls and taverns of the central districts, with the speed that only stories containing genuine fear can sustain. A woman waiting in a bread queue before dawn in the spring of 1789 would have been doing so in darkness, perhaps with a single candle stub for light, knowing that the loaves available that morning might run out before the queue ended. You can sit with that figure for a moment, because it deserves more than passing acknowledgement. The capacity for everyday life to continue under those conditions says something about human endurance that is both admirable and heartbreaking. People got up in the morning and queued at bakeries and did what needed doing, but the weight of that kind of scarcity accumulates over weeks and months into something that moves from anxiety to anger, to something harder to name and harder to contain. Rumours about bread moved through Paris with considerable speed and limited accuracy. Stories circulated about grain merchants conspiring with nobles to withhold supplies and drive prices higher. Whether any particular rumour was accurate hardly mattered at the level of how it felt. When you have watched the privileged classes avoid taxes for generations and now watch bread disappear from the shelves, the suspicion that these things are connected is not unreasonable. It is in fact the most natural conclusion available. Meanwhile, in the coffeehouses of Paris, a different kind of hunger had been building for decades. France had an extraordinarily vigorous culture of print and public argument by the late 18th century, and the ideas developing under the broad heading of the Enlightenment had saturated educated opinion in ways that were beginning to reach beyond the educated classes. Voltaire had spent a career puncturing religious hypocrisy, political absurdity, and inherited authority with a wit so sharp that laughing at him was almost as intellectually satisfying as agreeing with him. His letters and essays circulated in editions that publishers could barely produce fast enough. Jean-Jacques Rousseau had published his Social Contract in 1762, arguing that legitimate government rested on the consent of those being governed, and that sovereignty belonged to the people rather than to any individual ruler. Denis Diderot and his collaborators had spent decades producing the Encyclopédie, an attempt to organise all human knowledge under the scrutiny of reason rather than tradition or religious authority. The historian Robert Darnton has written illuminatingly about the underground book trade that flourished alongside these more respectable publications, showing how forbidden pamphlets and satirical texts circulated through channels that royal censors could track but never fully shut down. The Marquis de Condorcet, a mathematician and philosopher whose precision of mind was formidable, had been writing about the necessity of rational governance based on measurable human welfare. These ideas had filtered into workshops, taverns, and the reading rooms that had begun to appear in French towns, where literate artisans shared newspapers and argued about what they contained. France in the late 1780s was a country experiencing financial collapse and agricultural catastrophe, inside a culture that had recently developed the intellectual tools to argue that the existing arrangement was not simply unfortunate, but fundamentally illegitimate. Each of these forces alone would have created serious difficulty. Together they produced something that no finance minister was equipped to manage through ordinary means. The technical vocabulary of natural rights and popular sovereignty had spread far enough that it was no longer the exclusive property of philosophers. It now belonged to people who set type, who argued over wine in provincial inns, who had read one pamphlet in a coffeehouse and thought about it for a month. Ideas at that level of saturation are not containable by any ordinary administrative response. The king made the only decision left to him. He called a meeting of an institution that had not assembled since 1614. The Estates General had been dormant for 175 years. Think about that not as a historical statistic, but as a practical reality. Nobody alive in France in 1789 had attended one. Nobody had watched one function or observed its procedures from a participant's perspective. The last time this body had met, the printing press had existed for only about 150 years. The telescope was a recent invention, and European cartographers were still drawing the coastlines of the Americas with considerable optimism and limited accuracy. Convening the Estates General in 1789 meant excavating procedures from records so old they predated the current structure of French government entirely. Officials poured through archives trying to determine how representatives should be chosen, what the proper ceremonial costumes were, how proceedings were meant to be organised, and whose precedent applied when the old rules conflicted with each other. The answers were inconsistent, the records incomplete, and the resulting uncertainty created space for exactly the kind of argument that the government was hoping to prevent. In the months before the Estates General convened, a remarkable flood of pamphlets appeared across France debating what this assembly should accomplish and how it should work. The most influential of these was written by a clergyman named Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès, and it asked in its title a question it then proceeded to answer with considerable force. "What is the Third Estate?" Sieyès asked. He answered that the Third Estate was, in essence, everything. It performed all of France's productive labour. It grew the food, managed the commerce, staffed the courts, built the roads, and fought the wars. The First and Second Estates, by contrast, contributed a small and privileged fraction of the population that consumed vastly more than it produced. Remove the clergy and nobility, Sieyès argued, and France would continue, perhaps more efficiently. Remove the Third Estate, and France would cease to function within a week. The argument was not subtle, but it was precise, and it gave articulate form to things that enormous numbers of people had been feeling without quite finding the words for. The pamphlets circulated in extraordinary numbers throughout the spring. The Estates General opened at Versailles in May 1789 with considerable ceremony and almost immediate conflict. Representatives from across France arrived dressed in the traditional costumes of their estate: black robes for the clergy, elaborate court dress for the nobility, plain dark cloth for the third. The visible hierarchy annoyed the Third Estate representatives before a single word of business had been spoken. The delegates from provincial towns and cities had travelled long distances in the spring mud, carrying handwritten registers of grievances from their constituents called cahiers de doléances, notebooks of complaints filled with the accumulated frustrations of communities that had never previously been asked what they thought. The feeling in the meeting halls was charged with an expectation that the old procedures seemed entirely inadequate to contain. The cahiers themselves were remarkable objects when you considered them individually. A village in Burgundy or the Auvergne would gather its heads of household together and produce a written list of grievances to be carried to Versailles by their representative. These documents survive in enormous numbers and have been studied by historians including Georges Lefebvre and Alfred Cobban, who found in them a picture of local French life in extraordinary detail. They complained about specific taxes and specific noble abuses. They asked for schools and fairer courts and limits on hunting rights that destroyed crops. They argued, in plain handwritten French, that things should be better than they were. The men who wrote them did not expect revolution. They expected to be heard. Whether those two things were compatible was a question that the coming months would answer. The deeper conflict appeared quickly. The Third Estate demanded that votes be counted individually rather than by estate. This was not a procedural technicality. It was the entire question. If each of the roughly 600 Third Estate delegates cast one vote, the third had genuine numerical weight. If each estate cast a single collective vote regardless of how many individuals composed it, then the First and Second Estates combined could always outvote the third by 2 votes to 1, and nothing would change. The king and his ministers attempted to stall this question. The Third Estate declined to be stalled. After weeks of deadlock and deteriorating goodwill, on the 17th of June 1789, the Third Estate took a step that crossed from negotiation into something categorically different. It declared itself the National Assembly of France, not the Third Estate of the Estates General, a subordinate part of a feudal mechanism, the National Assembly. It was claiming, without permission and without precedent, to represent the French nation as a whole. 3 days later, the delegates arrived at their usual meeting hall and found it locked. The official explanation was that the room was being prepared for a royal ceremony. Whether this was a deliberate attempt at intimidation or simply poor administrative timing has been argued by historians ever since. The delegates assumed intimidation, which turned out to matter more than the actual intention behind the locked door. They found their way to a nearby indoor tennis court. It was a plain room built for a recreational game, not a constitutional moment, with wooden floors and high unadorned walls and a practical simplicity that could not have contrasted more sharply with the gilded rooms of Versailles just outside. And in that unlikely space, the delegates of the self-declared National Assembly took a collective oath. They swore not to disband until they had given France a written constitution. They called it the tennis court oath. There is something genuinely funny, in the way that history is sometimes funny, about one of the pivotal moments in modern political history taking place in a building designed for swatting balls across a rope. History reaches for whichever stage is available, and sometimes that stage has a scoreboard on the wall. The painter Jacques-Louis David later captured the scene in a composition of such dramatic intensity that the room appeared practically sacred, all billowing cloth and reaching gestures and purposeful light. He did not paint the rope. The king responded with a combination of partial concession and continued hesitation that satisfied nobody. He eventually instructed the nobility and clergy to join the National Assembly, acknowledging in practical terms that the old structure had become unworkable. But the concession arrived too late to restore any meaningful trust, and the Assembly began its constitutional work in an atmosphere already charged with mutual suspicion. Meanwhile, Paris was approaching a breaking point by its own route. Workers, street vendors, domestic servants, and day labourers occupied the densely populated neighbourhoods of the right bank in a state of constant economic anxiety. Speakers at the Palais Royal, a semi-public garden in central Paris where cafes and booksellers clustered, addressed outdoor crowds who were hungry enough and angry enough to listen for hours. On the 11th of July, the king dismissed Necker from his position, which struck many Parisians as confirmation that the conservative faction had gained the upper hand, and that soldiers massing around the city might soon move against the Assembly. In the Palais Royal, a young journalist named Camille Desmoulins climbed onto a table and addressed the crowd below him, finishing by pulling a green leaf from a nearby tree and pinning it to his hat as a makeshift sign of solidarity. The crowd did the same. Within hours, groups were moving through the streets. Within a day, they had found their destination. The city that swelled around these events was not a single thing. It held thousands of people whose reasons for joining crowds were as varied as their histories. Some were genuinely ideologically committed to the principles that the lawyers and philosophers had been articulating. Others were hungry and furious and looking for somewhere to put it. Others were curious, caught up in the momentum of events larger than anything they had witnessed before. Historians have sometimes characterized the revolutionary crowds as a single force with a single will. But the actual Paris of 1789 was full of contradictions, full of people who disagreed with each other about almost everything while agreeing. For now that something had to change. That temporary shared direction was enough. Most decisive moments in history have been made of exactly that. The Bastille was not, in the summer of 1789, a particularly significant prison. This fact deserves its own moment, because the mythology that grew around the fortress after its fall was so enormous that the actual building can be difficult to see clearly from behind it. On the morning of the 14th of July, the Bastille held 7 prisoners. 7. One was a man convicted of forgery. 2 had been committed by their own families under a provision that allowed relatives to request someone's confinement without a criminal charge. A practice that strikes the modern reader as barbaric, but was not unusual in a society that had few other institutions for managing severe mental illness. The remaining 4 had stories of similarly undramatic character. There was no large population of political martyrs waiting to walk, blinking into the sunlight of liberation. The building itself was something different from its occupants. It was a massive medieval fortress occupying a prominent position at the eastern edge of Paris, built in the 14th century with thick towers and deep dry moats that made it formidable from every approach. The walls were dark with age and thick enough to muffle the sounds of the city outside. Over the centuries, the crown had used it as a place to hold people the government wished to remove from public life without the inconvenience of a formal legal proceeding. A royal order called a lettre de cachet could imprison anyone in the Bastille without a stated charge, without a fixed sentence, and without any judicial review. Writers who had published material the crown disliked, religious dissenters, and political inconveniences of various descriptions had spent time within its walls. The Bastille stood in the collective imagination of Paris as the physical embodiment of arbitrary royal power. The walls were not simply stone. They were a statement about who held authority and how that authority was exercised, a statement that people could see every day from the surrounding streets. A prison that held 7 people was still doing significant work as long as it stood. A crowd had gathered near the fortress on the morning of the 14th, having already raided the Hôtel des Invalides earlier in the day, and retrieved a large cache of muskets from its stores, though without the gunpowder necessary to use them effectively. The Bastille was believed to hold that powder. A delegation of citizens requested entry from the governor, the Marquis de Launay. The negotiations that followed were tense and confused, with the crowd growing larger outside while the small garrison watched from the walls above, and the morning heat rose steadily over the stone. Exactly how the shooting started has never been resolved to universal satisfaction. The chaos of that afternoon produced enough conflicting accounts to fill several books, and historians have worked through them without reaching a clean consensus. What is clear is that after several hours of fighting, 2 detachments of soldiers who had been sent to manage the situation defected to the besieging crowd instead. The garrison's position became untenable. The drawbridge came down, the crowd entered. The aftermath was not orderly. The governor was killed in the chaos that followed, and the violence of those moments was real and serious. The fall of the Bastille was not a bloodless symbolic gesture, but it was something else as well, something that the subsequent weeks would make unmistakably clear. At Versailles that evening, the king was informed of the day's events by a nobleman who had ridden from Paris. Louis reportedly asked whether what had occurred was a revolt. The response was that no, it was a revolution. Whether this exchange happened precisely as recorded is uncertain. Good lines in history have a way of surviving because they deserve to, regardless of the exact circumstances of their utterance. But the distinction drawn was real. A revolt is temporary and local, while a revolution alters the conditions under which everything else happens afterward. News travelled outward from Paris with the speed of post horses and rumour combined. Within days, provincial towns were reporting their own disturbances. Local noble families in rural areas began to flee their estates, sometimes in visible haste, in what became known as the Great Fear. This wave of panic and anger swept through the French countryside over the following weeks as peasants attacked manor houses, drove away agents who had come to collect feudal dues, and targeted the physical records that documented those obligations with particular determination. The targeting of those records deserves your attention. The documents that registered feudal dues were not ceremonial objects. They were the legal foundation of the entire system of obligations that the peasantry had been living under. Without them, the lord's legal claim to payment from tenant farmers became extremely difficult to enforce in any court. Burning those documents was not purely symbolic. It was the practical elimination of evidence. It was also deeply satisfying in a way that the burning of abstractions can never quite replicate. The key to the Bastille was not the only symbolic object to travel far from the rubble of that July. Cockades made from red, white and blue ribbon began appearing throughout Paris in the days after the 14th, attached to hats and coats and displayed in windows. The colours were initially a combination of the traditional red and blue of Paris and the white of the Bourbon royal house, an improvised fusion of the old and the new that nobody had designed as a flag, and that became one almost by accident. The tricolour that emerged from those ribbon scraps is still the flag of France today. History did not always know it was making decisions that would last centuries. Sometimes it was just choosing colours, and sometimes choosing colours was the most consequential thing anyone did that week. The neighbourhood around the demolished fortress changed too, in ways that were more gradual but equally permanent. The Saint-Antoine district had been among the most densely populated and economically pressured quarters of Paris, home to the furniture makers and leather workers and small merchants who had formed the backbone of the crowds on the 14th. Their proximity to the Bastille had not been incidental. They had lived with its shadow for years and knew exactly what it represented in their daily lives. When it was gone, they did not immediately become prosperous or secure, but they had done something that had seemed impossible before they did it. The Bastille itself was demolished over the following months by a contractor named Pierre-François Palouy, who demonstrated a remarkable capacity for finding opportunity in upheaval. He organised the demolition systematically, sold the fortress stones as building material, and also produced miniature model Bastille carved from pieces of the actual walls. These were distributed to all 83 departments of the new administrative France as symbolic gifts of the revolution's achievement. The past was being turned into souvenirs, which feels both historically specific and somehow immediately recognisable to anyone who has ever visited the gift shop of a site where history happened. The demolition itself drew crowds who watched the towers come down, with an attention that was part celebration, part something harder to name. The stones of a place that had held people without charge, without sentence, without appeal, were being cleared away by workers with chisels and carts, and the ground beneath was exposed to open sky. What had been a prison was now an argument, and arguments travel much farther than stones ever could. The night of the 4th of August 1789 began as a planned performance, and became something that surprised the performers. A small group of reform-minded liberal nobles and clergy had arranged in advance to open the evening session of the National Assembly with theatrical gestures of self-abnegation. The plan was to renounce certain feudal privileges voluntarily, in a show of generosity calculated to calm the rural unrest still spreading across the countryside. It was a political manoeuvre dressed as moral sincerity, which is not unusual in legislative history and perhaps not as cynical as it sounds, since the two motivations are not always cleanly separable in actual human beings. The first few speeches went according to plan. Then something unplanned began to happen. Other nobles, watching their colleagues receive the warm response of the gallery, rose and renounced their own privileges. Then more clergy, not wanting to appear less enlightened than the nobility. Then a cascade of further renunciations, each one prompted partly by genuine feeling, and partly by the social pressure of an assembly in which not joining the general direction was beginning to feel conspicuous. The session continued through the night in an escalating competition of generosity that nobody had designed and nobody quite knew how to stop. By morning, the legal architecture of feudalism in France had been largely dismantled in a single sitting. The August decrees abolished the special privileges of the nobility and clergy, ended the remnants of serfdom, dissolved the feudal courts through which nobles had exercised local judicial authority, established formal equality before the law, and declared that public office should be open on the basis of talent and qualification rather than birth. Historians have spent considerable energy debating the proportions of idealism and panic in that assembly room on that August night. The answer is probably both in varying measures, shifting from speaker to speaker and hour to hour as the candles burned lower. But the legal results were concrete regardless of the internal motivations. What had been the organising structure of French society for centuries had been formally voted out of existence between sundown and sunrise. 3 weeks later, the National Assembly adopted a document that attempted to articulate in clear language what the new France stood for. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen is one of those texts that rewards reading with actual attention, rather than as background material for something else, and tonight you have no reason to hurry through any of it. It opens by describing its purpose as a statement of the natural and sacred rights of the human person. It declares that men are born and remain free and equal in rights. It identifies the purpose of all political organisation as the preservation of these rights, which it names as liberty, property, security, and the resistance to oppression. It places sovereignty in the nation as a whole, not in any individual. It protects freedom of opinion, including religious opinion. It states that no person may be arrested, detained, or punished, except through procedures established by law. It insists that all citizens are equally eligible for public positions according to their ability, without distinction other than virtue and demonstrated talent. The American Declaration of Independence, signed 13 years earlier, had provided some inspiration and some specific language. Several French delegates had direct experience of the American example. The Marquis de Lafayette, who had fought under George Washington and maintained a warm friendship with him across the years that followed, played a significant role in drafting the French Declaration. He later sent Washington a copy as a gesture of transatlantic solidarity, and with it he included a key from the demolished Bastille. That key still hangs today at Washington's estate in Virginia, a small piece of French revolutionary iron that travelled across an ocean to mark a shared experiment in self-governance. The philosopher and mathematician Condorcet contributed to the debates around the Declaration with characteristic logical precision, but it was a writer named Olympe de Gouges who identified the document's most significant silence with uncomfortable directness. In 1791 she published her own Declaration of the Rights of Woman and of the Female Citizen, arguing with considerable force that if liberty and equality were truly natural rights belonging to all human persons, they could not logically stop at the boundary of sex. The Assembly received her argument largely with silence. De Gouges died during the Terror several years later, But her document survived and is recognised today as a foundational text in the history of women's rights globally. She was right, and the acknowledgement arrived long after the person who deserved it most was gone. For ordinary people across France, the changes following the August decrees filtered into daily existence gradually and unevenly. In the countryside, peasants who had paid feudal dues for generations found that the legal basis for those payments had been removed, though persuading resistant landowners to accept this change sometimes required further pressure and occasionally further confrontation. In the cities, the dissolution of the guild system that had regulated entry into various trades opened economic opportunities that had previously been closed to anyone without the appropriate hereditary connection to a recognised craft. The church underwent transformation of lasting consequence. Its land holdings, which were vast enough to represent a significant fraction of French territory, were nationalised in November 1789 as part of the effort to address the royal debt. The Assembly issued paper currency called assignats, backed by the value of this newly nationalised land. Clergy were required to swear loyalty to the constitutional order, and this requirement divided the French church into those who complied and those who refused, a fracture that ran through parishes, communities and families with the force of a genuine schism. Priests who refused the oath became figures of quiet reverence in some villages and open suspicion in others. The calendar was eventually overhauled as well, which was perhaps the most ambitious of the revolution's rationalising impulses. The new calendar divided the year into 12 months of 30 days each, with months named after natural phenomena: Vendémiaire, the grape harvest month; Brumaire, the month of mist; Frumaire, the frosty month. The 5 remaining days at the year's end were designated special holidays. Weeks became 10 days long, which reduced the number of Sundays substantially. The system was orderly in theory and disorienting in practice, and it lasted about a decade before France quietly returned to the Gregorian calendar, having discovered that people are more attached to their weeks than to philosophical consistency. In the smaller towns and villages, the changes were sometimes slow and sometimes startling in their abruptness. A blacksmith who had previously paid to use a lord's watermill found the obligation formally dissolved. A merchant who had spent years navigating guild restrictions on who could sell what found those restrictions lifted, at least in theory. A young man from a family with no noble connections found the door to certain careers, military commissions, legal offices, church appointments, no longer legally barred to him on the basis of birth alone. The practical reality was messier than the legal ideal, as it always is. But the legal ideal mattered. It created a flaw beneath people's expectations that had not existed before, and flaws, once built, are difficult to remove without people noticing. These are the textures of a world remaking itself in real time, old signs coming down, new ones going up, sometimes crooked, sometimes in languages not everyone could read yet. The country was navigating by candlelight through changes it had initiated but could not entirely control, and the candle was beginning to gutter in ways that nobody had predicted when the dancing started. The king had moved to Paris. This is worth stating plainly because the manner of the move tells you something important about the balance of power in France by October 1789. The royal family had not decided one pleasant autumn morning to spend some time in the capital. They had been escorted there by several thousand Parisian women who had marched to Versailles in protest over bread prices, surrounded the palace, and made clear through their presence and their considerable noise that the king would be returning to Paris with them. The march of the women was not spontaneous in the sense of being unorganised. The women who participated came predominantly from the working markets of Paris, fishwives and street traders who understood supply chains and price manipulation with practical expertise. They carried pikes and kitchen knives and some weapons obtained during the march. Their demand was bread, and their implicit demand was that the king remain within sight of the people who needed it. The royal family was installed at the Tuileries Palace in Paris that same day, and the National Assembly relocated nearby. The gardens of the Tuileries were less magnificent than Versailles, the rooms less ceremonially elaborate, and the proximity to the city unmistakable. The constitutional monarchy that followed the autumn of 1789 was a genuine attempt to build a stable new arrangement. The Assembly produced a constitution in 1791 that maintained the king as head of the executive branch while giving legislative authority to an elected assembly. Louis signed it. He participated in ceremonies welcoming the new order with enough visible cooperation that an observer might have believed he had accepted it genuinely. Then, in June of 1791, he attempted to leave France. The royal family disguised themselves and packed into a heavy travelling coach late at night, heading east toward the border with Austria, where Marie Antoinette's nephew, the Holy Roman Emperor, would provide support for a restoration of royal authority. The plan had been kept secret for months. It nonetheless failed at a town called Varennes, not far from the Austrian frontier, where a local postmaster named Jean-Baptiste Drouet recognised the king's face from his image on a coin. The royal family was stopped, detained, and escorted back to Paris under guard. The human dimensions of the Varennes incident are genuinely affecting from a distance. Louis was not a scheming tyrant engineering counter-revolution with cold calculation. He was a man who had been raised within a system of belief about divine royal authority, placed on a throne that demanded qualities he had never fully possessed, and who had signed a constitution he found genuinely difficult to accept as legitimate in any deep sense. His decision to flee was understandable in personal terms. In political terms, it was catastrophic. The constitution required a king committed to France. The flight to Varennes announced that the king had been looking for a way out. When the carriage returned to Paris, the crowds that watched it pass were largely silent, which was worse than noise. The Legislative Assembly that replaced the National Assembly was younger, considerably more radical in its composition, and operating in a European context rapidly becoming hostile to revolutionary France. Émigré nobles who had fled the country were assembling military forces near the borders with the intention of restoring the old order through armed intervention. Prussia and Austria formed an alliance and issued a declaration threatening Paris with severe consequences if any harm came to the royal family. This was perhaps the least effective diplomatic communication of the 18th century, as it immediately convinced the most radical elements of the assembly that the king was coordinating with foreign enemies. The declaration achieved the precise opposite of its intended effect with impressive efficiency. France declared war on Austria in April 1792. The early months of the war went badly. Prussian and Austrian forces crossed into French territory, and as they advanced, the atmosphere in Paris became febrile with suspicion and fear. In September 1792, crowds attacked the prisons of Paris and killed somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 people held there. The September massacres, as they came to be called, were not a product of revolutionary ideology in any direct sense. They were a product of terror, which is a different and less rational thing entirely. The formal republic was declared in September 1792. The king was now referred to as Citizen Louis Capet in official proceedings, a stripping of title that was also a statement of legal status. His trial before the National Convention in December was conducted as a criminal proceeding, and he was found guilty of crimes against the nation by a vote that was not unanimous, but was sufficient. He was executed on the 21st of January 1793 in the Place de la Révolution in Paris. Dr. Joseph Ignace Guillotin had not invented the guillotine. He had only advocated for the adoption of a mechanically consistent and socially equal method of execution that applied the same mechanism regardless of the rank of the condemned person. He spent years afterward troubled by the association of his name with the device, which demonstrates that when you propose something very practical in a very unpractical time, the practical part is often the last thing remembered. The period that followed is called the Terror, a name that dispenses with the usual historical tendency toward euphemism. The Committee of Public Safety accumulated authority through 1793 and into 1794, managing France under conditions of foreign war and internal civil conflict that were genuinely dangerous. Regional uprisings in the Vendée and elsewhere required military suppression. Royalist and counter-revolutionary forces were active across multiple regions. The fears were not entirely imaginary. But the instrument of fear became its own crisis. The law of suspects broadened the definition of treason until almost any expression of doubt could qualify. Estimates of those formally executed during the Terror range from 17 to 40,000, depending on methodology and which regional killings are included, with many more dying in prison or in the suppression of the Vendée uprising. The guillotine in Paris worked with terrible steadiness through months that had been given new names, but felt very old in every other respect. Paris during the Terror was a city that had learned to be careful about what it said aloud and in whose company. The revolutionary clubs that had been spaces of open argument became places where the wrong expression at the wrong moment could attract attention of a very unwelcome kind. People wore their cockades prominently. They used the new republican forms of address. They addressed each other as citizen rather than the older forms, because the older form suggested attachment to a world the Republic was officially done with. The street still smelled of baking bread and horse manure and the river. Children still played in the lanes near the markets, but a particular quality of watchfulness had entered ordinary life, the way cold enters a room not all at once but through the gradual failure of everything keeping it out. Maximilien Robespierre, the figure most closely associated with the Terror's severity, was himself arrested and executed in July 1794, in the coup that the revolutionary calendar named Thermidor after the month of summer heat. The convention turned on the men who had been most zealous in turning on others, with a logic that anyone who has read about institutional purges in any era will recognise with weary familiarity. You let this part of the story settle quietly around you. It is part of the record, and records can be acknowledged without being dwelt upon. The darkness that followed the revolution's opening idealism does not cancel that idealism. It shows instead what happens when fear is given authority, which is something that history demonstrates with exhausting regularity and that no single century seems to finish learning. The Terror also produced in its aftermath a deep wariness about revolutionary excess that shaped French and European political thought for a generation. The men who came after Robespierre were not restored royalists but exhausted republicans who wanted to govern without killing their colleagues. That combination of commitment to republican principle and deep reluctance to repeat the radicalism of 1793 gave the Directory and then Napoleon's consulate their particular character. Pragmatic, institutionally minded, alert to the dangers of both reaction and fanaticism. The revolution had burned through its most extreme possibilities and left behind something that was neither the old monarchy nor the pure republic of theory, but a France that had been changed in ways that were permanent, even when they were difficult to name precisely. Napoleon Bonaparte came to power the way certain weather arrives, gradually, then all at once, and leaving the landscape considerably rearranged. He had made his military reputation in campaigns in Italy and Egypt, demonstrating a talent for rapid movement, bold tactical decision-making, and the communication skills that keep exhausted soldiers believing in something larger than their immediate discomfort. He was also exceptionally good at being talked about, which in the revolutionary period was not a minor skill. His name had accumulated a weight that the Directory, the five-man executive that governed France from 1795 to 1799, had found useful and then found threatening in roughly equal measure. In November 1799, Napoleon and his allies staged the coup of the 18th of Brumaire, ending the Directory and establishing a new governing arrangement with Napoleon at its centre as first consul. He was 30 years old. He had the particular energy of someone who had never quite accepted that the situation he was in was the one he was limited to. Placing Napoleon within the arc of the revolution is an exercise that historians have approached from several directions simultaneously, and the resulting maps do not always agree. Was he the culmination of the revolution, carrying its principles into practical administration? Was he its betrayal, replacing republican government with personal authority dressed in civic language? Was he its export vehicle, spreading legal modernization to places the original revolutionaries had never intended to reach? The most accurate answer is probably all three in proportions that shifted as the years and campaigns accumulated. What he carried most durably from the revolution was a commitment to legal and administrative reform that transformed France, and, through French military presence, much of Europe. The Napoleonic Code, the comprehensive civil law system he commissioned, and which was promulgated in 1804, codified the revolution's core principles into enforceable law across a unified national system for the first time in French history. The code was not abstract. It governed the specific and unglamorous realities of ordinary existence. It determined how property passed between generations when someone died without a will. It established what a marriage contract could and could not stipulate. It defined the obligations between employers and workers in terms of law rather than custom. It specified how debts were to be collected and how contracts were to be enforced. In doing all of these things with uniform rules that applied equally regardless of whether you were a duke or a day labourer, it changed the daily texture of economic and social life in ways that no declaration of principles could accomplish on its own. Principles require mechanisms, and the code was the mechanism. The code established equality before the law as a non-negotiable foundation. It protected property rights with considerable clarity. It guaranteed religious freedom. It abolished the remaining feudal legal arrangements that had survived the August decrees in various local forms. It stated that public office should be accessible on the basis of demonstrated ability rather than birth. It was, in its structure and its assumptions, a document that the men of the National Assembly would have recognised as their inheritance, even if many of them might have objected to the man who oversaw its drafting, and the manner in which he had accumulated the authority to commission it. The historian David Bell has argued that Napoleon's military campaigns, for all their violence and imperial ambition, functioned as an inadvertent delivery system for these legal norms across a continent organised on different principles. Belgium, the Netherlands, large parts of Germany, Spain and Italy all experienced versions of this legal modernisation during the Napoleonic period, sometimes with genuine appreciation and sometimes with deep resentment, depending on how the occupation felt from the receiving end. A legal code brought by soldiers fighting under French imperial expansion is a complicated gift under any reasonable accounting, and the people receiving it were not wrong to feel the complication. Napoleon crowned himself emperor in 1804 in a ceremony at Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, with Pope Pius VII present, but in the unusual position of witness rather than conferrer of royal authority. Napoleon placed the crown on his own head rather than receiving it from the Pope, which was either a profound statement about the new relationship between temporal and spiritual power, or a piece of theatrical self-promotion, or both at once. The painter David, who had also immortalised the tennis court oath 15 years earlier, captured this coronation in a massive canvas that hung for generations, as a record of a man who understood how to manage his own image with considerable sophistication. His eventual defeat at Waterloo in June 1815, and subsequent exile to the remote South Atlantic island of St. Helena, brought the Napoleonic era to its end. The European powers assembled at the Congress of Vienna spent months redrawing the continent's borders and attempting to reinstall monarchies wherever they had been displaced. The Bourbon dynasty returned to France's throne, initially in the person of Louis XVIII, who had spent the revolutionary and Napoleonic years in various forms of exile, and who now returned to a country that had spent a quarter-century without a king, and was not entirely certain what to do with one again. The Congress of Vienna represented the great conservative powers' attempt to restore the old European order, or something close enough to it to feel familiar. In some respects they succeeded. Monarchies were re-established, borders were redrawn to reflect the preferences of the major powers, rather than the populations they contained. But here is the thing about attempts to reverse a revolution by restoring its institutional predecessors. You can return a king to a throne, you cannot return the population to the mental world in which that king's absolute authority was simply accepted as the natural condition of existence. The ideas that had circulated since 1789 had not been stored in the Bastille, where they might be demolished along with the walls. They had been printed, argued, embedded in legal codes, carried across Europe by soldiers who then returned to their home villages, translated into German and Spanish and Italian and Dutch and Polish, and argued over in coffee houses from Lisbon to Warsaw. The Haitian Revolution, which had begun in 1791 on the French Caribbean colony of Saint-Domingue, drew directly and explicitly on the language of the Declaration of the Rights of Man. The leaders of that uprising, most prominently Toussaint Louverture, pointed out the logical contradiction between France's stated principles of universal liberty and equality, and its continued maintenance of slavery in its most profitable colony. The revolutionary government in Paris abolished slavery in 1794, a decision motivated partly by military necessity and partly by genuine ideological pressure from within the assembly itself. Napoleon reinstated it in 1802, which was among the less defensible decisions in a career that contained several candidates for that designation. Haiti declared independence in 1804, becoming the first nation in the Americas to emerge from a successful slave revolt and the first black republic in modern history. In Latin America, independence movements that gathered force through the early 19th century drew on French revolutionary thought, alongside American models and local conditions that shaped each struggle into something particular to its place. Simon Bolivar had read the philosophes with genuine attention. The arguments about natural rights, popular sovereignty, and the illegitimacy of governments that served only those who already held power spread wherever French was read, and French was the educated language of most of the Western world throughout this period. The revolutions of 1830 and 1848 that swept through Europe carried unmistakable traces of 1789 in their language, their imagery, and their demands. The concept of a written constitution as the foundation of legitimate government, rather than tradition and hereditary right, had become a standard against which existing arrangements were measured and found wanting. Governments that could not meet that standard faced growing pressure to change, and the pressure was articulated in terms that the National Assembly would have recognised immediately. The particular image of the Bastille, a fortress of arbitrary authority brought down by collective action, became one of the most durable symbols in popular politics for the next century and beyond. When workers organised, when reform movements marched, when people argued for rights they did not yet possess, they reached for the language and imagery of the French Revolution, with the confidence of people reaching for a tool that has already proven it works. You're drifting now, and the distance between you and 1789 feels both enormous and strangely thin. Consider for a moment the people who gathered in that tennis court on the 20th of June 1789 and took their oath. They were not primarily concerned with posterity. They were trying to address immediate and pressing problems: an empty treasury, unaffordable bread, punishing taxation on the people least able to bear it, and the complete absence of any formal mechanism through which ordinary people could influence the government making decisions about their lives. They were exhausted and hungry in many cases, and frightened in almost all cases, and carrying within them the accumulated frustrations of a social order that had been pressing down on most of France for as long as anyone could remember. They were ordinary men in extraordinary circumstances, and they reached for the biggest idea available to them because the smaller ideas had all been tried and had not been enough. And yet the solution they reached for, the idea that government requires the genuine consent of those it governs, that rights are not gifts extended at a ruler's pleasure but properties of persons that exist prior to any government, that privilege based on birth alone is not merely inconvenient but fundamentally wrong. These ideas proved far more durable than the specific institutions those men were trying to build. They outlasted the monarchy they dismantled. They outlasted the republic that replaced it. They outlasted the empire that succeeded that republic and the restored monarchy that followed the empire. They are still being argued over, still being reached for, still being used by people in circumstances those tennis court delegates could not have imagined, in languages some of them had never heard, in places none of them had visited. The Declaration of the Rights of Man sits in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France today. Its paper aged and its ink faded, but its text familiar to lawyers and legislators and activists on every continent. It was not a perfect document, as Olympe de Gouges made clear and as subsequent generations have continued to demonstrate through the long work of extending its principles further than its authors intended. But the principle itself, once articulated clearly and in writing and distributed widely enough, acquired a kind of permanence that made it very difficult to unstate. In the weeks and months following its adoption, printed copies of the Declaration circulated throughout France, in editions that publishers could barely produce fast enough. It was read aloud in village squares and copied into private letters, and debated in the kinds of places where people gathered to discuss things that mattered to them. For people who had spent their entire lives governed by arrangements they had never chosen and never been asked to approve, the experience of reading a document that said their liberty was not a privilege, but a right, was not a small thing. It was a rearrangement of the furniture in the room of their own self-understanding, and rearrangements of that kind are not easily reversed. The effects were not only visible in politics and law, they were visible in how people walked through the world. A peasant farmer in France after the Revolution occupied a different position, not just legally, but psychologically. The automatic deference that had structured daily interactions between the low and the high had been disrupted, not erased, but disrupted enough that the old ease with which privilege moved through public spaces was gone. Nobles who returned to France after the Restoration found a country that was recognisably the same, in many physical respects and quite different in the register of human dignity. People looked at them differently. Whether they met that gaze or looked away said something, and everyone present understood what it said. France changed. The world that watched France found itself changed by the watching. The old certainties about who had the right to govern and on what basis and in whose interest did not simply reassume their authority after Waterloo. They had been questioned too loudly and too publicly, and too persistently for too many years. The France that emerged from the long revolutionary period was not the France anyone had planned. It was something that had been hammered into shape by events rather than designed from principle, carrying the marks of every crisis it had survived. That kind of country has a particular toughness to it, a quality of having been tested past what seemed survivable and having survived anyway. France carried that quality into the 19th century and beyond, and it shows in the extraordinary resilience of the Republican tradition through the many upheavals that followed. You breathe out slowly. The cobblestone streets of 18th century France are very far away now, and what remains is not the noise of the revolution, but its quiet residue. The smell of bread baking in a Paris street before the world changed. The scratch of a quill on paper in a plain room where someone tried to write down what a human being is owed simply by existing. The sound of a very old fortress coming down, stone by stone, and the long silence that followed, which turned out to be full of things still being said. The argument that started in that tennis court has not finished, but that is a conversation for daylight. For now, you rest. Welcome to a soothing journey through one of history's most improbable stories. Now remember, you're settling in to explore how a young prince from the edge of the Greek world, born into a dynasty plagued by instability and surrounded by enemies, somehow conquered an empire that stretched from the Mediterranean to India. So let's discover together why Alexander the Great's victories seemed impossible before they happened. You're standing in the royal palace at Pella, Macedonia, on a summer night in 356 BCE. The air smells of olive oil lamps and the faint scent of horses drifting in from the stables below. Through the window you can see the rugged mountains that ring this northern kingdom, their peaks dark against a star-filled sky. Somewhere in these chambers, a baby has just been born to King Philip II and his wife, Olympias. That child is Alexander, and if you could tell the assembled nobles what his future holds, they would laugh you out of the room. Macedonia in 356 BCE isn't exactly the crown jewel of the ancient world. Think of it as the rough cousin nobody invites to dinner parties, while the sophisticated city-states of southern Greece, Athens, Sparta and Thebes, debate philosophy and stage elaborate theatrical productions. Macedonia remains a semi-barbaric kingdom of shepherds, farmers and warriors. The Greeks down south don't even consider Macedonians fully Greek. Their dialect sounds strange, their customs seem coarse, and their kings have a disturbing habit of murdering each other. You walk through the palace corridors, your sandals clicking on stone floors that lack the polished marble of Athens. The walls are sturdy but plain. There's wealth here. Philip's recent military reforms have begun paying off, but it's the wealth of a frontier kingdom, not a cultural centre. In the great hall, shields hang on walls alongside the mounted heads of boars and deer. The nobles who gather here are fighters first, administrators second, and philosophers never. The baby Alexander enters a family that makes modern dysfunctional households look peaceful. His father Philip is a military genius and political operator who has somehow survived the chaos of Macedonian court politics. Philip spent his youth as a hostage in Thebes, which sounds terrible until you realise it probably saved his life. While he was away, his family members were busy killing each other in the traditional Macedonian fashion. By the time Philip returned and eventually seized the throne, he had learned two important lessons. First, how to fight like the Greeks. Second, how to scheme like a survivor. Alexander's mother Olympias hails from Epirus, another kingdom on Macedonia's western border. She's intelligent, fiercely ambitious, and deeply religious in ways that make people nervous. You might catch her at midnight ceremonies honouring Dionysus, handling snakes with a fervour that even the most devoted cult members find unsettling. She believes she's descended from Achilles on one side and descended from gods on the other. When she looks at her newborn son, she doesn't see a baby. She sees a prophecy waiting to unfold. The marriage between Philip and Olympias is strategic, political, and increasingly toxic. Philip collects wives the way some people collect coins, and Olympias resents each new marriage as a threat to her son's position. In Macedonia, succession isn't guaranteed to the eldest son. Any legitimate male heir can make a claim, and legitimacy is interpreted loosely. Philip has other sons by other wives, and each one represents potential competition for Alexander. You're watching a child born into instability. The kingdom itself barely held together before Philip took charge. For decades, Macedonia had been the punching bag of its neighbours. Illyrians raided from the west, Thracians from the east, and the Greek city-states from the south treated Macedonia as either a resource to exploit or a threat to contain. Philip has changed that through military innovation and ruthless diplomacy, but his accomplishments are recent and fragile. One assassination, one lost battle, one palace coup, and everything could collapse back into chaos. The odds are stacked against this baby in ways that would discourage anyone with sense. He's born into a dynasty where murder is standard operating procedure for succession disputes. His kingdom is surrounded by enemies who view Macedonia as an upstart nuisance. The mighty Persian Empire, which controls everything from Egypt to Afghanistan, has wealth and armies that make Macedonia look like a village militia. Even if Alexander somehow survives childhood and court intrigues and inherits his father's throne, the smart money says he'll spend his reign just trying to hold Macedonia together. But you're not watching a normal baby. You're watching someone who will rewrite the rules of what's possible. Not because he was destined to succeed, but because he was too stubborn to accept that he was supposed to fail. You're in the Macedonian camp watching teenage Alexander observe his father's army drill in formation. The smell of leather and bronze fills your nostrils. Dust rises from thousands of feet moving in unison. This is Philip's creation, the war machine that will make everything else possible, and Alexander is absorbing every detail with the intensity of someone memorizing sacred text. Philip didn't invent military power. He inherited a mess and turned it into something formidable through borrowing, adapting, and relentless practice. You can see the result in the soldiers before you. The core of the Macedonian army is the phalanx, that dense formation of infantry carrying spears so long they'd be useless in any other context. The sarissa, the Macedonian pike, stretches 18 feet. A man holding one can barely manage it alone, but thousands of men holding them in formation create a bristling wall of bronze spear points that extends farther than any enemy can reach. Philip borrowed this idea from the Thebans, who perfected dense infantry tactics, but he took it further. Deeper formations, longer spears, better training. These aren't aristocratic hoplites who fight when convenient and farm when not. These are professional soldiers who drill constantly. You watch them now, moving like a single organism, each man maintaining exactly the right spacing from his neighbours. Too close and they can't move. Too far and gaps appear. They've practiced this until their bodies know the spacing without thinking. But the phalanx alone isn't enough, and Philip understood that. You turn your attention to the cavalry exercising on the flanks. The companion cavalry, they're called, and they're the elite. These are noble sons and trusted warriors who form Philip's hammer, while the phalanx is his anvil. The strategy is elegant. Fix the enemy in place with the phalanx, then smash into their flank with heavy cavalry. Simple in theory, murderously effective in practice. Alexander is learning that warfare isn't about individual heroism. It's about systems. The Macedonian army wins because every piece works together. The infantry holds, the cavalry strikes, the light troops screen and harass, and the siege engines, another of Philip's innovations, knock down city walls that used to make places invincible. It's combined arms warfare before anyone called it that. You also see what Alexander is inheriting in terms of political structure. Philip has reorganized the Macedonian nobility into something more useful than feuding clans. The companion cavalry serves double duty as a military unit and political institution. By keeping the sons of nobles close, training and fighting beside them, Philip ensures loyalty while also making sure potential rivals are where he can watch them. It's patronage and hostage-taking wrapped into one elegant package. The kingdom's finances show Philip's practical genius. You can't run a professional army on goodwill. Philip has expanded Macedonia's territory, seizing control of gold and silver mines in Thrace and around Mount Pangaion. Those mines fund everything. The coins you might see changing hands in the camp bear Philip's image, a constant reminder of who's paying the bills. Money buys loyalty more reliably than speeches about honour. Alexander is also inheriting his father's diplomatic playbook. Philip doesn't just conquer, he absorbs. After defeating Greek city-states, he doesn't burn them to the ground. He incorporates them into his alliance system, the League of Corinth. where Greek states theoretically remain independent while acknowledging Macedonian leadership. It's hegemony with a velvet glove, at least most of the time. Cities that resist get harsh lessons, but those that submit find Philip surprisingly reasonable. But here's what Alexander sees clearly, watching his father work. All of this is fragile. The Macedonian system depends on constant success. The army needs payment, which requires controlling wealth-producing territories, which requires military victory, which requires paying the army. It's a cycle that only works if it keeps working. One serious defeat could break the whole machine. Philip has also made enemies everywhere. The Greek city-states resent Macedonian dominance. The Persians watch with growing concern as this western kingdom grows stronger. The tribes on Macedonia's borders wait for any sign of weakness. Philip's own nobles, elevated and enriched by his success, might just as easily turn on him if fortune shifts. Alexander is inheriting power, but that power sits on foundations of recently dried concrete, not ancient bedrock. You notice something else as you watch young Alexander study his father's work. He's not just memorizing tactics, he's identifying limitations. The phalanx is powerful but slow and inflexible. The cavalry is devastating but relatively small in number. The political alliances are useful but unreliable. Philip has built something impressive, but Alexander is already thinking about how to push beyond what his father achieved. There's a strange irony in watching this. Philip is giving Alexander the tools to succeed, but those tools come with an expiration date built in. The same system that makes conquest possible also makes conquest necessary. Stop expanding and the money dries up, the soldiers grow restless and the allies drift away. Alexander won't just inherit an empire in waiting, he'll inherit an obligation to keep moving forward or watch everything collapse backward. You're in a garden at Mysa, a quiet sanctuary away from the palace at Pella. The air smells of herbs and wild thyme. Sunlight filters through grapevines overhead, creating patterns of light and shadow on the ground. This is where Philip has sent Alexander to study under Aristotle, and it's about as far from a traditional military training ground as you can imagine. Aristotle isn't here by accident. Philip could have hired any number of teachers, but he chose one of the greatest minds in the Greek world. The philosopher arrives from Athens carrying scrolls, questions, and a systematic approach to understanding everything. You watch as he walks with Alexander through the garden, discussing not battle tactics, but biology, ethics, politics, and the nature of the universe. The relationship between teacher and student is more complex than simple instruction. Aristotle treats Alexander as someone capable of understanding sophisticated ideas, and Alexander responds by asking questions that reveal a mind constantly testing boundaries. When Aristotle explains his classification of animals, Alexander wants to know about creatures nobody has catalogued yet. When they discuss politics, Alexander doesn't just absorb Aristotle's theories, he challenges them with examples from Macedonian reality. You overhear them debating the nature of kingship. Aristotle, following his teacher Plato, suggests that the ideal ruler is one who governs with wisdom and virtue, pursuing the common good. Alexander listens but counters with observations from watching his father. Philip governs effectively not because he's a philosopher king, but because he understands power, how to gain it, keep it, and use it. The theoretical ideal and practical reality don't quite match, and Alexander is learning to navigate that gap. The curriculum here goes far beyond what most princes study. You see Alexander examining plant specimens, learning to identify medicinal herbs and poisonous ones. Aristotle believes in understanding the natural world through direct observation, and Alexander takes to this approach enthusiastically. He's not just memorizing facts, he's learning a method. Watch carefully, categorize what you see, look for patterns and test your assumptions. It's scientific thinking before science has formalized its methods. Geography fascinates Alexander particularly. Aristotle shares maps and travellers' accounts of distant lands. The known world extends from the Pillars of Hercules in the west to India in the east, and from Ethiopia in the south to Scythia in the north. But the maps have enormous blank spaces where knowledge fades into rumour and legend. Alexander studies these blank spaces with special intensity. What's actually out there? Are the stories about Persian wealth accurate or exaggerated? How wide is the world, really? Homer's epics are another focus of study. Alexander already knows the Iliad nearly by heart. His mother made sure of that, claiming descent from Achilles. But with Aristotle, he examines the text differently. They discuss leadership styles, the relationship between glory and wisdom, and the role of fate versus choice. Alexander identifies with Achilles, but also recognizes Achilles' limitations. The greatest warrior in the Iliad dies young, and his rage causes catastrophe for his own side. There's a lesson there about the costs of unchecked emotion. You notice Alexander developing what might be called strategic empathy during these studies. Aristotle teaches him about different cultures, forms of government, and religious beliefs. The Greek world contains democracies, oligarchies, tyrannies, and kingdoms, each operating on different principles. Beyond the Greek world lie the Persians with their centralized monarchy, the nomadic Scythians with their mobile society, and the Egyptians with their ancient priesthoods. Alexander is learning that people organize themselves in various ways, each with logic behind it. But you also catch something troubling in these lessons. Aristotle, for all his wisdom, carries the prejudices of his culture. He teaches that Greeks are naturally suited to rule, and that barbarians, non-Greeks, are suited to serve. This idea will lodge in Alexander's mind, but he'll apply it strangely. He'll conquer as a Macedonian and Greek, yet he'll also adopt Persian customs and marry foreign wives and promote non-Greeks to high positions. The student will take the teacher's framework and bend it into something Aristotle wouldn't quite recognise. The education at Mysa lasts about 3 years. During that time, Alexander also trains physically, running, wrestling, and hunting. You watch him return from a hunt, mud-spattered and exhilarated from pursuing a wild boar through rough country. The intellectual and physical training happen together, creating someone who can think strategically and act decisively. Near the end of his time with Aristotle, something happens that reveals the contradiction Alexander is becoming. A trader arrives with a magnificent horse, Bucephalus, that no one can tame. The horse is huge, powerful, and seemingly vicious. Philip is ready to send it away when Alexander asks for a chance. He's observed something others missed. The horse is afraid of its own shadow. Alexander turns the horse toward the sun, eliminating the shadow, calms it, and then mounts it. In that moment you see observation leading to understanding, leading to action. It's everything Aristotle taught, applied to solving an immediate practical problem. Bucephalus becomes Alexander's horse for the next 2 decades, carrying him across Asia. The relationship between rider and horse becomes legendary, but it starts here with a teenager who paid attention while everyone else just saw an impossible problem. Alexander leaves Mysa educated but restless. Aristotle has shown him how to think, Philip has shown him how to fight, but neither has shown him limits he's willing to accept. You're standing on a dusty road in Asia Minor watching supply wagons creak past. The smell of ox sweat and grain sacks fills the air. This is years after Alexander crossed into Asia, but to understand how he won, you need to understand how he ate. Armies march on their stomachs, and Alexander's greatest battles weren't against Persian forces, they were against distance, terrain, and the calendar. When Alexander crosses the Hellespont into Asia in 334 BCE with roughly 40,000 men, he's bringing along a logistics nightmare. Each soldier needs about 2 pounds of grain per day. The horses need more. Do the math, and you're looking at 50 tons of food daily for the army alone, not counting the camp followers, servants, and animals. That's a mountain of wheat moving slowly across some of the harshest country in the world. You watch the army's foragers spread out into the countryside, requisitioning supplies from local villages. It's not quite pillaging. Alexander learns early that terrorizing the locals makes them hide their food and flee, leaving nothing to take. Instead, his system involves payment, at least theoretically. The reality is somewhere between purchase and polite theft, but it works better than pure plunder. The geography of Alexander's campaign tells you why so many thought he'd fail. You're looking at a world where mountains form natural barriers, rivers become impassable in spring floods, deserts stretch for weeks of travel, and winter shuts down military operations entirely. The Persian Empire spans 3,000 miles from west to east. Marching from Macedonia to India and back covers distances that make modern road trips look trivial. Consider the terrain. You cross coastal plains where cities cluster, then climb into mountain ranges where passes might be held by hostile tribes. You descend into river valleys where local rulers might support or oppose you. You traverse plateaus where summer heat can kill as effectively as any sword. Each type of terrain requires different tactics, different supply methods, and different timing. Alexander succeeds partly because he's willing to move when conventional wisdom says don't. You're crossing the Hellespont in early spring when the weather is still unpredictable, but you want the whole campaigning season ahead. You're marching through Gordium in winter, when other armies would hunker down. You're crossing the Gedrosian desert in late summer, which is insane, but it's the route nobody expects, which makes it strategically useful if you survive. The supply system Alexander develops is adaptable. In fertile regions, you live off the land. Near coasts, you coordinate with the fleet to bring supplies by sea. In barren areas, you establish supply dumps in advance, stashing grain and fodder along your route. You also move fast enough that you don't exhaust any single region before moving to the next. It's like a locust swarm, but organised and directional. You notice another crucial element: intelligence gathering. Before Alexander moves into new territory, scouts go ahead, talking to locals, mapping water sources, and identifying food supplies. The army rarely blunders into a region blind. Someone has usually been there first, asking questions and sending information back. It's not perfect. The Gedrosian desert disaster proves that, but it's more thorough than most ancient armies attempted. Rivers present constant challenges. You can't just ford them anywhere or any time. The Granicus is narrow enough to force in spring. The Danube is another matter entirely. The Indus and its tributaries are massive barriers that require boat construction, bridge building, and careful timing with flood seasons. Alexander's engineers become as important as his cavalry, finding crossing points and building the infrastructure that keeps the army moving. Cities complicate the logistics picture. You can besiege a city, which pins down your army and consumes resources while the defenders wait you out. Or you can bypass it, but that leaves a hostile force in your rear that might cut your supply lines. Alexander's solution varies. Important cities get besieged with whatever it takes: siege towers, mines, and relentless assault. Lesser cities get offers they'd be wise not to refuse. The calculation is always about whether taking the city is worth the time and resources it will cost. The climate's rhythm shapes everything. You campaign in spring, summer, and fall. Winter means stopping and finding cities friendly enough or conquered thoroughly enough to house the army, while weather makes movement dangerous. This seasonal pause isn't wasted time. It's when Alexander reorganises, integrates new troops, handles political business, and plans the next year's campaign. The rhythm becomes predictable. Move, fight, conquer, winter, repeat. You're also watching Alexander adapt to local conditions. In Egypt, you use the Nile's transportation network. In Bactria, you learn mountain warfare. In India, you face war elephants and monsoons that turn roads into rivers of mud. Each region teaches new lessons, and the army that reaches India is more sophisticated than the one that crossed into Asia. The extended supply lines eventually become Alexander's greatest vulnerability. You're in India, and your logistics trail stretches back thousands of miles. Messages take months to travel from the front to Macedonia and back. Reinforcements arrive irregularly. Local satraps control the territory you've conquered, and if they rebel or simply stop cooperating, your army becomes isolated. The troops understand this, which is partly why they eventually refuse to go further. They're not just tired of fighting, they're terrified of being cut off from home. There's a reason most conquerors stick closer to their home base. The further you go, the thinner you're stretched. Alexander pushes beyond what's sustainable, and he only avoids catastrophe through luck, speed, and sheer audacity. The fact that he makes it back at all is nearly as impressive as the conquests themselves. You're in the Macedonian camp the night before the Battle of Issus. The air feels electric with anticipation and fear. Soldiers sit around fires, checking equipment, talking in low voices. And there, moving among them, is Alexander. He's not in his tent reviewing maps or consulting with commanders. He's here, visible, speaking to regular soldiers by name. This is the aspect of Alexander's success that's hardest to quantify, but impossible to ignore. You're watching leadership as performance, presence, and genuine connection, all woven together into something that makes men willing to march thousands of miles and fight impossible battles. Watch how he moves through camp. He stops at a fire where veterans from the phalanx are sharing bread. He asks about their families back in Macedonia, remembers details from previous conversations, and jokes about the Persian army waiting across the river. These aren't scripted interactions. Alexander genuinely seems to know these men and care about their answers. When he moves on, you can see the soldiers sitting straighter, talking more confidently. His presence is tangible. Alexander fights in the front, not the rear. At the Granicus River, he's one of the first into the water, leading the cavalry charge personally. A Persian noble strikes at him, shattering Alexander's helmet. Before the second blow can land, one of Alexander's companions kills the attacker. Alexander could have died in the campaign's first major battle, but he survives, and every soldier sees their king taking the same risks they do. This pattern repeats constantly. You're at Gaza, watching Alexander directing the siege personally when an arrow strikes him in the shoulder. He has it pulled out and continues fighting. At the Hydaspes River, he's in the front ranks again, this time facing war elephants. During the siege of the Mali city in India, he climbs the wall himself when his troops hesitate, and he ends up isolated with only 3 companions while the Mali attack. He nearly dies from an arrow through the chest, and the army rages through the city afterward, massacring inhabitants out of fury and fear at almost losing their king. The injuries pile up over the years. Arrow wounds, sword cuts, and a concussion from a sling stone. Alexander's body becomes a map of his battles, but each wound proves to his troops that their king doesn't ask them to do anything he won't do himself. It's leadership through shared suffering. You also notice how Alexander celebrates victories. After significant battles, there are games, competitions, sacrifices to the gods, and distributions of plunder. He honours soldiers who performed exceptionally, sometimes promoting them on the spot. He holds elaborate funerals for the fallen, ensuring their families receive pensions. The men die, but their names and sacrifices are remembered publicly. The relationship between Alexander and his troops isn't entirely warm and fuzzy. He demands brutal discipline when necessary. You're watching a mass punishment after a unit breaks formation and flees. The responsible officers are executed publicly. The lesson is clear. Cowardice brings death. But the same army that witnesses executions also sees Alexander sharing hardships. When water is scarce in the desert, he pours out a helmet of water that scouts bring him, refusing to drink if his troops can't. Symbolic? Yes. Effective? Absolutely. Alexander's ability to inspire shows up most clearly in impossible situations. You're at Tyre, a city on an island that has never been taken by siege. The conventional wisdom is to give up and bypass it. But Alexander orders a causeway built from the mainland to the island, essentially creating a land bridge where none existed. The engineering required is staggering, the time consumed is enormous, and the Tyrians attack the construction constantly. It should fail. But Alexander's will becomes the army's will, and after 7 months, Tyre falls. The troops accomplish it because Alexander convinced them they could. There's also a dark side to this leadership. Alexander's charisma makes men do things they'd normally refuse. Burning Persepolis, marching through the Gedrusian desert, fighting in monsoon rains in India. These decisions risk the army's survival. Some soldiers follow out of loyalty, others from fear of punishment, and many from a strange belief that Alexander's luck will hold. He exploits that belief ruthlessly. The Macedonian nobility presents a different leadership challenge. These are men who knew Alexander when he was just Philip's son, and they remember that they're nobles too, not just subordinates. Alexander manages them through a combination of personal relationships, calculated generosity, and occasional ruthlessness. Clytus, one of the companions who saved Alexander's life at the Granicus, later criticizes Alexander during a drunken feast. Alexander kills him in a rage, then spends days in anguished regret. The lesson for other nobles is complex. Alexander values loyalty but won't tolerate challenges to his authority, even from friends. You notice that Alexander's leadership style changes over time. The young king who crosses into Asia listens to advisors and follows Macedonian customs. The emperor who reaches India wears Persian dress, expects proskinesis, prostration, and makes decisions increasingly alone. Success breeds confidence that curdles into arrogance. The troops who worshipped him begin to whisper that he's becoming foreign, less Macedonian, and more Persian. The same presence that inspired them now sometimes alienates them. But even at the end, when the army refuses to continue past the Hyphasis River in India, Alexander's handling of the mutiny shows his understanding of leadership. He sulks in his tent for days, trying to shame them into continuing. When that fails, he accepts their decision but stages it as his own choice based on omens. Both sides save face. The troops get to go home, and Alexander avoids looking like he lost control. It's manipulation, but it's effective manipulation. Leadership, you realise watching Alexander, isn't just about inspiring moments. It's about understanding what motivates people. Glory, greed, fear, loyalty, pride, and orchestrating those motivations toward your goals. Alexander conducts his army like an instrument, knowing which strings to pluck and when. The fact that he sometimes mistakes the music doesn't change the skill involved in the conducting. You're in a Persian war council chamber, watching commanders debate strategy. The year is 333 BCE, and Alexander has invaded Asia. The smart move, the Persian nobles argue, is to withdraw, scorch the earth, and let Alexander's supply lines collapse. He's far from home, his army's relatively small, and time is on Persia's side. But Darius III, the Persian king, rejects this strategy. He chooses to face Alexander directly at Issus. That choice changes everything. Luck runs through Alexander's campaigns like a river through a valley. Sometimes it's the river that creates the valley's shape. You're watching moments where things could have gone catastrophically wrong but didn't, often through random chance rather than brilliant planning. Start at the Granicus River, Alexander's first major battle in Asia. He attacks across a river against a defended position, which violates every tactical principle. The Persians have cavalry waiting on the opposite bank, and Alexander charges straight at them. It's a foolish move that works partly because the Persian commanders are more interested in killing Alexander personally and claiming the glory than in defeating his army systematically. They converge on him, and in the confusion of single combat, the Macedonian phalanx crosses the river and establishes position. If the Persians had fought defensively instead of hunting for personal glory, Alexander might have died in Asia's first major engagement. Then there's Darius's decision at Issus. The battlefield geography favours Alexander enormously. The narrow coastal plain negates Persia's numerical advantage. Darius chose to fight there instead of on the open plains of Mesopotamia, where Persian cavalry could manoeuvre freely. Why? Perhaps because retreating seemed cowardly. Perhaps because his advisors pushed for immediate confrontation. Perhaps because he underestimated Alexander. Regardless, the choice hands Alexander a victory he desperately needs. Darius flees, the Persian army breaks, and Alexander gains credibility as a legitimate threat rather than a raiding party from Macedonia. You notice how often Alexander's gambles pay off when they shouldn't. At Tyre, the siege drags on for 7 months. Alexander has already spent more time here than the entire city is worth strategically. If Tyre's defenders hold out another month or two, Alexander might be forced to withdraw, leaving his first major failure as a scar on his reputation. But the city falls just before that breaking point, and what could have been a disaster becomes another victory. Gaugamela, the decisive battle against Darius, shows both planning and absurd fortune working together. Alexander scouts the battlefield beforehand and notices Darius has cleared and levelled the ground to favour his scythed chariots. So Alexander attacks on the ground Darius prepared, knowing his phalanx can handle the chariots. The plan works, but there's a moment during the battle when the Macedonian line breaks, and Darius could have won if he'd committed his reserves. Instead, Darius sees Alexander charging toward him personally and flees again. The Persian king's fear hands Alexander an empire. Timing matters as much as luck. Alexander invades Persia when the empire is wealthy but militarily complacent. The Persian army hasn't fought a serious war in generations. Their commanders learn tactics from textbooks and peacetime exercises, while Alexander's troops are veterans who cut their teeth fighting mountain tribes and Greek hoplites. The timing isn't planned. It's just when Alexander happens to become king and when his father's assassination forces him to move. But it's perfect timing nonetheless. Disease and assassination remove Alexander's rivals in ways no strategy could accomplish. Darius dies at the hands of his own subordinates, eliminating the legitimate Persian king and leaving Alexander to claim he's avenging Darius's murder rather than just conquering. It's propaganda gold that Alexander didn't have to orchestrate. Meanwhile, potential rivals in Macedonia die or discredit themselves conveniently, leaving Alexander without serious challenges to his throne back home. You're watching Alexander cross the Hindu Kush mountains into Bactria, and the audacity nearly kills his army. The passes are higher than anyone expected, the cold more severe, and the food scarcer. If the weather had been slightly worse, if the local guides hadn't cooperated, or if the descent had been steeper, the army could have perished in the mountains. Instead, they struggle through and emerge as the first Western army to cross those peaks, terrifying the locals who thought the mountains made them unreachable. At the Hydaspes River in India, Alexander faces Porus's army, which includes war elephants his horses have never encountered. The battle plan involves crossing the river at night during a storm to achieve surprise. It's ridiculously risky. Horses can panic, troops can drown, and the surprise can fail. But the storm provides cover, the crossing succeeds, and Alexander wins a battle that most generals wouldn't have attempted. Later, Alexander's admirers will call it genius. More accurately, it's a calculated risk that happened to work. The relationship between luck and skill gets complicated here. Alexander creates opportunities for luck to favour him by moving fast, taking initiative, and putting himself in positions where good fortune becomes possible. At Issus, he's lucky Darius chose that battlefield, but Alexander got to Issus quickly enough that Darius had to react to him rather than vice versa. This speed creates the conditions for luck to matter. You also see how Alexander's personality affects his fortune. His willingness to take enormous risks means he experiences both spectacular successes and near disasters. The difference is that he survives his disasters and publicises his successes. At the Mali city in India, getting isolated on the wall could have ended his entire campaign. Instead, he survives, and the story becomes another example of his heroic courage rather than his reckless stupidity. There's survivorship bias here that's impossible to ignore. You're watching Alexander's campaigns knowing they succeeded, but you can imagine parallel universes where the arrow at Gaza hit a vital organ, where Darius stood his ground at Gaugamela, where the Hindu Kush crossing ended in mass starvation, and where the Gedrosian desert claimed the entire army. In those universes, Alexander is a footnote, a reckless Macedonian king who invaded Persia and died quickly. But in this universe, the gambles pay off. The river crossings succeed. The sieges eventually fall. The enemies make mistakes at crucial moments. Alexander's luck becomes part of his legend, and soldiers start believing their king is divinely protected. That belief becomes self-fulfilling. Troops fight harder because they think fortune favours Alexander, which makes victories more likely, which reinforces the belief. Near the end, Alexander's luck shows signs of running out. The wound at the Mali city nearly kills him. The desert crossing loses thousands of men and animals. His troops refuse to continue into India. These are warning signs that fortune is finite, but Alexander dies before he fully exhausts it. You wonder what would have happened if he'd lived another decade. Would his luck have held? Would we remember him differently if one of those later gambles had failed catastrophically? But that's speculation. What you know is that Alexander won partly because the dice kept coming up in his favour at critical moments. Skill positioned him to roll those dice, but luck determined what numbers showed. You're watching something peculiar happen as Alexander's campaigns progress. Each victory makes the next one easier, not because the enemies become weaker, but because Alexander's army becomes more formidable, in ways that transcend simple military strength. Momentum, the strange force that makes moving objects want to keep moving, becomes as powerful as any weapon in Alexander's arsenal. The psychological effect starts early. After the Granicus River victory, Greek cities in Asia Minor that were previously under Persian control start opening their gates. They don't resist because resistance seems futile. Alexander has demonstrated he can win against Persian forces, and surrendering early means better treatment. You watch cities that could have cost months to besiege instead welcome Alexander as a liberator. Each surrender encourages the next city to follow suit. The wealth accumulation feeds the momentum. Persia is rich in ways that make Macedonia look poor. After Issus, Alexander captures Darius's baggage train, which includes the Persian royal treasury. Suddenly, Alexander can pay his troops in gold rather than promises. He can hire more soldiers, build more siege equipment, and fund his political operations back in Greece. Money makes everything easier, and each conquest brings more money. You notice how Alexander's reputation starts working for him. Before battles, enemies know they're facing the king who defeated Darius, who conquered Egypt, who broke Tyre. That knowledge undermines morale before fighting begins. At Gaugamela, many of Darius's soldiers flee early, not because the Macedonians are winning, but because they expect the Macedonians to win. Expectation shapes reality. The army itself improves through experience. The troops who cross into Asia in 334 BCE are good, but the veterans who reach India years later are extraordinary. They fought in every type of terrain, against every type of enemy, using every type of tactic. They've learned to build bridges, conduct sieges, coordinate with naval forces and adapt to local conditions. Each campaign is a training exercise for the next one. Alexander integrates conquered peoples into his forces, which increases his numbers but also sends a message. Persian cavalry start fighting alongside Macedonians. Local auxiliaries join the army. This mixed force shows that Alexander isn't just conquering. He's building something larger than a Macedonian kingdom. The vision expands with each edition, from recovering Greek cities to defeating Persia, to ruling Asia to reaching the end of the world. Each goal achieved suggests the next goal is achievable too. The administrative structure Alexander establishes helps maintain momentum. Conquered territories get satraps, local governors who manage regions and supply resources to the advancing army. This creates a trail of stable territory behind the front lines. It's not perfect. Some satraps rebel, some steal, some prove incompetent. But it's functional enough that Alexander can keep pushing forward without constantly worrying about his rear. You see momentum working at multiple levels simultaneously. Militarily, victories accumulate. Economically, wealth flows in. Politically, Alexander's legitimacy increases. Psychologically, both his troops and his enemies start believing he's unstoppable. These factors reinforce each other, creating a self-sustaining cycle of success. But momentum has limits and dangers. You're watching Alexander in Bactria and Sogdiana, mountain regions where there are no major battles to win, just endless guerrilla warfare against local tribes. The momentum sputters here. Alexander spends years pacifying territories that don't particularly care about his grand vision, and can't be defeated in decisive battles. The easy victories stop, the casualties mount, and the troops start grumbling. Momentum requires visible progress, and these campaigns don't provide it. The army's growing diversity also creates tensions. Macedonian veterans resent seeing Persians elevated to positions of honour. When Alexander adopts Persian dress and customs, it feels like betrayal to soldiers who thought they were fighting to defeat Persia, not become it. The momentum that united the army behind a conquering king starts fracturing when the mission becomes less clear. By the time Alexander reaches India, momentum has carried the army impossibly far from home. They've marched for years, crossed deserts and mountains and fought enemies most never imagined existed. But they're also exhausted, separated from families by thousands of miles, and increasingly uncertain about what they're fighting for. The momentum that pushed them forward finally meets an immovable object, their own unwillingness to go further. The mutiny at the Hyphasis River marks the moment when momentum breaks. Alexander wants to continue into the Ganges Valley, convinced that the edge of the world lies just beyond. The troops refuse. They've followed Alexander everywhere, but they won't follow him there. For the first time, Alexander can't overcome resistance through force of personality or the promise of future glory. The campaign has reached its natural limit. Even then, momentum helps Alexander on the return journey. His reputation makes local rulers cautious about resisting. Cities surrender or face destruction. The army that returns is smaller than the one that invaded, reduced by combat losses, disease, desertion, and the desert crossing, but it's still formidable enough to command respect. You realise that Alexander's conquests weren't inevitable even after they started. Momentum helped, but it required constant feeding. Each victory needed to be publicised, each defeat minimised, and each pause filled with training or diplomacy or preparation for the next advance. Alexander understood that stopping meant risking everything, so he almost never stopped until his troops forced him to. The final irony is that momentum kills him. Not directly, but he can't adjust to peacetime. Back in Babylon after the campaigns, Alexander plans new expeditions. Arabia, Carthage, the Western Mediterranean. There's always another target. His body is breaking down from wounds, fever and excessive drinking, but his mind still operates in campaign mode. When he dies at 32, he's planning rather than resting. Momentum, once started, becomes hard to stop. You're in a library centuries after Alexander's death, surrounded by scrolls and histories written by people trying to make sense of what happened. They've turned Alexander into myth, philosophy, and legend. But you know something they don't. You watched it happen. You saw the luck, the mistakes, and the chaos that history smoothed into narrative. Looking back at Alexander's improbable success, you see patterns that contemporaries couldn't. Philip's reforms created the military instrument. Aristotle's teaching provided the intellectual framework. Persian weakness offered the opportunity. But none of it guaranteed success. You're staring at a sequence of events where everything had to go approximately right for Alexander to achieve what he did, and somehow, improbably, things did go approximately right. The revisionist historians will argue that Alexander was inevitable, that the Persian Empire was ripe for conquest, and that any competent Macedonian king could have done it. But you know that's nonsense. Alexander's brother Philip Aridaeus couldn't have done it. Neither could any of the other Macedonian nobles. It required someone with Alexander's specific combination of military talent, political cunning, physical courage, and sheer stubborn refusal to accept limits. You also see what Alexander didn't accomplish. He conquered an empire but didn't create a stable successor state. Within years of his death, his generals will carve up his territories into separate kingdoms. The unity he forced through military power collapses the moment that power disappears. By that measure, Alexander fails. He builds nothing permanent beyond the cities named after him and the routes he opened between east and west. But the question was never whether Alexander was supposed to succeed in creating a lasting empire. The question was whether he was supposed to win at all. And by that measure, the answer is clearly no. The odds against a young Macedonian king conquering the Persian Empire were astronomical. The fact that he did it anyway doesn't mean it was probable or inevitable. It means that sometimes, improbably, things happen that weren't supposed to happen. You think about the people who lived through Alexander's campaigns and wonder how they processed it. The Persian nobles who thought they were defending an eternal empire and instead watched it shatter. The Greek city-states that mocked Macedonia and then found themselves subject to Macedonian hegemony. The Indian kingdoms on the far edge of Alexander's advance, who encountered Greeks for the first time and had to make sense of these strange invaders from the west. Their world was rearranged by someone who wasn't supposed to rearrange it. There's a lesson in there about history's unpredictability. The historians who come after try to explain Alexander's success as if it makes sense in retrospect. But living through it, the outcome was far from certain. At any point, things could have gone differently. Alexander could have died young from disease or battle or assassination. The Macedonian army could have broken apart from internal tensions. The Persian Empire could have rallied and crushed the invasion. None of these happened, but they could have. and the stories written centuries later make success seem more foreordained than it was. You close your eyes, the library fading around you. The story of Alexander isn't really about how a young king conquered the world. It's about how someone who wasn't supposed to win kept winning anyway, through talent, timing, and tremendous luck, until his troops finally made him stop. It's a reminder that history isn't a story written in advance. It's a series of people making choices and taking risks where outcomes aren't determined until they happen. The young prince born in Pella in 356 BCE to a dysfunctional family in a kingdom nobody respected had no business conquering one of history's greatest empires. But he did it anyway. And that's why, thousands of years later, we're still trying to understand how it happened. Sleep well, knowing that sometimes the impossible becomes real. Aurelia was born into a world that prized lineage above all else. It was the 2nd century AD, and though Rome's empire seemed invincible, quiet fissures ran through its foundations. Whispers of unrest spread from remote frontiers, contradicting the grand arches and bustling avenues that proclaimed Rome's superiority. Opulent banquets clashed with the daily struggles of the poor. This was a realm of paradox, where marble monuments stood beside rickety shacks, and philosophers debated lofty ideals while gladiators fought for public amusement. Aurelia's family occupied a respected but modest position. They were historians and scribes known for capturing events with honesty, a pursuit that could be dangerous in a city where power thrived on carefully polished images. Her father, Marcus Fabius Crispus, meticulously documented senatorial proceedings, while her mother, Tullia, emerged from a lineage renowned for skillful mediation behind closed doors. Both parents nurtured Aurelia's keen sense of observation, teaching her that true influence often came from knowing what others overlooked. From a young age, Aurelia found magic in small details. While other children lost themselves in street games, she lingered in corners of the atrium, listening to visitors' subdued remarks. A twitch of a senator's eyebrow might betray political tension, just as an offhand remark from a merchant could reveal bigger undercurrents. Tullia encouraged such watchfulness, stressing that words are surface, truth often swims beneath. At dawn, Aurelia took to wandering the forum, her stola simple enough to let her blend with the throngs. There she gathered tidbits from merchants hawking produce and strangers carrying rumours from distant provinces. Traders spoke of uprisings in the north or shortages along trade routes. The cacophony of voices painted Rome as a mighty tapestry stitched together by precarious alliances and quiet bargains. On her 16th birthday, Aurelia was gifted a small study room in the family villa. Stacks of scrolls, wax tablets, and half-finished transcripts filled the cramped space. She revelled in sifting through tax records, legionary petitions, and memoranda from minor officials. Each scroll hinted at how carefully Rome balanced its grandeur. Soldiers complained of late pay, border governors requested reinforcements, and farmland disputes dragged on for years. Aurelia's father commended her diligence, but warned that too much curiosity can cast unwelcome light on things meant to stay in shadow. It wasn't long before she noticed the difference between the city's official image and its underlying truths. Public buildings boasted inscriptions praising the emperor's benevolence. But in the margins of her father's notes, Aurelia saw hints of legionary discontent and senators pushing private agendas. She learned that Rome, for all its majesty, sustained itself through 1,000 unacknowledged compromises. Tullia, meanwhile, introduced her daughter to the subtleties of social dance. At dinner gatherings, she guided Aurelia's gaze toward how swiftly the tone of conversation changed when influential guests arrived. A stray remark could be retracted in seconds if it threatened the delicate web of alliances. "See how they pivot," Tullia would whisper. "That's where real power lies, in the shift between what's said and what's implied." Still, Aurelia loved Rome. She admired the feats of engineering, the traditions of debate, and the vast spectrum of cultural influences streaming through the city gates. She believed that beneath the politics and strict hierarchies, there was genuine excellence, a civilization yearning for wisdom, if only its protectors were not so quick to silence inconvenient voices. One hazy morning, as she strolled toward the forum, Aurelia noticed a disquieting hush. A handful of vendors had set up stalls, but the usual clamour was missing. People stood in small knots, murmuring about a legion commander who had refused an imperial edict. Though unconfirmed, the rumour cast a pall that lingered in every doorway. Aurelia felt a chill. Even idle speculation carried weight in an empire where fear could bloom instantly. She hurried home, intending to share her observations with Marcus. He listened intently, his stylus paused over a fresh scroll, then he gave her a solemn look. "We must be certain before recording rumours," he said. "Unchecked talk can stir panic or invite unwelcome attention." Aurelia nodded, but her curiosity wouldn't rest. That very evening, she opened her private journal and wrote every scrap of hearsay she had gathered. She sensed a reckoning forming at Rome's edges, like a distant thunder that might soon reverberate through marble halls. Even then, she had no inkling of how personal the storm would become. The tension Aurelia had sensed soon took shape in a single event. Nisia, a Greek-born olive merchant and one of Aurelia's most treasured confidants, vanished overnight. Gossip whispered that the Praetorian Guard had arrested her before dawn. Unsubstantiated talk claimed Nisia possessed letters challenging Rome's supposedly divine authority, an accusation severe enough to crush anyone caught in its net. Alarm coursed through Aurelia. Nietzsche had always been inquisitive, reading scrolls on Eastern philosophies and debating Plato's teachings with anyone who would listen. Aurelia couldn't imagine her as a threat, but in Rome's charged climate, curiosity often bordered on sedition. Desperate to learn more, Aurelia combed the forum's edges, interrogating acquaintances who might have glimpsed the arrest. Most merchants lowered their voices at the guard's mention, wary of drawing scrutiny themselves. At home, Tulia observed Aurelia's distress. Rather than scold her, she murmured, "Prudence is our lifeline. Inquire gently." Yet Tulia herself covertly sought leads through acquaintances in minor governmental posts. Marcus, on the other hand, reacted with carefully measured concern. He understood the stakes, but warned Aurelia that intervention might place the family under suspicion. Though well-intentioned, his caution left her feeling powerless. Determined not to stand idle, Aurelia visited Petronius, an elderly scribe rumoured to have ties within the Praetorian administration. His cramped workshop smelled of ink and musty parchment, scrolls spilling off the shelves. After a furtive glance at the door, Petronius conceded that a woman matching Nisia's description had been held for questioning. He claimed that certain documents had been confiscated, referencing ideas unfit for Rome's ears. Aurelia felt her blood chill. She recalled how Nisia once mused that no empire should claim a divine right to rule. In a sensitive era, that might be enough to brand her treasonous. At dinner, Tulia calmly explained her plan, quietly leveraged the family's modest connections. They had distant cousins who dabbled in bureaucratic circles, perhaps able to glean Nisia's whereabouts. Aurelia brimmed with a mix of gratitude and dread. She knew that every whisper to the guard was fraught with risk. Still, she nodded agreement. Silence would only doom her friend. Days stretched into a week with no official word. Aurelia, restless, slipped back into the forum each morning. Vendors eyed her warily. Even the ordinarily gregarious fruit seller offered only strange shrugs when asked if he'd heard of Nisia. Fear was contagious. Aurelia felt its cold grip in every interaction, each half-uttered sentence trailing off as though a hidden listener stood nearby. Late one evening, Tulia tapped lightly on Aurelia's chamber door, carrying a note from an obscure court scribe. Nisia might still be alive, but faced indefinite detainment. That single line sent Aurelia reeling. She realised that in Rome, indefinite detainment could easily stretch into months or years. Those who stepped into the guard's cells vanished from sight. Outraged, Aurelia argued that they should confront the authorities directly. Marcus quickly admonished her, reminding her that the guard's power extended beyond senatorial oversight. Yet Tulia met Aurelia's anger with tempered resolve. "We'll find a path, but it must be carefully walked. Charging in blindly helps no one." Aurelia took a steadying breath, trying to absorb the lesson. In a city built on negotiations, brashness often led to ruin. Her next move was to visit a respected senator known for supporting intellectual pursuits. The senator received Aurelia in a private courtyard, where columns draped in ivy offered seclusion from prying ears. He listened, hands folded, as Aurelia described Nicia's passion for knowledge rather than sedition. Though sympathetic, he admitted that direct pleas to the guard rarely succeeded without formidable backing. He promised discreet inquiries, but cautioned that Rome's storms can swallow lone voices. One morning soon after, Tullia informed Aurelia of a breakthrough. Their distant cousin had arranged a preliminary hearing regarding Nicia's arrest. The Praetorians would permit a minimal review of her case. For Aurelia, it felt like breathing again after suffocating in dread. She and Tullia spent long hours preparing arguments to cast Nicia not as a subversive, but as a scholar enamoured with the world's breadth of thought. When the day of the hearing arrived, they were ushered into a dim annex near the palace. A junior officer studied them coldly. Tullia spoke with measured deference, emphasising Rome's proud tradition of wisdom. Aurelia added heartfelt descriptions of Nicia's harmless curiosity. The officer's expression remained as still as a marble bust. He finally mumbled that he would review the matter. Though hardly reassuring, it was a door left slightly ajar. That night, Aurelia's mind teemed with both apprehension and hope. She realised that Rome, for all its shining achievements, could be brittle when threatened by unorthodox ideas. Determined not to lose her friend to that brittle machinery, Aurelia clung to the faint promise of another day, another chance to pry open the iron walls of secrecy. Though the hearing had been minimal, word of it spread quietly among those who knew Nicia. Whispers arose, mostly from scholars and minor officials who harboured doubts about the guard's sweeping powers. The city itself, however, offered little comfort. Fear permeated the streets, heightened by rumours of legionary unrest in the provinces. More arrests took place, each one generating an echo of anxiety that reverberated in every tavern and alleyway. Aurelia redoubled her efforts to glean information. She spoke in hushed tones with a tavern keeper near the Circus Maximus, who said that soldiers returning from campaigns complained of harsh discipline and uncertain pay. A freedman who worked in the Palatine stables reported overhearing fragments of conversation suggesting the emperor was deeply troubled by murmurs of disloyalty. Piece by piece, Aurelia sensed that Rome's outward splendour concealed a precarious balance ready to topple under the slightest strain. Meanwhile, Tullia continued her shadowy negotiations. She attended gatherings where influential matrons exchanged gossip like currency. Over measured sips of wine, Tullia would mention Nicia's plight, emphasising that punishing harmless curiosity stained Rome's legacy of cultural tolerance. Some nodded politely, a few frowned, but no one leapt up to intercede. Fear, Aurelia realised, had a suffocating grip on them all. One day, a curt message arrived. Nicia had been transferred to a different holding facility on the city's outskirts. Alarmed, Tullia explained that such transfers often meant increasing isolation. "We must accelerate our approach," she told Aurelia, her eyes tight with worry. If they failed, Nicia would sink deeper into a labyrinth of cells and bureaucratic silence. Hoping to muster support, Tullia hosted a modest salon at their villa. A handful of guests who prided themselves on patronage of the arts and letters accepted the invitation. The plan was to steer the conversation toward Rome's intellectual heritage, and then segue into Nicia's predicament. Aurelia circulated, bringing mulled wine and listening for any sign of genuine concern. Yet most visitors offered only lukewarm platitudes. When talk grew too specific, they retreated behind polite smiles. Afterward, Tullia confessed her frustration. Ideas captivate them, right until they realise those ideas threaten the status quo. Days later, an urgent request beckoned them to Lucius Cassius Longinus's villa. The old lawyer's hair shone white in the afternoon sun as he paced beneath olive trees. Without preamble, he explained that the guard had intensified its crackdown, spurred by the recent reports of rebellion in a distant province. Any whiff of subversion, he said, would now be met with swift, unforgiving action. Aurelia felt a surge of panic. If the texts found with Nicia were deemed radical, the entire case could vanish into a black hole of suspicion. Lucius proposed a daring solution: direct petition to the emperor's councillors. He believed that, by framing Nicia's release as a testament to Rome's enlightened grandeur, they might circumvent the guard's hostility. Flatter the empire's self-image, he advised. Show them this is an opportunity to display magnanimity. Though it stung Aurelia to consider placating those who preyed on fear, she saw no alternative. That night, Tullia, Aurelia, and even Marcus painstakingly drafted the appeal. They cited historical precedents where Rome had pardoned scholars to champion its reputation for intellectual openness. Every phrase was calculated, tiptoeing around any hint of challenging imperial authority. Marcus looked older than his years when he finally folded the parchment. "We risk everything by the shining a light into these shadows," he murmured. They dispatched the plea at dawn, then settled into an uneasy wait. Days stretched, each rumour of unrest striking Aurelia's heart like a hammer. She imagined Nisia in a cramped cell, uncertain whether hope still flickered beyond the iron bars. Tullia paced late at night, her footsteps echoing in silent corridors. Marcus tried to focus on his historical transcripts, but he kept pausing to rub his temples. At last, a small note arrived. They had been granted a brief audience with the Emperor's councillors. Aurelia's heart lurched. She knew enough of Roman power to realize how dangerous it was to stand so close to the throne. One misstep could brand them traitors. Still, it was a glimmer of possibility. If they presented their case skillfully, perhaps Nisia's fate could be reversed. Steeling herself, Aurelia recalled how Nisia once spoke of truth needing many voices to survive in a world that preferred illusions. As she prepared for the audience, Aurelia vowed that if Rome demanded flattery, she would give just enough to open the door. Beneath that veneer, her devotion to honesty and to her friend would remain unbroken. This moment might be the final chance to pry Nisia free from the jaws of secrecy. Weeks of waiting brought no definitive answer. Rumours circulated that the guard grew more vigilant each day, suspecting conspiracies in every shadow. Unsettled by the silence, Aurelia pressed on, scouring corners of the forum for any news. A fruit vendor claimed someone matching Nisia's description had been moved to a windowless cell near the city's outer wall. Another insisted he'd seen her on a prison cart heading north. Conflicting tales only amplified Aurelia's anguish. Tullia, determined to avoid stasis, scheduled another round of discreet visits. She met with a senatorial wife whose husband dabbled in legal reforms. She reconvened with an elderly diplomat known for bridging factions during prior unrest. At each meeting, Tullia deployed her signature tact, reminding people of Rome's vaunted tradition of wisdom. If an inquisitive mind can be silenced so easily, how does that reflect on our civilization? She would muse. A few listeners showed sympathy, yet none had the clout or courage to confront the guard directly. Marcus, meanwhile, hovered at the edge of involvement, torn between paternal concern and a historian's innate caution. He warned Aurelia not to speak too boldly in public. "The city crackles with tension," he said, tapping his stylus on a half-filled scroll. "One misplaced phrase could label you an agitator." Aurelia seethed at the constraints but forced herself to comply. She recognized that their window of opportunity to save Nisia was shrinking. A breakthrough arrived via a faded letter from Lucius Cassius Longinus. He advised that the Emperor's councillors had at least acknowledged the family's petition. Though they offered no commitment, they requested more details about Nisia's background. Lucius suggested that Aurelia herself compile a short dossier, an account of who Nisia was, her upbringing, and her intellectual pursuits. "Speak to her virtues," he wrote, and emphasize how her interests align with Rome's cultural mosaic. Over the next 2 days, Aurelia toiled in her study. She recalled how Nisia discovered her first Greek manuscripts as a child, reading them by lamplight in her uncle's cramped attic. She wrote of Nisia's fascination with comparing Stoic ideas to Eastern thought, never out of malice toward Rome, but rather an eagerness to understand the human condition. Tullia reviewed each sentence, gently rephrasing any hint that could be misconstrued as undermining imperial authority. On the third morning, a courier arrived to deliver the dossier to the councillors. Aurelia felt a pang of helplessness as she watched the parchment vanish in his satchel. They had done their best to paint Nisia as a curious mind, not a threat, but would it suffice for those who saw shadows of Russellian everywhere? That afternoon, Tullia hosted a subdued gathering for a handful of respected scholars, hoping to quietly muster more support. A stooped rhetorician, famed for his speeches on civic virtue, listened attentively. After a moment of reflection, he admitted that he admired their stand but dared not provoke powerful figures. Aurelia bit back frustration, reminding herself that fear was a rational response in a city where dissenters could vanish overnight. Surprisingly, it was a younger philosopher who approached Aurelia after the gathering. His brow furrowed with concern. He confided that he'd heard about foreign troops on the move, possibly quelling uprisings in northern territories. "Each rumour of insurrection tightens the guard's grip at home," he said, voice trembling. "I fear your friend's case might be lost in the shuffle of bigger events." Aurelia thanked him, heart pounding at the possibility that Nicia's fate might be overshadowed by empire-wide anxieties. Late that evening, mother and daughter sat beneath a flickering oil lamp, rereading every letter, every note, every snippet of progress. Tulia rubbed her temples, exhaustion evident. "We've tried appealing to reason and honour," she said softly. "Yet reason often surrenders when paranoia sets in." Aurelia offered quiet reassurance. Even though her own hope dimmed, she refused to betray defeat. A new summons arrived the next day. One of the Emperor's counsellors, a figure named Albius Saturninus, requested a meeting. The messenger's words carried no warmth, only that further clarification was required. Aurelia's heartbeat quickened. This could be the pivotal moment. If Saturninus found their arguments lacking, Nicia could disappear from all records. If he chose leniency, perhaps a door would open. Guided by Tullia's calm resolve, Aurelia steadied herself. They dressed in subdued finery, mindful of appearances. Outside, Rome's ever-shifting tapestry of rumour and spectacle buzzed with energy. Yet Aurelia could only think of Nicia behind cold bars. As she followed her mother into the street, she silently vowed that she would bend every rule of flattery and caution if it meant freeing her friend from the darkest corners of the Empire's fear. Their meeting with Albius Saturninus took place in a cramped annex near the imperial offices. 2 Praetorian guards flanked the door as Tulia and Aurelia entered a sparsely furnished room. A single torch flickered on the wall, casting elongated shadows that danced across rows of scrolls. Seated at a wooden desk, Saturninus glanced up with cool detachment. Aurelia felt an instinctive chill, sensing he was no mere bureaucrat, but someone accustomed to wielding real power. He gestured for them to sit. Tulia opened by thanking him for agreeing to hear their case. She spoke calmly of Rome's legacy as a cradle of ideas, explaining how her family believed that preserving intellectual curiosity only strengthened the empire. Saturninus listened impassively, occasionally making a note on a wax tablet. When Tulia finished, Aurelia offered a brief testimony about Nicia's passion for scholarship. "She sees knowledge not as rebellion, but as a way to celebrate Rome's greatness," Aurelia said, each word carefully chosen to flatter the regime. Saturninus tapped the tip of his stylus on the desk. "You paint a virtuous picture," he said. "However, the texts found with this Nicia were not standard fare. They question the notion of divine right. Do they not?" Aurelia's heart pounded. She admitted Nicia once read scrolls that contemplated whether any ruler should claim sacred authority. Saturninus frowned. Dangerous territory, especially with rumours of dissent roiling our frontiers. Tulia calmly pivoted. "Indeed, but we must distinguish between abstract philosophical debate and genuine sedition. My daughter can attest that Nicia has always shown respect for the Emperor's role." Aurelia nodded vigorously, emphasizing that Nicia's inquisitiveness meant more aimed at broadening horizons, not toppling regimes. Saturninus continued scribbling, his expression unreadable. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his gaze. "I will conduct a personal review. If I find reason to believe her curiosity is harmless, I may recommend leniency. But if these ideas have spread beyond her personal circle, clemency grows unlikely." Tulia inclined her head. "We appreciate your fairness." She spoke the words with carefully measured gratitude, though Aurelia suspected it was only the faintest glimmer of hope. Returning home, they relayed the conversation to Marcus, who exhaled in relief that at least the door remained ajar. Still, a tightness clung to the household. Aurelia found herself plagued by nightmares, images of Nicia lost in a torchlit corridor of cells. She spent her days editing each draft they'd written, searching for any detail that might strengthen Saturninus's inclination toward mercy. One afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived, the young philosopher who had once warned Aurelia about the rising clampdown. He carried a slim scroll, eyes alight with urgency. "I managed to speak with a contact in the Praetorian Guard," he whispered. "They say Saturninus is truly deliberating, but pressures from above are mounting. Another wave of arrests could come at any moment. Aurelia thanked him, heart heavy with the knowledge that Nicia's life hung by a thread. The days that followed were filled with confusion. Tullia arranged small gatherings, subtly reminding attendees of Rome's alleged commitment to enlightenment. She recounted the city's storied history of absorbing foreign traditions. If we punish those who explore new perspectives, do we not undermine centuries of proud heritage? She would ask, voice wavering just enough to stir emotion. Some listeners offered sympathetic murmurs, others averted their eyes, unwilling to align themselves against the growing tide of suspicion. Aurelia found solace in revisiting old notes from Nitia, who had scribbled translations of Greek verses about the pursuit of truth. Reading those lines by the lamp light, Aurelia vowed she would not abandon her friend to the machinery of fear. Even so, the unstoppable churn of Roman politics loomed over them. Each morning arrived with fresh rumours: a new rebellion in Gaul, a senator rumoured to be conspiring against imperial authority, or the guard arresting someone for uttering heretical claims. The city's mood felt like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. Finally, on a cloudy afternoon, a pale-faced courier arrived with a sealed message. Trembling, Aurelia broke the wax seal. Saturninus summoned them for a final verdict. Marcus's hand gripped Aurelia's shoulder as she read the words aloud. Tullia said nothing, but her eyes were dark with both fear and resolve. The next morning, they dressed carefully in subdued garments. Stepping into the street, Aurelia noticed how the city seemed caught in a hush, as though bracing for some unseen impact. The approach to the imperial annex felt endless. As they neared the guarded doors, Aurelia prayed that every subtle argument, every measured phrase, every small gesture of respect they'd offered would count for something. And above all, she prayed that Nicia might yet walk free, rather than dissolve into the silence that swallowed so many fragile voices in Rome. Saturninus received them in the same stark chamber, with 2 new guards posted at the entrance. His expression remained inscrutable as he motioned them forward. Tullia bowed politely, Yesui, while Aurelia tried to steady her breathing. Aurelia caught a glimpse of a neat stack of documents on the desk, wondering if those silent pages summarized Nicia's life. Without preamble, Saturninus spoke. I've reviewed the materials and considered your arguments. By all accounts, this Nicia is intellectually curious, not openly seditious. Aurelia clutched the edge of her cloak, struggling to remain composed. However, Saturninus continued, the presence of anti-imperial rhetoric in her possession cannot be dismissed. The empire stands on uncertain ground. Any perceived challenge to its divine authority risks igniting greater discord. A tense silence followed. Tullia inclined her head. We understand the peril, yet we maintain that curiosity is not conspiracy. Saturninus tapped a finger on the scroll before him. I'm inclined to believe your friend poses no immediate threat. Under ordinary circumstances, I might recommend her release with a warning. He sighed, sounding uncharacteristically weary. And these are not ordinary times. The provinces grumble, the legions grow restless, and paranoia seeps from the highest ranks. Aurelia felt her hopes waver. Is there truly no room for clemency? She asked, voice trembling. Saturninus studied her, then spoke slowly. I can arrange for Nicia's transfer into a supervised residence, house arrest, essentially, under 2 conditions. First, she must renounce any texts that question Rome's sanctity. Second, someone must vouch for her continued good conduct. Tullia glanced at Aurelia, relief mixing with apprehension. We will gladly vouch for her, Tullia said. Saturninus leaned forward, voice dropping low. Be aware. If anything else incriminating surfaces, your family's name will be forfeit alongside hers. He let the warning hang in the stale air. Aurelia's chest tightened, but she would not abandon Nicia now. Tullia spoke with forced calm. We accept the responsibility. He gave a curt nod and scribbled instructions on a small tablet. I'll expedite the transfer. Expect to be notified when she arrives under guard. With that, he dismissed them. Aurelia managed to murmur thanks, though her pulse hammered in her ears. Once outside, Tullia squeezed her hand. We did it, she whispered. Aurelia took a deep breath in relief. They hadn't truly won, but at least Nicia was spared a grim fate in hidden cells. Days passed. each one stretching with agonizing slowness. Aurelia and Tullia prepared a modest guest chamber, anticipating Nicia's arrival in guarded custody. Marcus wrestled with anxieties, pacing across the atrium at odd hours. "We've taken a risk. If the climate worsens, we could face the guard's wrath." Aurelia recognized the danger but clung to the thought of reuniting with her friend. Finally, on a bright afternoon, the clang of iron at the villa's gate signaled the guard's presence. Aurelia rushed to the entry, finding 2 stern soldiers flanking a figure whose wrists were bound by a simple leather strap. Nicia looked thinner, her eyes shadowed with fatigue. Yet when she recognized Aurelia, a flicker of relief lit her features. The lead guard stated that Nicia was now under house arrest, pending further review. "Any attempt to escape or spread subversive materials will void the arrangement," he warned. Once the soldiers left, Aurelia guided Nicia inside. Tullia hurried forward with water and fruit, her voice gentle. Tears shone in Nicia's eyes, though she tried to maintain composure. "Thank you," she rasped. I wasn't sure I'd ever leave that place." Aurelia fought back her own tears, certain that the moment demanded steadiness. "You're safe here, as safe as any of us can be," she replied. Over the next hours, Nicia recounted her ordeal in halting tones. She had been interrogated repeatedly, pressed to name others who shared her dangerous viewpoints. She insisted she had none to name. Aurelia felt a swell of admiration. Nicia's loyalty to the truth had outweighed her fear, yet the cost was evident in every exhausted breath she took. As dusk settled, Tullia insisted that Nicia rest. Aurelia remained by her bedside, grappling with an odd blend of elation and worry. Though freed from the dungeon, Nicia now lived under perpetual threat. The looming presence of the guard was real. One misstep could hurl them all into ruin. "We must be careful," Aurelia said, her voice trembling. "House arrest is a precarious mercy." Nicia nodded, wincing at some unseen bruise. "I won't give them a reason to lock me away again, but I can't lie, I still believe what I believe." Aurelia reached for her friend's hand, heart pounding with the realization that this fragile respite might be the closest thing to victory they would find. For now, at least, they had wrested Nicia from the Empire's deepest shadows. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges. Nicia's presence in the villa introduced both hope and new peril. Day by day, she regained strength, although she remained pale and silent at times. Aurelia noticed how Nicia jumped at minor sounds, as though expecting the guard to burst in at any moment. House arrest meant the Empire still held her on a leash, ready to yank tight if any hint of forbidden inquiry resurfaced. Tullia took pains to comply with the guard's stipulations. She dismissed most servants to avoid rumours, limiting outsiders' knowledge of Nicia's whereabouts. Family acquaintances who came calling were informed that the household required privacy due to an illness. Marcus withdrew further into his study, wary of inadvertently drawing attention. Meanwhile, Aurelia felt herself teetering between relief and anxiety. Free as she was to wander, she knew that one slip of the tongue could bring disaster crashing down. As Nicia recovered, they spoke in hushed tones about her prison ordeal. Guards had demanded names, twisting every conversation into a potential confession. "They wanted me to admit a conspiracy," Nicia said, voice strained, "but I had none to give." Aurelia bit her lip, recalling how dangerously close Rome's paranoia had come to extinguishing her friend's life. That same paranoia still loomed, ready to stifle any criticisms of imperial might. One afternoon, Tullia informed Aurelia that Lucius Cassius Longinus had invited them to a private supper. He wished to discuss a path to concluding Nicia's case permanently, ideally by persuading the authorities to close the file. "He believes that with the right approach we might seal this matter," Tullia explained. "No more indefinite limbo." Aurelia's heart lifted, though she feared illusions of finality. She had learned that in Rome, solutions were often temporary, compromised by hidden agendas. They left Nicia in Marcus's care and travelled to Lucius's villa under cover of dusk. Soft lamplight glowed in the colonnade where he waited, a discreet spread of bread, olives, and watered wine laid out. After greeting them, Lucius dove straight into the matter. "Saturninus's arrangement is conditional. We must convince the imperial councillors that your friend is no longer a subject of concern. He paused, choosing his words. A formal statement disavowing any anti-imperial notions might suffice. Aurelia tensed. She knew Nicia's stance on the Empire's claimed divinity wouldn't change. Yet Tulia, ever pragmatic, asked if the statement could be phrased to avoid direct falsehood. Lucius nodded. We can craft something that emphasises loyalty to Rome's stability without forcing her to recant every idea she's ever held. Still, Aurelia sensed the moral quandary. Nicia would essentially have to tiptoe around her beliefs to survive. They agreed that Tulia and Aurelia would draft a declaration, referencing how House Arrest had clarified Nicia's respect for Roman law. The next day, Aurelia presented the idea to Nicia, bracing for conflict. To her relief, Nicia gave a weary nod. I won't lie about my convictions, but if there's a form of words that satisfies them without trampling the truth, let's try. I can't return to that cell. Within 2 days, they produced a carefully honed statement. Aurelia wrote it by hand, ensuring each clause underscored compliance with Rome's order while refraining from claims that the emperor was divine. Tullia smoothed out phrases, injecting enough deference to placate suspicious officials. Nicia approved, though Aurelia noticed her fingers trembling as she scrawled her name at the bottom. Let's hope the city's thirst for scapegoats is momentarily quenched, she murmured. A courier delivered the statement to Saturninus, and a fraught silence followed. Meanwhile, chatter in the forum hinted that Rome's political storms continued unabated. A rebellious governor in the east caused unrest. A string of questionable executions rattled the populace. Against that backdrop, Nicia's predicament could easily vanish, overshadowed by larger crises. Aurelia felt a guilty relief that perhaps anonymity might shield them. One late afternoon, the fateful reply arrived. A letter sealed with the imprint of Saturninus declared that, upon due consideration and demonstration of loyalty, the matter is resolved. Nicia was released from official custody, provided she remained within city bounds and avoided any subversive gatherings. Aurelia's knees nearly buckled with relief as Tullia read the words aloud. Though the stipulations lingered, at least the threat of a renewed arrest had subsided. That evening, the villa filled with subdued joy. Nicia, tears in her eyes, embraced Tullia and Marcus, thanking them for risking so much on her behalf. Aurelia, overwhelmed, pulled her friend aside. "We did it," she said softly. "You're free." Nicia nodded, yet her expression was tinged with sadness. Free enough, perhaps, but the Empire's fear remains. Aurelia understood. Rome's might still loomed, and countless others languished in cells for lesser doubts. When dawn broke, Aurelia stood in the atrium, gazing at the mosaic floor. She recalled how she once believed Rome's grandeur resided in unwavering ideals. Now she saw that its splendour was fragile, maintained through half-truths, subtle negotiations, and a readiness to crush dissent. Still, she felt a spark of optimism. In saving Nicia, they had proven that compassion could pierce the Empire's armour, at least for a moment. Stepping outside, Aurelia inhaled the cool air and resolved to keep her eyes open, to document not just the marble triumphs, but also the hidden struggles that shaped Rome from within. Imagine waking up on a Tuesday morning in 1963, somewhere in a modest semi-detached house in suburban Manchester, or Birmingham, or any of a dozen similar cities across Britain. The alarm clock, one of those wind-up affairs with the twin bells on top, rattles to life at 6:30, and you shuffle to the bathroom in slippers that have seen better days. The Britain outside your window is a curious hybrid of old and new. Some homes on your street still have outside toilets, relics of Victorian construction that nobody's gotten around to modernising. But there's also a television aerial sprouting from nearly every rooftop, and if you listen carefully you can hear the distant rumble of morning traffic that's beginning to clog roads never designed for this many vehicles. For Detective Inspector Thomas Henley, let's call him Tom because everyone at the station does, this particular Tuesday begins like most others. He shaves with a safety razor over a porcelain sink, the mirror still foggy from the limited hot water his immersion heater provides. His wife has already been up for an hour, preparing breakfast in a kitchen where a new electric kettle, sits proudly next to the old stovetop one she can't quite bring herself to discard. The smell of toast and marmalade drifts up the stairs. This is the Britain of hearty breakfasts, where a proper meal means fried eggs, bacon, grilled tomatoes, and toast soldiers if you're feeling particularly traditional. Tom's wife believes a man can't possibly solve crimes on an empty stomach, and who is he to argue with 3 decades of married wisdom? The newspaper waiting by his plate carries headlines about the Profumo scandal and the Beatles' latest chart success. This peculiar moment when Britain seems caught between its stiff upper lip past and something looser, younger, and decidedly more colourful. But Tom is more interested in the local news section, where a small article mentions a burglary at a chemist shop on the high street. Not his case, but he reads it anyway, because a good detective develops habits of attention that extend beyond official assignments. His journey to the station takes him through streets that would be unrecognisable to someone from our time. The corner shop, not yet called a convenience store, displays hand-lettered signs advertising prices in pounds, shillings, and pence. The tobacconist is doing brisk business even at this hour, because smoking is something nearly everyone does, everywhere, all the time. The local pub won't open for hours yet, but its windows are already being washed by someone who takes pride in keeping the etched glass gleaming. Tom walks past the new Wimpy bar, which opened last month and represents the leading edge of American-style fast food culture creeping into British life. The teenagers love it, though Tom can't quite understand paying money for something called a hamburger when a proper fish and chips shop is right across the street. But then again, he's never quite understood teenagers, even when he was one. The police station is a solid Victorian building that smells perpetually of floor wax, damp wool, and the particular mustiness that seems to accumulate in any British institution of sufficient age. The front desk sergeant nods as Tom enters, a gesture they have exchanged nearly every working day for 15 years. Some partnerships are built on conversation. Theirs is built on comfortable silence and shared understanding. Tom's office is on the 2nd floor, upstairs that creak in a way that announces visitors long before they arrive. The room contains a desk, 2 filing cabinets, a telephone that connects to the switchboard downstairs through a system of mysterious clicks and buzzes, and a window that looks out onto a car park slowly filling with Morris Minors, Ford Anglias, and the occasional Rover belonging to someone higher up the chain of command. The morning briefing won't start for another 20 minutes, so Tom uses the time to review his active cases. There's the matter of the missing garden gnomes from the residential area near the park. Probably teenagers, though proving it will require either catching them in the act or someone's mother finding a dozen ceramic gnomes hidden in their son's bedroom. There's a string of shoplifting incidents at the Woolworths that suggest either the same person returning repeatedly, or a small group working together. And there's the peculiar business of threatening letters being sent to the headmaster of the local grammar school, written in block capitals on paper that might have come from anywhere. None of these are murders or bank robberies or the kinds of cases that make headlines. They're the steady, unglamorous work of maintaining order in a community where most people are basically decent, but occasionally fall into bad decisions or temporary madness. Tom has solved exactly 3 murders in his career, and each one was solved through patience, attention to detail, and the kind of shoe-leather detective work that involves knocking on doors until someone mentions something useful. The tea trolley arrives, pushed by Mrs. Patterson, who's been providing tea to police officers since before Tom joined the force. She knows everyone's preference. Tom takes his with milk and 1 sugar, though his doctor has suggested he might want to cut back on the sugar. The tea is strong enough to stand a spoon in, brewed in a pot that's probably older than some of the younger constables, and served in cups that don't quite match because institutional crockery has a way of gradually becoming an eclectic collection. This is how detective work begins in 1960s Britain, not with dramatic car chases or shootouts, but with tea, paperwork, and the quiet accumulation of small details that might, eventually, form a pattern worth investigating. If you've ever watched a modern crime show, you've probably seen detectives request DNA analysis, check surveillance footage, and pull up computer records that tell them everything about a suspect in seconds. Now imagine doing that same job with none of those tools, and you'll begin to understand the particular challenges facing British detectives in the 1960s. Tom's filing cabinets contain what passes for a database in this era. Folders organised alphabetically, then by date, containing handwritten notes, typed reports done on manual typewriters that require real finger strength, and photographs developed in the darkroom in the basement. Finding information means remembering where you filed it, because there's no search function beyond your own memory, and whatever organisational system you've managed to maintain. The telephone on his desk connects to other police stations through operators who manually plug cables into switchboards, creating connections that sometimes involve waiting several minutes for a line to become available. Long-distance calls to Scotland Yard in London require planning and often involve frustrating delays, where you can hear other conversations bleeding through the line, ghostly fragments of other people's business mixing with your own. Fingerprint analysis exists and is considered remarkably sophisticated, but it requires first lifting prints from a crime scene using powder and tape, then photographing them, then manually comparing them to cards in files that are organised by pattern type, whorls, loops and arches. An experienced fingerprint examiner can perform this matching work with impressive accuracy, but it takes hours or days rather than the seconds you see on television. Photography is both essential and frustratingly limited. Crime scene photographs must be taken with film cameras, which means you get one chance to capture each angle correctly. There's no deleting and trying again, no checking the image on a screen to make sure you got it right. The film must be developed, which means waiting, and prints must be made, which means waiting more. A complete photographic record of a crime scene might not be available until the following day, by which time memories have already started to fade and details to blur. The forensic laboratory that serves Tom's region is located in a converted country house, an hour's drive away, staffed by scientists who work with microscopes, chemical reagents, and the kind of meticulous attention to detail that would make a watchmaker nod with approval. They can analyse blood types, examine textile fibres, identify soil samples, and perform other tests that would have seemed like magic a generation earlier. But each test takes time, requires careful documentation, and produces results that must be interpreted by people who understand both science and its limitations. Tom has learned to work within these constraints through a combination of experience, intuition, and what he thinks of as aggressive common sense. When a burglar strikes, Tom doesn't wait for forensic results before beginning his investigation. Instead, he walks the neighbourhood, talking to people, asking about strangers they might have noticed, unusual vehicles, or anything that broke the normal pattern of their daily routines. Most people are surprisingly observant about their own streets, even if they don't realise it. Mrs. Jenkins at number 43 might not think she knows anything useful, but when Tom asks the right questions, she remembers that there was a van parked on the corner Tuesday afternoon. Unusual because it's normally permit parking only, and she noticed because she was worried about getting a ticket herself. That van probably means nothing, but Tom writes it down anyway, because you never know which detail will matter until you've assembled enough of them to see a pattern. The local Bobby, the police constable who walks the same beat every day, becoming a familiar fixture in his neighbourhood, is one of Tom's most valuable resources. PC Williams knows everyone on his patch, knows which teenagers are heading for trouble, and which ones are just going through a phase, knows which houses have been empty during the day, and which shops have had new employees recently. This kind of knowledge can't be stored in any filing system. It exists only in human memory, and the relationships built through years of daily contact. When Tom needs to check someone's background, he can't simply run their name through a computer. Instead, he places telephone calls to other stations, sends telegrams to the central registry, and sometimes writes actual letters that travel through the post, waiting days for replies that might or might not contain useful information. Criminal records exist, but they're paper documents stored in specific locations, and accessing them requires knowing where to look and having the patience to wait for files to be retrieved and copied. The interview room where Tom questions suspects and witnesses is furnished with a table, 3 chairs, and nothing else. There's no two-way mirror, no recording equipment, and no video cameras documenting every moment. Instead, a constable sits in the corner taking notes in shorthand, creating a written record that will later be typed up and filed. The accuracy of this record depends entirely on the constable's skill, attention, and honesty. There's no backup, no way to review what was actually said beyond what someone wrote down. This means that a detective's memory, observation skills, and ability to read people become paramount. Tom has trained himself to notice body language, to hear what people aren't saying, and to spot the small inconsistencies in someone's story that might indicate deception or confusion. He's learned that the truth usually emerges not in dramatic confrontations, but in quiet moments when someone lets their guard down, often over tea, often when they think the formal interview has ended. The tools of 1960s detective work are fundamentally human. Attention, patience, persistence, and the ability to convince people to tell you things they might prefer to keep hidden. Technology helps, fingerprints, photographs, forensic analysis, but these are supplements to human judgment rather than replacements for it. The morning briefing is held in a room with a large map of the district pinned to one wall, marked with coloured pins indicating different types of incidents. Red for burglaries, blue for assaults, green for traffic accidents, and yellow for what the sergeant calls miscellaneous mischief. The pattern of pins tells a story to anyone who knows how to read it. Clusters near the train station suggesting opportunistic theft, a line of red pins along the main shopping street, and isolated blues in residential areas that usually involve domestic situations nobody wants to discuss. Detective Chief Inspector Morrison runs these briefings with the efficiency of someone who learned his trade during the war and sees no reason to waste words. He's the sort of man who uses a pipe as a prop, pointing with it to emphasize certain points, consulting it during thoughtful silences, and occasionally forgetting to actually light it. The younger officers find this mildly amusing, but nobody mentions it because Morrison is both respected and slightly feared in the way that very competent people often are. Tom's assignment for the day involves following up on the threatening letters to the grammar school headmaster. The letters themselves are unsettling without being explicitly dangerous. Vague warnings about consequences and justice, written in pencil on cheap-lined paper that could have come from any newsagent in Britain. The handwriting is deliberately disguised, each letter formed carefully in block capitals that tell you nothing about the writer's natural hand. The school itself is a Victorian Gothic structure that was probably impressive when it was built, but now just looks stern and slightly forbidding. The headmaster's office smells of old books, furniture polish, and the peculiar mustiness that seems to pervade British educational institutions. Headmaster Richardson is a man in his late 50s who still wears an academic gown for assemblies and believes firmly that education should build character as well as knowledge. Richardson has kept all 5 letters in a folder, handling them by the corners to preserve any fingerprints, though he's probably contaminated them thoroughly already. Tom examines each one carefully, noting that they're written on different paper, suggesting either the writer has access to multiple sources or is deliberately varying the materials. The messages are similar but not identical, each one slightly escalating the implied threat while remaining just vague enough to avoid being actionable. What's interesting is what the letters don't say. There's no specific grievance mentioned, no clear demand, and no indication of what the writer actually wants. This suggests either someone who enjoys causing anxiety for its own sake, or someone building toward a demand they haven't yet articulated. Tom's experience tells him this is likely either a disgruntled former employee or a parent who feels their child was treated unfairly. The 2 most common sources of grievances against school administrators. He spends the next several hours conducting interviews. The school secretary, who has worked there for 20 years and knows everyone, can't think of anyone who would do such a thing. The deputy head, who handles disciplinary matters, mentions 3 recent expulsions, but doesn't believe any of the parents involved would resort to anonymous letters. The caretaker, who sees the building from a different angle than the academic staff, recalls that someone tried to break into the chemistry lab last month, though nothing was taken. Each interview adds a small piece to a puzzle that doesn't yet have a clear shape. Tom takes notes in a pocket notebook, writing in a personal shorthand he's developed over decades, not the formal shorthand used by secretaries, but his own system of abbreviations and symbols that would be nearly illegible to anyone else. The notebook itself is a physical record that he'll later transcribe into formal reports, but in the moment, it's just a way of capturing thoughts before they evaporate. Lunchtime finds Tom at the local cafe, the sort of establishment that serves meat pies, mashed potatoes and tea strong enough to revive the dead. The cafe is run by a woman named Doris, who's been feeding local workers for 30 years and has opinions about everything from politics to proper pie crust. Tom eats here several times a week, partly because the food is decent and cheap, partly because Doris sees and hears everything that happens on this street, making her cafe an unofficial intelligence gathering operation disguised as a working class restaurant. Today, Doris mentions that young Billy Thompson, one of the teenagers Tom suspects in the garden gnome thefts, was in yesterday spending money on the new pinball machine. This is notable because Billy's family isn't well off, and unexplained wealth in a teenage boy usually means either employment that his mother doesn't know about, or income from activities she definitely doesn't know about. It's a small detail, possibly meaningless, but Tom files it away in the mental drawer labelled worth checking. The afternoon is spent on the more tedious aspects of police work, typing reports, making telephone calls, and reviewing witness statements from other officers. Tom's typing is competent but not elegant, the product of a brief course years ago that taught him hunt and peck efficiency without any claim to proper technique. Each keystroke requires real force on the manual typewriter, and errors must be corrected with a special erasing paper that never quite makes the page clean again. A telephone call to the paper manufacturer reveals that the paper used in the threatening letters is sold at approximately 300 shops across the region, too common to be useful for narrowing down suspects. A call to a handwriting expert suggests the disguised printing is probably done by someone educated, based on certain letter formations that suggest familiarity with cursive writing. These aren't breakthroughs, but they're data points that gradually constrain the universe of possibilities. By late afternoon, Tom has developed a theory that he can't yet prove. The letters strike him as coming from someone with some connection to education, not necessarily a teacher, but someone who speaks the language of schools and understands their hierarchies. The lack of specific grievances suggests someone nursing a general resentment rather than a particular wrong, and the careful preparation, different papers, disguised handwriting, envelopes posted from different locations, suggests someone methodical and patient. He decides to request the school's personnel records for the past 10 years, looking for anyone who left under circumstances that might breed resentment. It's a long shot that will require hours of reading through files, but long shots and patient reading are what detective work actually consists of, as opposed to the dramatic revelations that populate fictional mysteries. The day ends with Tom walking back through streets now busy with evening commuters, shops closing for the day, and the smell of dinners cooking behind the curtained windows of terraced houses. He carries his case files home in a leather satchel that's starting to show its age, planning to spend the evening reviewing statements while his wife watches television in the next room. This is the rhythm of detective work in 1960 Britain. Long stretches of routine punctuated by moments of significance that only become apparent in retrospect. Patterns emerging slowly from accumulated detail, and truth revealed not through brilliant deduction, but through thorough, patient, unglamorous labour. One of the peculiar aspects of police work in the 1960s is how visible it remained to ordinary citizens. There's no internet to report crimes anonymously, no social media to follow investigations from a distance. Instead, crime and its investigation happen in physical spaces where people can see and participate in the process. The police box on the corner near the main shopping district is one of these visible symbols of law enforcement. It's a blue-painted wooden structure, not unlike the TARDIS from Doctor Who, containing a telephone that connects directly to the station. Local officers use it as a reporting point, and citizens can use it to report crimes or request assistance. There's something reassuring about its solid presence, a physical reminder that help is theoretically available at the corner of Oak Street and the High Road. When a burglary occurs, neighbours gather to discuss it, not on online forums, but on front steps and over garden fences, sharing theories and observations with the kind of engagement that social media would later channel into different forms. Mrs. Patterson saw someone unfamiliar walking past around tea time. Mr. Chen at the Chinese restaurant noticed a vehicle idling where it shouldn't have been. The postman remembers that the house was empty during his rounds because usually someone answers when he needs a signature. These conversations create an informal network of surveillance that predates CCTV by decades. People notice things not because they're particularly observant, but because the rhythm of daily life in residential neighbourhoods follows predictable patterns, and deviations from those patterns stand out like misplaced notes in familiar music. Tom has learned to tap into this network through community relationships that he's carefully cultivated over years. The newsagent knows him by name and often mentions unusual purchases, someone buying an odd number of the same newspaper perhaps, or a stranger asking detailed questions about the neighbourhood. The librarian at the public library, a formidable woman named Miss Thornbury, who runs her institution with the precision of a military operation, notices who reads what and occasionally mentions when someone's interests strike her as unusual. This isn't official police work exactly. There are no reports filed about these casual conversations, no formal records of information gathered while buying tobacco or returning library books, but it's the substrate on which actual investigation builds, the community context that helps detectives understand what's normal and what's not. The relationship between police and public in 1960s Britain exists in an interesting space. There's more deference to authority than would be common a generation later. Officers are still called sir by most people, and there's a general assumption that police are basically working on the side of good, even if individual officers might be more or less competent. But there's also a wariness, particularly among working class communities, where police have historically been seen as enforcers of rules made by and for other people. Tom navigates this territory through a combination of fairness, honesty, and what his wife calls his relentless reasonableness. He doesn't pretend to be something he's not. He's clearly middle class, clearly educated, and clearly part of the establishment. But he treats everyone with the same straightforward respect, whether he's interviewing a company director or a market porter, and people generally respond to that consistency. When a shoplifting case brings Tom into contact with a teenage girl caught stealing makeup from Boots, he doesn't lecture her about morality or threaten her with dire consequences. Instead, he asks her why. Not aggressively, just genuinely curious about what drove this particular decision on this particular day. The girl, expecting to be treated as a criminal, finds herself instead talking to someone who seems interested in understanding rather than judging. It turns out she was trying to impress an older group of girls who had essentially dared her to steal something. Not an excuse exactly, but a context that transforms the incident from simple criminality into something more complex: peer pressure, adolescent insecurity, and the desperate desire to belong that can drive people to decisions they know are wrong even as they're making them. Tom arranges for the girl to return to the store to apologise and work off the value of the stolen items through supervised community service. It's not official police business to arrange such things, but the store manager is willing, the girl's mother is relieved, and everyone involved gets something closer to justice than a formal prosecution would have provided. These small interventions, unofficial, unrecorded, barely visible even to other police officers, are where Tom does some of his most important work. The newspapers of the era treat crime stories with a particular style that blends sensationalism with peculiarly British understatement. A brutal assault might be described as an unfortunate incident, while a garden gnome theft could warrant dramatic headlines if it's a slow news week. Tom has learned to work with journalists, feeding them just enough information to keep them satisfied without compromising investigations or invading victims' privacy more than necessary. One reporter, Jenkins from the local paper, has been covering police news for 15 years and has developed an almost supernatural ability to appear at crime scenes shortly after the police themselves. Tom suspects Jenkins has connections at the station, possibly someone on the switchboard who tips him off, but can't prove it, and isn't entirely sure he wants to. Jenkins is generally fair in his reporting, and the relationship between police and press, while sometimes tense, is built on mutual need and grudging respect. The forensic laboratory where Tom occasionally visits occupies a converted manor house on the outskirts of the city, its Victorian grandeur now dedicated to the systematic analysis of blood, fibre and trace evidence. The scientists who work here are a particular breed, methodical, patient and possessed of the kind of attention to microscopic detail that would drive most people to distraction. Dr. Margaret Chen runs the textile analysis section, working with a microscope that she treats with the reverence most people reserve for religious artifacts. She can identify fibre types by their cellular structure, distinguish cotton from different regions based on subtle variations in growth patterns, and determine with reasonable accuracy how long a fibre has been separated from its source material. Her testimony in court is delivered with the calm precision of someone explaining simple facts to people who happen to be less informed, and juries generally believe her because she makes complexity feel accessible without dumbing it down. Tom brings her a fibre found on a windowsill at a burglary scene. A single thread, barely visible, caught on a rough edge where someone presumably climbed through. Under the microscope, it reveals itself as wool, dyed a particular shade of blue-grey that narrows down its likely source to certain manufacturers. Dr. Chen consults reference books filled with fibre samples, comparing the evidence under different lighting conditions, measuring properties that Tom barely understands. 3 days later, she calls with results. The fibre matches a type of wool used primarily in manufacturing industrial coveralls, sold through workwear suppliers rather than regular clothing stores. It's not proof of anything by itself, but it's information that constrains possibilities. If Tom's suspect works in construction or a similar trade, this becomes corroborating evidence. If they work in an office and wear suits, it suggests either an accomplice or a completely different line of investigation. The Fingerprint Bureau operates in a different wing of the building, staffed by specialists who view the world through the lens of friction ridge patterns. They maintain files of known criminals organised by pattern type, allowing for comparison when prints from crime scenes are clear enough to be useful. The problem is that prints from actual crime scenes are often partial, smudged, or contaminated with multiple overlapping impressions that make analysis challenging. The fingerprint examiner working on Tom's burglary case, a methodical man named Roberts who apparently never hurries and never makes mistakes, has spent 2 days analysing prints lifted from a medicine cabinet. He's identified 3 distinct individuals: the homeowner, the homeowner's wife, and a third party whose prints don't match anyone in the known criminal files. This means either a first-time offender or someone who's been lucky enough not to be caught before. Roberts explains this in the tone of someone discussing weather patterns, showing Tom the comparison images that demonstrate his analysis. To Tom's untrained eye, the prints look nearly identical, but Roberts points out specific ridge characteristics: a bifurcation here, an ending ridge there, and a pattern of minutiae that he's counted and documented with the precision of an accountant balancing complicated ledgers. Blood analysis in the 1960s can determine type but not individual identity. When blood is found at a scene, analysts can tell you whether it's type A, B, AB, or O, which might help eliminate suspects but rarely provides definitive proof. The science exists in a space between useful and frustrating, capable of providing information that narrows possibilities without often delivering absolute certainty. Tom watches a blood analyst perform typing on a sample from an assault case, adding reagents that cause reactions visible under specific lighting conditions. The process is meticulous, repeated multiple times to verify results, and documented with the kind of detailed note-taking that would satisfy the most demanding auditor. The analyst explains that the sample is type A positive, which matches approximately 40% of the British population. Helpful for eliminating suspects who are type O or B, useless for proving anything about those who match. Ballistics analysis, used when firearms are involved, relies on the principle that every gun barrel leaves unique markings on bullets fired through it. The ballistics expert maintains a comparison microscope that allows side-by-side analysis of test-fired rounds and crime scene evidence. looking for matching striations that suggest a common origin. Tom has seen this expert spend entire afternoons examining a single bullet, making measurements, taking photographs, and building documentation that might eventually support testimony in court. What strikes Tom about all these specialists is their patience with uncertainty. They understand that forensic science in this era provides suggestions and probabilities rather than certainties, that their role is to narrow possibilities and support other evidence rather than solve cases single-handedly. They're comfortable saying possibly, likely, and consistent with, rather than definitely and certainly. This stands in interesting contrast to how forensic science is portrayed in popular culture, where laboratory analysis provides clear, definitive answers that immediately identify perpetrators. The real work is messier, more qualified, and infinitely more dependent on human judgment than the public generally understands. Tom has learned to work within these limitations, treating forensic evidence as one data source among many rather than the ultimate arbiter of truth. A fibre that matches the suspect's clothing is interesting, but it's not proof. Clothing fibres transfer easily, and could have arrived through innocent contact. Fingerprints are more definitive, but only if they're clear enough for confident matching and found in locations that couldn't be explained by legitimate access. The real power of forensic science in this era isn't in providing smoking gun evidence, but in helping detectives focus their investigations, eliminating unlikely scenarios, and supporting theories that can be tested through traditional detective work. It's a support system for human judgment rather than a replacement for it. The discovery of a body in the canal near the industrial district creates ripples through the community that extend far beyond the immediate crime scene. This is the sort of event that transforms abstract concepts of danger into immediate personal fear, particularly when the victim is identified as a young woman who worked at the textile mill. Tom arrives at the scene in early morning fog, the kind of thick clinging mist that makes everything look slightly unreal. The canal path is lined with officers maintaining a perimeter, keeping away the curious crowd that has already gathered despite the early hour. News travels through working-class neighbourhoods with remarkable speed, passed along through networks of gossip and concern that operate far faster than official channels. The woman, identified from her handbag as Sarah Mitchell, appears to have been in the water for several hours. She's wearing a good coat, not expensive but well kept, and shoes suitable for walking home from work. There's no obvious sign of violence, though the pathologist who examines her at the scene notes bruising that could indicate either assault or the body being moved by water and debris. Tom's initial investigation focuses on establishing a timeline and last known movements. Sarah lived with her parents in a terraced house 15 minutes walk from the mill. She typically worked the evening shift, finishing at 10 o'clock, and walked home along well-lit streets that should have been reasonably safe. Her parents expected her home by 10:30, and called the police when she hadn't arrived by midnight. The mill manager, a harried man named Preston who clearly hasn't slept since hearing the news, confirms that Sarah left work at her normal time, wearing the coat and carrying the handbag that were found with her body. Several co-workers saw her leaving but didn't walk with her. She preferred to walk alone, apparently, enjoying the quiet after a day of industrial noise. The pathologist's preliminary examination suggests drowning as the likely cause of death, but there are questions that won't be answered until a full post-mortem examination. The bruises on her arms could indicate that someone grabbed her, or they could have been sustained when she fell into the water. There's no water in her lungs, which might suggest she was already dead when she entered the canal, or might simply mean the drowning was rapid enough not to leave that evidence. The community's reaction to Sarah's death reveals much about how 1960s Britain processes sudden tragedy. The mill stops production for a day as a mark of respect, which costs money the company can ill afford but feels necessary to honour a dead employee. The local church holds a special service, attended by people who haven't set foot in the building for months, but feel compelled to mark this particular loss. Sarah Street organises a collection for her parents, gathering small donations that add up to enough for funeral expenses. But there's also fear, particularly among young women who work similar shifts and walk similar routes. The mill's evening shift sees several women who would normally walk home alone now travelling in groups, staying later than necessary to find companions. Parents who previously allowed their daughters independence now insist on escorts or taxi services they can barely afford. Tom finds himself conducting dozens of interviews with people who didn't really know Sarah, but feel compelled to share whatever tangential information they possess. A shopkeeper mentions that Sarah sometimes stopped on her way home to buy cigarettes. A neighbour recalls seeing her the previous week carrying library books. The newsagent remembers that she had a sweet tooth and usually bought chocolate on Fridays. None of this is immediately useful for determining what happened, but Tom listens anyway, because sometimes useful information emerges from these seemingly irrelevant details, and because people need to feel they're contributing something in the face of senseless tragedy. The physical evidence is frustratingly limited. The canal path where Sarah presumably entered the water shows signs of a scuffle, disturbed gravel, a button that might have come from her coat, but also shows signs of regular foot traffic that makes distinguishing relevant evidence from background noise nearly impossible. There are no clear footprints, no conveniently dropped identification, and no witnesses who saw anything definitive. Tom's investigation expands to include known sex offenders in the area, men with previous convictions for assault or harassment of women, and anyone who might have reason to be on that canal path at that hour. Each interview follows a similar pattern, establishing alibi, gauging reactions, and looking for inconsistencies that might suggest involvement or knowledge. The breakthrough, when it comes, arrives through patient persistence rather than dramatic revelation. A factory worker who uses the canal path for his commute mentions, almost as an afterthought, that he saw someone running from the area around the time Sarah would have been there. Nothing particularly suspicious. People jog for exercise, but unusual enough at that hour to register. The running figure was male, wearing dark clothing and moving away from the city centre along the canal path. The witness didn't think much of it at the time, but hearing about Sarah's death made him wonder if it might be relevant. He can't provide a detailed description. It was dark, he was tired, he only glimpsed the figure briefly, but he remembers the general build and the direction of travel. This fragment of information, combined with patient checking of alibis and whereabouts, eventually leads Tom to David Porter, a foreman at a factory along the canal route. Porter's initial alibi, that he was home with his wife, falls apart when Tom establishes that his wife was actually visiting her mother that evening. Under gentle but persistent questioning, Porter's story develops inconsistencies that suggest both guilt and poor judgment about how to handle a crisis. The truth, when it finally emerges, is both tragic and mundane. Porter had been having an affair with Sarah, conducted in furtive meetings that both parties had hoped to keep secret. On the night in question, they argued near the canal. Porter wanted to end the relationship, and Sarah was upset and perhaps threatened to reveal it to his wife. In the heat of the argument, Porter grabbed Sarah's arm. She pulled away, lost her balance, and fell into the canal. Porter's subsequent actions, running from the scene, lying about his whereabouts, hoping the death would be ruled accidental, transformed a tragic accident into something requiring criminal prosecution. His panic and poor decision-making turned him from a man who made mistakes into someone facing charges of manslaughter and leaving the scene of death. The community's reaction to this resolution is complex. There's relief that a dangerous predator isn't stalking the streets, but also discomfort with the messiness of real human behaviour, the affair, the argument, the series of small decisions that cascade into tragedy. It's harder to process than a simple story of good versus evil would have been. Sarah's funeral is well attended, the service focusing on her life rather than her death. Her mother accepting condolences with the dignified grief of someone who understands that life sometimes makes no sense, and all you can do is endure. The mill returns to its normal operations, though Sarah's usual workstation remains empty for several weeks, before someone new is quietly assigned to it. Tom files his final reports with the satisfaction of having reached truth, if not justice in any simple sense. The case will proceed through the courts. Porter will likely face prison time, and the community will gradually absorb this tragedy into its collective memory. Another story told in hushed tones about why you should always be careful, why you should never trust anyone completely, and why life is fragile in ways we prefer not to acknowledge. Between the headline cases, the deaths, the serious assaults, the crimes that communities discuss for months afterward, lies the vast majority of police work, consisting of matters so ordinary they barely register as mysteries at all. Yet these cases, in their own way, reveal as much about human nature as any dramatic investigation. The matter of the missing garden gnomes, for instance, turns out to involve exactly the perpetrators Tom suspected from the beginning. A group of teenage boys who thought relocating ceramic dwarfs to increasingly absurd locations was the height of comedy. Tom finds the gnomes arranged in elaborate tableaux in an abandoned shed, some fishing in a dry fountain, others apparently engaged in a ceramic cricket match, all positioned with the kind of creative effort that suggests these boys might have actual talent if they could find legal outlets for it. Rather than formal charges, Tom arranges for the boys to return each gnome personally, apologising to the owners face to face, experiencing the discomfort of seeing the actual human consequences of what seemed like harmless pranks. Most of the gnome owners, confronted with sheepish teenagers rather than faceless criminals, respond with a mixture of relief and the kind of stern lectures that British people have perfected over generations. One elderly man whose prized gnome had gone missing tells the culprit about receiving it as a gift from his late wife, who had bought it on their honeymoon in Brighton 40 years ago. The boy, suddenly understanding that he hadn't just stolen a tacky garden ornament but a tangible connection to someone's personal history, looks genuinely stricken in a way that no formal punishment could have achieved. The shoplifting ring at Woolworths proves more complex and considerably sadder than simple teenage theft. The perpetrators are a mother and her two daughters, systematically stealing food, children's clothing and other necessities that they can't afford on the mother's meagre wages from her cleaning job. The father left 2 years ago and sends no support. The mother is too proud to apply for assistance, and convinced herself that stealing from a large company that wouldn't even notice was somehow less wrong than accepting charity. Tom finds himself navigating the gap between law and compassion, between what the rules require and what actual justice might look like. The store manager wants prosecution to deter others, which Tom understands from a business perspective, but finds deeply unsatisfying from a human one. He eventually brokers a compromise where the mother agrees to repay the stolen value through additional cleaning work and to apply for the social assistance she's entitled to, while the store agrees not to press charges. It's not elegant, and it probably wouldn't satisfy anyone looking for clear moral lines, but it addresses the actual problem, a struggling family's desperate attempt to survive, rather than just punishing the symptom. Tom drives the mother to the social services office himself, helping her navigate forms that seem deliberately designed to confuse and humiliate, and feels more satisfaction from this than from many more celebrated investigative successes. The threatening letters to the headmaster are eventually traced to a former janitor who was dismissed for drinking on the job and nursed his grievance into an elaborate revenge fantasy. The man turns out to be more pitiable than frightening, living alone in a bedsit, consuming too much cheap whiskey, clinging to imagined slights because they give shape to a life that has otherwise lost meaning. Tom arranges for him to receive a caution rather than prosecution, with the understanding that he'll seek help for his drinking and stay away from the school. These cases don't make the newspapers or feature in annual crime statistics as anything more than numbers, but they consume the majority of Tom's time and energy, each one requiring the same patient attention to detail, the same careful gathering of evidence, and the same navigation of human complexity that characterises detective work regardless of the crime's severity. If you were to chart Tom's work week on a graph, it would show a rhythm that cycles between intense focus and administrative routine, between human interaction and solitary contemplation, and between the immediate demands of active cases and the patient accumulation of knowledge that makes future investigations possible. Monday mornings typically begin with the weekend's accumulated incidents. Domestic disputes that escalated after Saturday night drinking, burglaries committed when families were out visiting relatives, and traffic accidents involving drivers who misjudged their capacity to handle Sunday lunch followed by Sunday driving. Tom reviews reports filed by weekend duty officers, deciding which require his attention and which can be handled by uniformed constables. The paperwork is relentless and multiplying. Each investigation generates reports that must be typed, filed, and cross-referenced. Witness statements require careful transcription and verification. Evidence must be logged, stored, and tracked through chains of custody that will withstand court scrutiny. Tom spends hours at his typewriter, hunting and pecking his way through formal language that transforms human drama into bureaucratic prose. Tuesday and Wednesday often involve court appearances for cases that have worked their way through the judicial system. Tom sits in witness boxes, swearing on Bibles to tell the truth, then answering questions from barristers who treat cross-examination like a competitive sport. He's learned to answer precisely what's asked without volunteering additional information, to acknowledge uncertainty when he's uncertain, and to present findings in language that juries can understand without feeling patronised. The courts themselves are exercises in tradition and formality. Judges in wigs and robes, barristers in their own wigs addressing each other with elaborate courtesy, and a ceremonial dignity that some find reassuring and others find absurd. Tom appreciates the theatre of it, understanding that justice requires not just correct outcomes, but visible processes that inspire public confidence. Thursdays are often dedicated to community policing, visiting schools to talk about safety and law, attending neighbourhood meetings where residents raise concerns about parking and noise, and maintaining the relationships that make his job possible. Tom speaks to a group of primary school children about stranger danger and road safety, simplifying complex concepts into memorable rules while trying not to terrify them about the world they live in. The children ask questions with the unself-conscious directness that adults have learned to suppress. Have you ever arrested anyone? Yes. Have you ever been scared? Yes. Do you carry a gun? No, British police officers generally don't. Have you ever met the Queen? No, but I met the Mayor once, which seemed impressive at the time. Friday afternoons often involve reviewing active cases with other detectives, sharing information and theories in informal sessions that generate more useful insights than formal briefings. These discussions range across topics: patterns in recent burglaries, concerns about a particular individual's behaviour, and techniques for getting reluctant witnesses to cooperate. The accumulated wisdom of experienced officers, passed along through conversation rather than written procedure, forms an invisible curriculum that new detectives absorb through participation. Tom shares his theory about burglaries tending to cluster near major roads where thieves can make quick escapes, while Detective Sergeant Williams counters that proximity to railway stations seems equally predictive. Neither can prove their hypothesis definitively, but the discussion sharpens everyone's attention to these factors when examining new cases. The evenings that Tom doesn't spend reviewing case files are often dedicated to reading, not just detective manuals and legal updates, but psychology, sociology, and anything that helps him understand why people do what they do. He's currently working through a book about adolescent development, trying to understand the teenage mind well enough to predict when minor misbehaviour might escalate into serious trouble. His wife occasionally asks if he ever stops being a detective, and the honest answer is probably no. He notices things constantly. The man at the bus stop who's watching people too intently, the shop window that has the same display week after week, suggesting the business might be struggling, and patterns in neighbourhood foot traffic that might indicate nothing, or might indicate something worth remembering. This constant awareness is both the strength and burden of long-term police work. You become very good at reading environments and people, noticing discordances and anomalies, but you also lose the ability to simply exist in spaces without analysing them. Every social gathering includes mental notes about who's drinking more than usual, whose marriage seems under strain, and which teenagers are gravitating toward trouble. Tom's desk drawer contains the essential equipment of 1960s detective work, a collection that would seem quaintly inadequate to modern investigators, but represents the best available technology of its time. There's a magnifying glass, genuinely useful for examining documents and small pieces of evidence. a measuring tape for documenting crime scenes, a camera, though the good cameras are kept in the evidence room and signed out when needed, several notebooks in various stages of completion, an address book containing contact information for informants, experts and useful officials across the region. The police radio system, introduced during the 1950s and still being expanded, allows limited communication with patrol cars, but requires speaking in codes and dealing with interference that sometimes makes conversations nearly unintelligible. Officers learn to repeat information, confirm understanding, and accept that some messages will need to be delivered through other means. The squelch and crackle of radio transmission becomes background noise, occasionally punctuated by urgent calls that send everyone scrambling. The patrol cars themselves are mostly small British saloons, Morris Minors, Ford Anglias, and occasionally a larger rover for senior officers. They're not particularly fast or powerful, but they're economical and can navigate narrow British streets that would challenge American-style police cruisers. Each car contains basic emergency equipment, a first aid kit, a blanket, a torch that always seems to have batteries that are nearly dead, and a collection of forms for documenting various types of incidents. Photography at crime scenes requires actual skill and judgment. The photographer must decide which angles matter, how to light scenes in buildings without proper illumination, and how to capture both overview shots that show context and detail shots that document specific evidence. There's no instant review, no digital deletion of failed attempts. Each photograph consumes film that must be carefully managed, developed, and archived. The evidence room in the station basement is a fascinating archaeology of recent crime. Boxes containing clothing from assaults, bags of items stolen and recovered, weapons ranging from knives to improvised clubs, and documents photocopied for investigative purposes. Each item is tagged with case numbers and dates, creating a physical database that requires careful organisation and occasional purges when storage space becomes critical. Tom sometimes visits this room just to refresh his memory about cases, pulling files and examining evidence that didn't quite solve mysteries, but remains available if new information emerges. The unsolved cases bother him more than he admits. Files that represent questions without answers, victims without justice, and families without closure. The interview techniques available to detectives in this era rely entirely on human psychology, rather than technological aids. There's no recording equipment to capture exact words, and no video to document body language and emotional reactions. Instead, detectives must remember, take notes, and work with witnesses who may be honest but unreliable, dishonest but revealing, or simply confused about events that happened quickly in stressful circumstances. Tom has developed a particular approach that combines patience with strategic persistence. He doesn't typically confront suspects with aggressive questioning or dramatic accusations. Instead, he presents information gradually, letting people construct their own narratives, noting where those narratives conflict with established facts. Many criminals, he's learned, want to talk about their crimes, not to confess necessarily, but to explain, justify, or relive significant experiences. The gap between what someone says and what they reveal through omission, hesitation, or overemphasis often tells Tom more than direct statements. A suspect who provides an extremely detailed alibi for a specific hour, but remains vague about the surrounding time, may be constructing fiction for the period that matters, while relying on memory for less critical moments. Someone who answers questions about their relationship with a victim with unexpected anger or defensiveness may be revealing more than they intend. As the 1960s progress toward their conclusion, Tom increasingly finds himself training younger detectives who will carry police work into the next decade and beyond. These newer officers have different backgrounds, some university educated, bringing academic knowledge to complement practical training, others from working class neighbourhoods, bringing street wisdom and cultural fluency that help navigate community relationships. Detective Constable Janet Morrison represents the slowly increasing presence of women in investigative roles, though she still faces assumptions and barriers that male colleagues don't encounter. Tom makes a point of assigning her cases based on skill rather than gender. Watching her develop the particular combination of persistence and empathy that characterises effective detective work. She handles interviews with assault victims with a sensitivity that some male officers struggle to achieve, but also demonstrates the kind of analytical rigour that solves complex cases. The forensic techniques that Tom learned to use are evolving, becoming more sophisticated and more reliable. Blood typing is being supplemented by enzyme analysis that can provide additional identifying information. Fingerprint classification systems are being refined and expanded. New chemical tests for gunshot residue and trace evidence are being developed in laboratories that are becoming increasingly professionalised. Tom attends workshops on these emerging techniques, sitting in rooms with other middle-aged detectives learning about scientific advances that would have seemed like fantasy when they began their careers. The workshops are taught by younger scientists who treat established investigators with the kind of careful respect you show to people who might feel threatened by change. And Tom appreciates both their knowledge and their diplomatic handling of egos. The social changes sweeping through 1960s Britain are creating new challenges for police work. Drug use, previously limited to specific subcultures, is spreading among young people experimenting with marijuana and increasingly with harder substances. The sexual revolution is complicating traditional approaches to morality crimes. Immigration is diversifying communities in ways that require cultural sensitivity and language skills that older officers often lack. Tom finds himself navigating these changes with mixed feelings. Some shifts seem obviously positive, the increasing unwillingness to tolerate domestic violence, for instance, or the growing recognition that criminal justice should serve victims rather than simply punish offenders. Other changes feel more ambiguous, representing the loss of shared social norms that made community policing simpler, even if those norms weren't always just or fair. The threatening letters to the headmaster, the shoplifting family, the garden gnome thieves, all these cases reveal a Britain in transition, caught between traditional values and emerging alternatives, between the tight-knit communities of the past and the more individualistic society being born. Tom's role increasingly involves mediating these tensions, finding justice that serves both law and human complexity. His reputation within the force has evolved over decades from promising newcomer to reliable veteran to unofficial mentor. Younger detectives seek his advice not just about specific cases, but about career decisions, ethical dilemmas, and the challenge of maintaining professional objectivity while remaining emotionally available to victims who need compassion. Tom answers these questions as honestly as he can, acknowledging that experience provides perspective rather than certainty, and that every detective must ultimately find their own path through moral complexity. The regular Friday evening gathering at the pub near the station, an informal tradition, involving whoever finishes their shift around the same time, provides space for this mentoring to happen naturally. Over pints of bitter and packets of crisps, detectives trade stories, discuss cases they can legally discuss, and gradually transmit the accumulated wisdom that makes police work something more than just following procedures. Tom shares the story of his first major investigation, a fatal hit and run that he solved through patient door knocking and attention to vehicle damage that most people wouldn't have noticed. The lesson isn't about the specific techniques, but about the value of thorough, unglamorous work that produces results through accumulation rather than inspiration. Young detectives nodding over their drinks are absorbing not just methods, but attitudes and approaches to work that will shape their careers for decades. The Britain that Tom polices is a country of specific textures and rhythms that will largely disappear by the next decade. Shops close at 5:30 and remain firmly shut on Sundays, creating weekly cycles of activity and rest that structure community life. Pubs serve as social centres where neighbourhood business gets conducted, relationships form and dissolve, and the informal news network that predates mass media continues to flourish. The high street near the station contains a butcher, a baker, a greengrocer, a chemist, and a Woolworths that serves as a department store for people who can't afford actual department stores. Tom knows the proprietors of most of these establishments, Not through formal community policing, but through the simple fact of working in the same area for years, becoming a familiar figure whose presence provides reassurance. The butcher, a man named Harris, who wears a striped apron spotted with blood in ways that would probably violate modern health codes, occasionally mentions customers whose behaviour strikes him as odd. Not criminal, necessarily, but notable. Someone buying unusual quantities of meat, perhaps, or asking strange questions about cutting techniques. These observations rarely lead anywhere, but they form part of the texture of information that Tom accumulates without conscious effort. The chemist is more useful from an investigative perspective, since poison and pharmaceutical theft occasionally feature in cases. The chemist maintains meticulous records of controlled substance prescriptions, noting any patterns that might suggest doctor shopping or forged prescriptions. Tom has solved 2 separate cases involving prescription fraud through information provided by this methodical, slightly fussy man who takes his regulatory responsibilities seriously. The tea rooms where Tom sometimes conducts informal interviews provide neutral territory, where witnesses feel less intimidated than they would at the police station. Over tea and biscuits served on mismatched china, people share information they might withhold in more formal settings, perhaps because the domestic setting makes conversation feel social rather than investigative. Tom has learned to read the specific vocabulary of British class and region, understanding that how someone speaks often tells you as much about their background as what they say. A particular accent suggests specific neighbourhoods, certain word choices indicate education level and social class, and patterns of speech reveal whether someone is local or from elsewhere. This isn't profiling in any prejudicial sense, but rather the kind of contextual understanding that comes from decades of listening carefully. The telephone in Tom's office rings with a particular bell tone that's unique to the station's internal system, different from external calls in ways that allow him to prepare mentally for different types of conversations. Internal calls usually mean assignments or updates from other officers. External calls might be witnesses, victims, informants, or occasionally criminals who've decided to turn themselves in through this specific detective rather than dealing with the front desk. Tom's handwriting in his notebooks has evolved over the years into a personal script that's efficient rather than elegant, combining abbreviations with symbols that would be nearly meaningless to anyone else. The notebooks themselves become physical repositories of investigations, occasionally consulted years later when old cases develop new leads, or when patterns emerge that connect seemingly unrelated incidents. As Tom approaches the end of his career, though he'll work several more years before retirement, he finds himself reflecting on what justice actually means in practice, rather than theory. The law provides frameworks and procedures, but individual cases rarely fit neatly into legal categories. Real human behaviour is messier, more complicated, and more driven by circumstance and emotion than criminal codes acknowledge. The theft by the struggling mother, for instance, was clearly illegal. But was it truly criminal in the moral sense? The law says yes, but Tom's conscience remains uncertain. He followed procedure, sort of, while also finding a solution that addressed underlying problems rather than just punishing symptoms. Whether this represents good policing or overstepping his authority depends on whose perspective you adopt. The accidental death by the canal, followed by a panicked cover-up, transformed a tragic accident into criminal liability through David Porter's subsequent choices. Was justice served by his prosecution? Sarah's mother seemed to think so, but her daughter remained dead regardless of legal outcomes. The community received closure, perhaps, though the messy truth satisfied nobody's desire for simple morality. Even the garden gnome theft required judgments about appropriate responses. Formal prosecution would have given those boys criminal records for essentially stupid pranks, potentially affecting their future employment and educational opportunities. The informal resolution Tom arranged probably taught them more useful lessons while avoiding disproportionate consequences. But it also meant different treatment based on Tom's judgment rather than consistent application of law. These ambiguities used to bother Tom more than they do now. Experience has taught him that justice is a direction you aim toward rather than a destination you reach. that most cases involve balancing competing goods rather than choosing between obvious right and wrong. The law provides useful guardrails, but the space between those guardrails requires human judgment that can't be reduced to procedure. The forensic science he's seen develop during his career represents humanity's attempt to make justice more objective, to replace subjective judgment with measurable facts. Blood types, fingerprints, and fibre analysis, all these reduce uncertainty and constrain possibilities. But they don't eliminate the need for human interpretation, for understanding context and motivation, or for distinguishing between legal guilt and moral culpability. Tom has prosecuted people he personally liked and felt sympathy for, because they broke laws that serve important social purposes regardless of individual circumstances. He's also declined to prosecute people who were technically guilty, but whose prosecution would serve no useful purpose. These decisions haunt him sometimes, late at night when sleep won't come, and he reviews choices that seemed clear at the time, but look more ambiguous in retrospect. The victims he served, some grateful, some disappointed by outcomes they couldn't control, some angry that justice moved too slowly or incompletely, remind him that police work affects real lives in ways that paperwork and procedures can obscure. A solved case might be a satisfying checkmark on his annual review, but for the victim, it's the difference between closure and endless wondering, between vindication and abandonment. As you prepare for deep sleep, or if you are already there, consider the detectives who work tonight in cities across Britain and beyond. People conducting investigations with tools that would astound Tom's generation, solving crimes through DNA analysis and digital forensics that seem like magic compared to 1960s technology. Yet the fundamental work remains unchanged. Paying attention, asking questions, and accumulating small facts into larger truths. The mysteries Tom investigated weren't always dramatic or violent. Many involved property rather than persons, mistakes rather than malice, and human weakness rather than calculated evil. But each one mattered to someone. The elderly man whose gnome connected him to his late wife, the mother struggling to feed her children, the headmaster receiving anonymous threats, and Sarah Mitchell's parents seeking understanding if not comfort. Detective work in the 1960s existed in a particular historical moment, after the introduction of scientific crime solving but before its full flowering, in communities cohesive enough to notice anomalies, but diverse enough to generate friction, using technology that was revolutionary for its time, but primitive by our standards. Tom and his colleagues navigated this landscape with tools both crude and sophisticated, relying on human observation, supplemented by laboratory analysis and community relationships enhanced by careful record keeping. The Britain they policed is largely gone now, replaced by something faster, more connected, and less constrained by tradition and social hierarchies. The high streets where Tom knew every shopkeeper have been transformed by chain stores and online shopping. The close-knit neighbourhoods where everyone knew everyone else's business have fragmented into more anonymous patterns of living. The deference to authority that made police work simpler has been replaced by healthier skepticism that makes it more accountable. But human nature, the mix of decency and selfishness, courage and fear, honesty and deception, remains remarkably constant across generations. People still steal when desperate or opportunistic, still harm each other through passion or calculation, and still make terrible decisions that cascade into tragedy. And other people still dedicate their careers to sorting through these failures, seeking truth and some approximation of justice. Tom's legacy isn't measured in dramatic cases or headlines, but in the steady accumulation of small successes. Crimes solved, communities served, younger officers trained, and victims given whatever closure the law and human limitation allow. His career represents thousands of hours spent listening, observing, documenting and testifying, always working within a system that's imperfect, but striving toward ideals that justify the effort. The quiet mysteries of 1960s Britain, garden gnomes and threatening letters, accidental deaths and opportunistic thefts, reveal a society in transition, struggling to maintain order while navigating rapid change. Tom's generation of detectives served as guides through this transition, applying old wisdom to new challenges, adapting traditional methods to emerging circumstances, and building bridges between the Britain that was and the Britain becoming. As you drift towards sleep, you might imagine Tom in his later years, retired but still alert to the world around him, still noticing discrepancies and anomalies through a habit too deeply ingrained to abandon. Perhaps he volunteers with youth programs, sharing stories about justice and consequences. Perhaps he simply tends his garden, finding peace in growing things rather than hunting people. Perhaps he occasionally visits the old station, now updated with computers and modern technology, and marvels at how much has changed while recognising how much remains the same. The mysteries continue in every era and every place where humans live together in communities. The tools for solving them evolve, the social contexts shift, but the fundamental work endures. Paying attention to what others miss, asking questions until truth emerges, seeking justice in an imperfect world that nonetheless demands the effort. Sleep well, knowing that in the long tradition of people dedicated to that work, you've just spent time with one detective's ordinary career and an extraordinary moment of British history. Tom Henley isn't famous and won't be remembered in history books, but represents thousands of professionals who served quietly and competently, with more dedication than glory. And perhaps that's the most important mystery solved tonight. That ordinary work, done with care and persistence, creates the foundation of civilization itself. The dramatic cases capture attention, but it's the patient, unglamorous resolution of everyday mysteries that actually holds communities together. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a vast frozen plain, somewhere in what will one day be called Siberia. The year is approximately 15,000 BCE, though calendars won't exist for thousands of years yet. The landscape stretches endlessly before you, a rolling expanse of tundra grass, patches of snow, and scattered stands of hardy pine trees that somehow survive the brutal cold. The air bites at your exposed skin with a sharpness that makes your eyes water, and when you exhale, your breath crystallizes instantly into tiny ice particles that drift away like miniature stars. This is the Pleistocene epoch, the great ice age that has gripped the Earth for millennia. Massive glaciers, some more than a mile thick, cover much of the northern hemisphere. But you're not standing on ice. You're in one of the refuge zones, the areas between the glaciers where life clings stubbornly to existence. The sun hangs low on the horizon even at midday, casting everything in a peculiar amber light that makes the snow sparkle like scattered diamonds. Your clothing is a masterwork of survival technology, though you wouldn't think of it that way. You're wrapped in carefully prepared animal hides, reindeer primarily, with the fur turned inward for warmth. Your boots are stuffed with dried grass for insulation, and your hands are covered in mittens made from the winter coat of a woolly mammoth calf. Every piece of clothing represents hours of work, scraping, tanning and sewing, with needles made from bird bones and thread made from animal sinew. Around you, the Ice Age megafauna go about their business with the casual indifference of creatures who've never learned to fear humans. A small herd of woolly mammoths moves slowly across the plain, about half a mile away, their shaggy rust-coloured coats swaying with each ponderous step. They're smaller than modern elephants, actually, only about 9 feet tall at the shoulder, but their enormous curved tusks, some reaching 16 feet in length, make them look like creatures from a fever dream. The matriarch uses her trunk to sweep away snow, exposing the dried grass beneath, and the others follow her lead, creating a scattered pattern of feeding spots across the white expanse. Further out you spot a woolly rhinoceros, its 2 horns catching the low sunlight. It's a solitary creature, this one, methodically working its way across the tundra, in search of the woody shrubs it prefers. Its wool hangs in ragged strips, not a sign of poor health, but simply the normal appearance of an animal whose coat has evolved to survive temperatures that would kill most modern mammals within hours. A herd of steppe bison, the ancestors of modern American bison but larger, with horns spanning 6 feet across, grazes in the middle distance. They're darker than the snow around them, their breath creating small clouds that hang in the still, cold air. One of them paws at the ground, breaking through the snow crust to reach the vegetation below, and the sound carries clearly across the frozen landscape. A sharp crack followed by the softer sound of ice crystals falling. But it's not the megafauna that you're watching most carefully, it's the wolves. They're everywhere in this landscape, though you have to know how to look for them. Unlike the megafauna, wolves have learned to be cautious around humans. They're not afraid exactly. Not yet. But they're careful. You spot one now, about 300 yards away, sitting on a small rise. It's watching the mammoth herd with professional interest, but you notice that it occasionally glances in your direction too. Its coat is longer and thicker than the wolves of warmer climates, a magnificent blend of grey, black and white that makes it nearly invisible against the mixed landscape of snow and bare ground. These Ice Age wolves are slightly larger than their modern descendants will be, more robust, built for bringing down prey that outweighs them by thousands of pounds. This particular wolf probably weighs around 120 pounds, with massive jaws capable of crushing bone. Its amber eyes miss nothing, constantly scanning the environment for opportunity or danger. You're part of a small band, about 25 people, ranging from infants to elders in their 40s. That might sound young for an elder, but in this world, reaching 40 is an achievement worthy of respect. Your people have been following the reindeer herds for weeks now, and you've set up a temporary camp in a sheltered area where a rocky outcrop provides some protection from the wind. The camp itself is a collection of sturdy structures, not quite tents, not quite huts. You've created them by setting up frameworks of mammoth bones and tusks, then covering these frameworks with layers of animal hides. The largest structure, the communal dwelling, uses the skull of a mammoth as part of its entrance. Inside, the temperature is bearable, not warm but survivable, thanks to a carefully maintained fire at the centre. The smoke escapes through a gap at the top, and the hides are arranged so that the wind doesn't blow directly inside. Your band is preparing for a hunt, though preparing might be too formal a word. It's more like a slow, practiced gathering of the necessary tools and people. Several hunters are checking their spears, not the throwing spears that will be invented later, but heavy thrusting spears with fire-hardened wooden tips, or, for the lucky few, precious stone points that were traded from another band 2 summers ago. One of your cousins is working on a new atlatl, a spear thrower that will multiply the force behind a thrown spear. It's new technology, this atlatl, having been invented just a few generations back. The older hunters were sceptical at first, but the young people have proven its worth. Your cousin is shaping the wood with a piece of sharp flint, occasionally pausing to sight along its length, checking for straightness. The target today is not the mammoths. They're too dangerous and too large, requiring more planning and more hunters than your band can spare right now. Instead, you're hoping to ambush a reindeer that strayed from its herd. You spotted one yesterday, a young buck that seems to have injured its leg slightly. In the harsh mathematics of Ice Age survival, that slight injury marks it as your best chance for success. But as you move out with the hunting party, you notice something unusual. There are more wolves around than normal. They're keeping their distance, but they're definitely watching. You count at least 6 of them, scattered across the landscape in positions that suggest they're not together. Not a pack, but individual wolves or small family groups, each pursuing their own survival strategy. One wolf in particular catches your attention. It's smaller than the others, with a slightly reddish tint to its grey coat. Unlike the other wolves, which are carefully maintaining their distance, this one seems less concerned with the usual safety protocols. It's maybe 200 yards away, sitting calmly on its haunches, watching your hunting party with an expression that almost looks curious rather than cautious. You've seen wolves follow hunting parties before. It's not uncommon. They've learned that human hunters sometimes leave behind scraps, a gut pile, bones, and pieces of hide too damaged to be useful. In a world where every calorie counts, where a harsh winter can mean the difference between survival and starvation, those scraps represent opportunity. But this feels different somehow. This wolf isn't just following at a careful distance, it's observing, learning, the hunt itself unfolds in the timeless pattern of predator and prey. Your party spreads out, moving slowly upwind toward where the injured reindeer was last seen. The snow muffles your footsteps, and you've rubbed yourselves with the leaves of aromatic plants to mask your human scent. The cold air helps too. Scent doesn't carry as well in extreme cold. You spot the reindeer browsing in a small hollow, using its broad hooves to dig through the snow to reach the lulken beneath. Its injured leg is indeed causing problems. You can see it favouring the other 3 legs, shifting its weight constantly. From a distance, it might not seem like much of an impairment, but you know from experience that this slight imbalance will slow its escape just enough. The hunters move into position with practiced efficiency. No words are spoken. Everyone knows their role. 2 hunters will drive the reindeer toward a narrow passage between 2 large boulders. 3 others, including you, are positioned at that passage, spears ready. The drive begins. The reindeer's head snaps up and for a moment it freezes, trying to identify the threat. Then it bolts, moving with the fluid grace that makes these animals so difficult to hunt. But the injured leg betrays it slightly, just a tiny hitch in its stride, and the path of least resistance leads it exactly where the hunters knew it would go, toward the gap between the boulders. Your muscles tense as it approaches. Timing is everything. Too early and it will dodge. Too late and it will be past you. The reindeer enters the gap, and in that moment of constriction, 3 spears thrust forward simultaneously. At least 2 find their mark, and the animal stumbles, then falls. There's no celebrating. The work has only begun. Within minutes, the animal is being efficiently processed. The hide is carefully removed. It will be needed for clothing or shelter repairs. The meat is butchered into manageable pieces. The bones and antlers are set aside. They have a dozen uses. Even the sinews are carefully extracted for making cordage and thread. And throughout this entire process, you're aware of the wolves watching. The reddish-grey one has crept closer, now maybe 150 yards away. It sits perfectly still, but you can see its nostrils flaring, scenting the fresh blood on the cold air. When your party is ready to head back to camp, carrying the butchered reindeer, you notice something. The reddish-grey wolf hasn't left. It's following, maintaining that same distance, its eyes fixed not on the meat you're carrying, but on the gut pile you've left behind, the stomach, intestines, and other organs that are too much trouble to carry back. As soon as your party is about 50 yards away, the wolf trots down to the gut pile. But instead of the frenzied feeding you might expect, it eats quickly and efficiently, then retreats again. It's being careful, but less careful than the other wolves, who haven't approached at all despite the easy meal. That night, in the communal dwelling with the fire crackling and the wind howling outside, you think about that wolf. There was something different about it, a quality you can't quite name, not tameness exactly, more like a willingness to cross the usual boundaries between species. You don't know it yet, but you've just witnessed something extraordinary. You've seen one of the first tiny steps in a relationship that will span millennia. That wolf, with its slightly reduced caution and its observant nature, is on the very edge of something entirely new, not just for wolves, but for the entire trajectory of human and animal life on Earth. Outside, in the darkness beyond the firelight, the wolf circles the camp at a respectful distance. It can smell the cooking meat, can hear the human voices, and can sense the warmth of the fire. And unlike every other wolf in the region, instead of moving on to find its own prey, it settles down in the snow about 100 yards from the camp. It doesn't know why it's staying, instinct mixed with curiosity perhaps, or maybe just the simple calculus of survival. These humans mean food, and in the harsh mathematics of the Ice Age, any reliable source of calories is worth a slight risk. The moon rises over the frozen landscape, illuminating a world that is both beautiful and brutal. And in that world a small change has begun, so subtle that no one could possibly recognise its significance. A wolf sits watching a human camp, and inside that camp a human lies awake thinking about a wolf king. The reddish-grey wolf becomes something of a fixture over the following days, though fixture implies more permanence than is really accurate. It's more like a recurring character in your daily life, appearing near the camp at dawn, following hunting parties at a distance, materialising around butchering sites. You start to recognise it not just by its colouring, but by its behaviour. While other wolves that scavenge from human kills dart in nervously, snatch what they can, and flee, this one moves with a peculiar confidence. You're not the only one who's noticed. One evening, as your band gathers around the fire, your aunt, a woman of about 35 whose survival skills have earned her enormous respect in the band, mentions the wolf casually while working a piece of reindeer hide with a stone scraper. The red one was at the butchering site again, she says, her hands never pausing in their rhythmic scraping motion. Closer than before, maybe 70 paces. Your uncle, sharpening a spear point, grunts acknowledgement. Good thing or bad thing? Neither. Just a thing. Your aunt holds the hide up to the firelight, checking her progress. It's not aggressive. Never approaches the kills until we're well away. Just interested. This is a typical example of how your people discuss the natural world, matter-of-factly, without attributing too much meaning, but also without dismissing observations. Every piece of information about animal behaviour might someday prove useful, so it's worth noting and remembering. 2 weeks pass, then 3. The deep cold of winter begins its slow, grudging transition towards something slightly less brutal. The sun's arc across the sky grows incrementally longer each day. The change is subtle enough that you might not notice it day to day, but over weeks, it's unmistakable. Your band has remained in the same general area. The hunting has been decent, and the sheltered spot you've chosen offers good protection from the wind. And through all of this, the reddish-grey wolf remains part of the landscape. You start to notice patterns. The wolf appears most reliably in the early morning, shortly after dawn, and in the evening around dusk. During the brightest part of the day, it's usually nowhere to be seen, off hunting its own prey, presumably. But in those liminal times when the light is soft and the world feels suspended between day and night, there it is. One morning you're awake earlier than usual, sitting outside the communal dwelling and watching the sky lighten in the east. The temperature is brutally cold, the kind of cold that makes the insides of your nostrils stick together when you breathe in, but the air is perfectly still, and stillness makes cold more bearable. Everything is touched with frost, each blade of grass, each stone outlined in crystalline white. You see the wolf emerge from behind a distant outcrop, perhaps 200 yards away. It's moving in that efficient ground-covering trot that wolves use to travel long distances, its breath creating rhythmic puffs of vapour in the frigid air. Then it stops, sits, and looks directly at your camp. For several long minutes nothing happens. The wolf sits. You sit. The sky continues its slow brightening from deep blue to lighter shades that hint at the eventual arrival of the sun. Then, acting on an impulse you don't fully understand, you toss a small piece of dried meat in the wolf's general direction. Not close to the wolf. You throw it maybe 30 yards out from where you're sitting, leaving it about 170 yards from the wolf. It's more of a gesture than anything else, an acknowledgement of the wolf's presence. The wolf watches the meat arc through the air and land in the snow. It doesn't move. For long minutes it simply sits there, eyes moving between you and the meat. Then, so smoothly that you almost miss the transition, it stands, trots to the meat, picks it up, and retreats to its original distance before lying down to eat it. Something about this interaction feels significant, though you couldn't explain why. It wasn't fear that made the wolf retreat. It moved too calmly for that. It was more like an acknowledgement of boundaries, a mutual understanding of appropriate distances. Over the following weeks, this becomes an occasional ritual. Not every morning, and not with any regular schedule, but sometimes, when you're up early and the wolf appears, you'll toss it a scrap. The wolf begins to anticipate this. You notice that when it sees you sitting outside at dawn, it sits at a particular distance, no longer 200 yards, but more like 150, and waits to see if you'll throw anything. You're not consciously trying to tame the wolf. That word doesn't even exist in your vocabulary. You're simply engaging in a kind of pragmatic exchange. The wolf cleans up scraps that would otherwise attract less desirable scavengers, hyenas for instance. which are not only more dangerous but also much less pleasant to have around. In return, the wolf gets easy meals. It's a transaction that benefits both parties. But something else is happening too, though it's so gradual that you barely notice it. The wolf is becoming part of your mental landscape, part of the expected patterns of daily life. When you wake up now, you find yourself wondering if the wolf will be there. When you're out hunting and you spot it following at a distance, you feel a tiny flicker of recognition. Not quite pleasure, but something like acknowledgement. Hello again, the feeling seems to say. You're still here. One day during a hunting expedition, something unusual happens. Your party is tracking a small herd of horses, Ice Age horses, stocky and robust, with thick coats that make them look almost bear-like in the dim light. The tracking has been difficult. The horses are wary, the wind keeps shifting, and twice you've gotten close only to have them bolt at the last moment. You're taking a brief rest, assessing the situation, when you notice the reddish-grey wolf about 100 yards away. It's not looking at you, though. It's looking in the same direction you've been heading, toward where the horses should be. Then the wolf does something extraordinary. It moves forward about 50 yards, stops, looks back at you, then looks forward again. The gesture is so clear that it's almost comical. This way, they're this way. Now it's entirely possible that the wolf was simply pursuing its own agenda, that the apparent communication was pure coincidence. But you've survived to adulthood in the Ice Age by paying attention to environmental cues, and this feels like a cue. You signal to the other hunters and the party adjusts its course slightly, moving more in the direction the wolf indicated. 15 minutes later, you find the horses in a small hollow, perfectly positioned for an ambush. The hunt is successful, and afterward you make sure to leave an especially generous portion of the gut pile. The wolf, as usual, waits until you're well away before approaching, but you notice that before it starts eating, it looks toward where your party is heading, holds that gaze for a moment, then begins its meal. Again, you could dismiss this as meaningless. Wolves look in all directions frequently, but you're starting to suspect that something more complex is happening. The wolf isn't just scavenging from your kills anymore, it's participating in its own way in the hunting process. Word of the wolf begins to spread within your band. The children especially are fascinated by it. They've been warned to keep their distance. It is, after all, still a wild predator perfectly capable of dangerous behaviour. But they watch it from the safety of the camp, and they've given it a name of sorts, a specific sound that they use to refer to it, something between a whistle and a yip that's meant to approximate a wolf's vocalization. One of the children, a girl of about 7, has become particularly interested in the wolf. She's the one who most reliably spots it each day, who points out its location to anyone who'll listen, who saves little scraps from her meals to toss out toward where the wolf typically sits. Her mother allows this, partly because it keeps the child engaged in camp activities, and partly because, well, the wolf doesn't seem to pose any actual threat. Months pass, the season continues its slow wheel towards spring. The days grow longer, the snow begins to develop a different texture, becoming wetter, heavier, and more crystalline. The mammoths start moving north, following the retreating edge of the glaciers toward their summer feeding grounds. The reindeer herds grow restless, preparing for their own migrations. Your band must decide whether to follow the herds or to stay in this region and switch to hunting the animals that remain year-round. Bison, horses, and the occasional mammoth that bucks the migration trend. In the end, the decision is made to stay. The camp is good, the hunting has been reliable, and the effort required to pack everything and move is significant. The reddish-grey wolf stays too. This surprises you slightly. You'd assumed the wolf was following the human band because humans meant food, and that if the major game herds moved on, the wolf would follow them. But it doesn't. It remains in the area, hunting its own prey. You occasionally see it taking down rabbits with impressive efficiency, and continuing its habit of appearing near the camp at dawn and dusk. The distance between wolves and humans continues to shrink incrementally. Not in any dramatic way, not in any single leap forward, but in tiny adjustments that accumulate over time. The wolf now sits about 100 yards from camp instead of 150. When someone tosses it food, it no longer retreats as far before eating. When it follows hunting parties, the gap is perhaps 75 yards instead of 100. One warm afternoon, genuinely warm, maybe even reaching 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which feels like summer after the long winter, you're working on repairing your boots outside the communal dwelling. The wolf is lying in its usual spot about 90 yards away, apparently drowsing in the sun. A raven lands nearby looking for scraps. It hops closer to where you're working, bold as ravens always are, cocking its head to examine you with one bright eye. You ignore it. Ravens are harmless, mostly, if occasionally annoying in their persistence. Then you notice the wolf is watching the raven with focused intensity. The wolf rises to its feet, stretches in a very dog-like manner, then trots toward the camp, not directly toward you, but on an angle that will bring it near the raven. The raven, seeing the wolf approach, squawks indignantly and flaps away. The wolf watches it go, then, instead of retreating to its usual spot, lies down maybe 70 yards from where you're sitting. The message seems clear. The raven was bothering you, so I chased it off. Now we're a bit closer than before, but that's okay because I just did you a favour. Again, you could argue that this is anthropomorphization, reading human motivations into animal behaviour. But whether or not your interpretation is accurate, the effect is the same. The boundaries between human and wolf have shifted again, just slightly, just enough to notice. That night, lying in the communal dwelling and listening to the sounds of the band settling in for sleep, you think about the wolf. How long has this been going on now? 6 months? 7? Long enough that it's strange to remember a time when the wolf wasn't part of the daily routine. You don't know that what you're witnessing is the beginning of domestication. You have no framework for understanding that concept, no way to imagine that this wild predator's great-great-grandchildren will be so thoroughly changed that they'll sit obediently at human commands, will guard human homes, and will work alongside humans in 1,000 different ways. All you know is that somewhere out in the darkness, about 90 yards from where you're lying, a wolf is curled up in the snow sleeping. And for reasons you can't fully articulate, this knowledge feels comforting rather than threatening. Spring arrives not with a bang, but with a slow, soggy whisper. The snow doesn't so much melt as gradually surrender to mud, creating a landscape of startling messiness. Where everything was white and pristine, now everything is brown and wet. The rivers and streams, frozen solid for months, begin to crack and groan, their ice breaking into huge chunks that pile up against the banks with sounds like distant thunder. The world becomes louder. Birds return from their winter grounds to the south, filling the air with calls and songs. The small mammals that spent winter underground emerge, blinking in the bright sunlight. Everything is waking up, shaking off the torpor of winter and resuming the urgent business of survival and reproduction. The reddish-grey wolf disappears for several weeks, and you find yourself surprised by how much you miss its presence. The camp feels less complete somehow, as if a regular element of daily life has been removed. You catch yourself looking for the wolf at dawn, in the evening, and during hunts. Where is it? Is it all right? Has it moved on to follow some other band of humans or return to a fully wild existence? Then one morning, as you're carrying water from the stream back to camp, you see it. The wolf is sitting in its usual spot. Well, the spot it occupied 2 months ago, about 100 yards from the camp. But there's something different. The wolf looks thinner, its coat rougher. And as you watch, it stands and stretches, and you see the elongated teats of a nursing mother. Ah, so that's where you've been, you think, off having puppies. The wolf doesn't approach closer. It seems warier than before, more careful about maintaining distance. This makes perfect sense. A mother with dependent young has every reason to be cautious. You respect this new boundary, making no attempt to approach, simply acknowledging the wolf's return with a tossed piece of dried meat. Over the following weeks, the wolf's visits become irregular. Sometimes it appears at dawn, sometimes not. Sometimes it follows the hunting parties. Sometimes it's nowhere to be seen for days at a time. You understand that it's dividing its time between its den, wherever that is, and these scavenging opportunities at the human camp. Then one extraordinary morning the wolf appears at its usual spot, and it's not alone. You count 3 puppies, though there might be more back at the den. They're perhaps 6 or 7 weeks old, past the helpless infant stage but still clearly young, with oversized paws and ears that seem too big for their heads. Their coats are fluffier than their mother's, giving them a roly-poly appearance that's almost comically cute. The mother wolf sits at her usual distance, but the puppies, not yet having learned appropriate caution, immediately begin to explore. One of them spots something interesting, probably just an unusual rock, and pounces on it with exaggerated intensity. Another tackles its sibling, and they tumble together in a blur of grey fur and wagging tails. The entire human camp stops to watch. Even the most pragmatic adults find themselves smiling at the puppies' antics. The children are entranced, sitting at the edge of camp and watching with barely contained excitement. One puppy, bolder or more curious than its siblings, begins wandering toward the camp. The mother wolf immediately gives a sharp bark and the puppy freezes, then retreats. But the message is clear. The puppy was interested in the camp, curious about these strange two-legged creatures. The 7-year-old girl who's been most interested in the wolf looks at her mother with pleading eyes. Can I give them food? Her mother considers this. In the Ice Age, where survival is never guaranteed, wasting food on wild animals is generally not a smart strategy. But these are not normal times, and this is not a normal situation. Finally she nods. Small pieces. Don't go any closer. Let them come to you if they want to. The girl takes a piece of dried meat, breaks it into smaller bits and tosses them about halfway between the camp and where the wolf family sits. The puppies watch the meat arc through the air with intense focus. As soon as the pieces land, they bound forward, all caution forgotten in their enthusiasm. The mother wolf tenses but doesn't call them back. She's watching carefully, assessing the situation. Is this dangerous? Are the humans a threat? The puppies reach the meat and immediately begin squabbling over it, play fighting and growling with all the ferocity their young voices can muster, which isn't much. They sound like tiny squeaky toys rather than fearsome predators. One puppy, having secured a piece of meat larger than it can easily eat, tries to drag it back toward its mother. But the meat is larger than anticipated, and the puppy keeps tripping over it, somersaulting in the mud and generally making a spectacle of itself. The humans watching can't help but laugh. Quiet laughs, not wanting to startle the animals, but genuine amusement nonetheless. The mother wolf watches all of this with what seems like resigned patience. Welcome to parenthood, her expression seems to say. They're idiots, but they're my idiots. This becomes a new pattern. Every few days the wolf family appears near camp. The puppies are gradually learning appropriate caution from their mother, but their natural curiosity frequently overrides their developing survival instincts. They're endlessly entertaining, tumbling and playing and investigating everything with the boundless energy of the young. The boldest puppy, you start to recognize it by a distinctive marking, a white patch on its chest, begins approaching closer than its siblings. It doesn't come all the way to the camp, but it gets perhaps 50 yards away, close enough that you can see its individual whiskers and the bright amber of its eyes. One afternoon you're working on fashioning a new spear shaft sitting outside the communal dwelling. The wolf family is in the usual spot, the puppies napping in a furry pile while their mother keeps watch. The bold puppy wakes up, looks around, spots you, and begins walking toward the camp. The mother notices immediately and gives a warning bark. The puppy stops, looks back at its mother, and then looks at you. You can almost see the decision-making process happening in its young brain. Mother says stop. But that human looks interesting. But mother says stop. But the puppy compromises by lying down about 60 yards away, still closer than its mother would prefer, but not actively disobeying. It watches you with intense focus as you work on the spear shaft, apparently fascinated by the repetitive motions of your hands shaping the wood. You decide to test something. Without making any sudden movements, you toss a small piece of meat toward the puppy, not all the way to it, but about halfway between you. The puppy's head snaps toward the meat. It looks at the meat, then at its mother, then at you. The mother wolf gives another warning bark, but the puppy has already made its decision. It slinks forward, belly low to the ground, moving carefully, and snatches the meat. But instead of retreating all the way back to its mother, it only goes about 20 yards away before lying down to eat. The boundary just shifted again. 70 yards became 60 yards, which became 40 yards. You don't push it further. Patience is essential here, not because you're consciously trying to tame this animal, but because you understand instinctively that rushing will ruin whatever understanding is developing. The summer progresses. The puppies grow rapidly, their oversized features gradually becoming proportional. They're learning to hunt, accompanying their mother on expeditions, though they're still comically bad at it. You occasionally see them trying to catch rabbits, bounding through the grass with enormous enthusiasm and zero technique, sending their prey fleeing long before they get anywhere close. The bold puppy with the white chest patch continues to be the most adventurous. It's now regularly coming within 40 yards of the camp, close enough that the children can toss it treats without much effort. It hasn't yet allowed anyone to touch it, but there's a clear sense that it might someday if the approach were made carefully enough. The other two puppies are more cautious, maintaining the distance their mother seems to prefer. They'll take tossed food, but they're not as interested in the humans themselves. They're following the traditional wolf path, benefiting from human proximity but maintaining their wild independence. But the bold one is different. It's crossing a threshold, moving into territory that no wolf has previously occupied. Not quite wild, not quite tame, but something in between. A hybrid state that's being invented in real time. One evening, as the sun sets and paints the sky in shades of orange and pink, you're sitting outside watching the day end. The bold puppy is lying about 30 yards away, also watching the sunset, or possibly just resting. The other members of the wolf family have moved off to hunt, but this puppy has chosen to stay near the human camp. For a long time, neither of you moves. You're simply sharing the space, two different species, both watching the same sky turn from day to night. It's a moment of perfect, peaceful coexistence, not dramatic, not particularly significant on its own, but part of a larger pattern that's slowly, quietly rewriting the rules of how different species can relate to each other. A shooting star streaks across the sky, bright and brief. The puppy's ears perk up as if it heard something, though of course the star makes no sound. You find yourself wondering what the puppy thinks of the sky, of the stars, of this strange world it's been born into. You'll never know, of course. The puppy's internal life remains a mystery. But in this moment, that doesn't seem to matter. What matters is the simple fact of shared space, shared time, and shared existence. The stars come out one by one, filling the sky with their ancient light. Somewhere in the darkness, a mammoth trumpets, the sound carrying for miles across the still air. The puppy's ears swivel toward the sound, but it doesn't move from its spot. Neither do you. You sit together, human and almost dog, as the night deepens around you. The bold puppy, which you've started thinking of as white chest, reaches adolescence with all the awkwardness that implies. Its paws, temporarily too large for its body, give it a clumsy gait. Its voice is changing, producing sometimes a puppy yip, sometimes an adult bark, and occasionally an embarrassing crack between the two. It goes through a phase where it seems to trip over its own feet at least once per day, usually while trying to impress the watching humans with some feat of athletic prowess. Whitechest is now about 7 months old, and something remarkable has happened. The distance between the puppy and the nearest humans has shrunk to about 20 yards. Some mornings, Whitechest is waiting near the camp when people emerge from their dwellings, tail wagging in greeting. That tail wagging is itself noteworthy. Adult wolves do wag their tails, but usually only in specific social contexts with other wolves. Whitechest wags its tail at humans constantly, when it sees people, when it's given food, and when someone simply looks in its direction. It's as if the puppy has repurposed a wolf-to-wolf social signal for wolf-to-human communication. The other two puppies from that litter are still around, but have remained more traditionally wolf-like. They scavenge from human kills. They tolerate human proximity at reasonable distances, but they show no interest in closer interaction. They're becoming normal wolves, following the ancient patterns of their species. But Whitechest is becoming something else entirely. One breakthrough morning, the 7-year-old girl, her name, in the sounds your language uses, is something that roughly translates to Bright One, approaches closer to Whitechest than anyone has dared before. She's holding a particularly nice piece of smoked meat, and she's making soft, encouraging sounds. Whitechest watches her approach with intense focus. Every muscle is tense, ready to flee if necessary, but the puppy doesn't flee. When Bright One gets within about 10 yards, she stops, kneels down to make herself less threatening, and extends her hand with the meat. For long moments, nothing happens. Then, moving slowly, hesitantly, Whitechest approaches. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. The puppy is now close enough that Bright One could touch it if she reached out. Whitechest stretches its neck forward, still keeping its body at a safe distance, ready to bolt. Its nose twitches, scenting the meat. Then, in one quick motion, it snatches the meat from Bright One's hand and retreats about 5 yards. But here's the remarkable part. Instead of running all the way back to the safe distance, Whitechest lies down right there 5 yards away and eats the meat while watching Bright One with an expression that seems almost friendly. Bright One is beaming. She stays kneeling, not moving, not trying to push the boundary any further. She just watches as Whitechest finishes the meat, licks its chops thoroughly, and then, in a gesture that makes Bright One gasp with delight, yawns and stretches out for a nap right there 5 yards from a human. Word spreads quickly through the camp. People emerge from their dwellings to see this extraordinary sight. A wolf, nearly full grown now, sleeping peacefully within easy spear throw of a human settlement. Over the following weeks, Whitechest becomes bolder. The puppy starts following Bright One around when she does her daily tasks, collecting firewood, hauling water, and helping prepare hides. It's not always close. Sometimes it's 20 yards behind, sometimes 30, but it's clearly following, clearly choosing to be near this particular human. The relationship develops what you might call reciprocity, though you have no word for this concept. Bright One shares food with Whitechest, and Whitechest provides companionship and, increasingly, a kind of early warning system. The puppy's ears are sharper than human ears, and its nose is infinitely more sensitive. When Whitechest's attention suddenly focuses on something distant, people have learned to pay attention. More than once, the puppy's alertness has given warning of approaching animals, sometimes dangerous predators, sometimes potential prey. One afternoon, Whitechest is lying near where Bright One is working on scraping a hide. The puppy's head suddenly lifts, ears pricked forward, and body tensed. It's staring intently toward a rocky outcrop about 200 yards away. Bright One follows the puppy's gaze but sees nothing. Still, she's learned to trust Whitechest's senses. She calls out a warning to the camp, and within seconds several adults emerge with spears. For several minutes, nothing happens. Then a cave bear, a massive creature, easily 9 feet tall if it stood on its hind legs, with a disposition that makes modern grizzlies seem friendly, emerges from behind the rocks. It's not approaching the camp, just passing through the area, but cave bears are notoriously unpredictable. Having warning of its presence is the difference between safety and disaster. The bear passes without incident, but the human's gratitude toward Whitechest is genuine. Extra meat is shared that evening, and the puppy, for the first time, is allowed to sleep just outside the entrance to the communal dwelling rather than at its usual more distant spot. Whitechest isn't the only young wolf showing interest in humans. As your band moves through its seasonal rounds, never straying too far from the core territory, but shifting locations as resources dictate, you notice other wolves at different sites, particularly younger ones, that display varying levels of boldness around humans. Some are like Whitechest, actively seeking proximity. Others are somewhere in the middle, not avoiding humans but not seeking them out either. It's as if there's a spectrum of personality types, and the wolves on the bolder end of that spectrum are the ones who keep gravitating toward human camps. You're beginning to suspect, though you have no framework to articulate this, that some kind of selection is happening. The boldest wolves get the most access to easy food from human scraps. The boldest wolves are the ones learning to cooperate, however loosely, with human hunting activities. The boldest wolves are the ones surviving best near human settlements. And when these bold wolves eventually mate, as Whitechest will in another year or so, they'll likely produce offspring that inherit this tendency toward boldness. Generation by generation, the The wolves most comfortable around humans are the ones most likely to thrive in this new ecological niche that humans provide. Meanwhile, the shyer, more traditionally wolf-like individuals continue to do fine in the vast wilderness away from human settlements. They're not being replaced or driven out. It's just that two populations are slowly diverging, one remaining purely wolf, one beginning the long journey toward becoming something else. Whitechest reaches full adulthood. About 1.5 years old now. The puppy awkwardness is gone, replaced by the lean efficiency of a mature predator. Whitechest now weighs about 75 pounds, smaller than its mother but still formidable. And while the wolf has clearly bonded with Bright One and the rest of the band, it's not tame in any conventional sense. It still hunts its own prey. It still maintains some distance. It still makes its own decisions about when to be near the camp and when to disappear into the wilderness for days at a time. But something fundamental has changed. When Whitechest returns from these wilderness excursions, it greets the humans, especially Bright One, with obvious pleasure, tail wagging and body wiggling in a dance of joy. When the band moves camp, Whitechest follows without hesitation. When Bright One sits by the fire in the evening, Whitechest lies nearby, close enough to be touched, though still wary of sudden movements. One evening, after a successful hunt, the band is in good spirits. There's meat aplenty, and someone has found a wild berry bush still holding fruit despite the lateness of the season. The children are playing a game that involves running around the camp's perimeter, and Whitechest joins in, running alongside them with obvious enjoyment. The adults watch this with expressions ranging from amazement to amusement to something approaching unease. This is unprecedented. Wild predators don't play with human children, but here, undeniably, is a wolf doing exactly that. Carefully, without using its teeth even in play fighting, adjusting its strength to accommodate the smaller, weaker humans. Bright One's mother watches her daughter and Whitechest playing together, and she has a thought that she'll later try to express to her partner, though the language doesn't quite have the words for it yet. Something like, "We're watching something new being born. Not just this wolf, but the idea of wolves and humans together. What we're seeing isn't just unusual. It's never happened before in all of history." She's right, though she doesn't know how right. She doesn't know that tens of thousands of years in the future, humans will live alongside millions of descendants of wolves like Whitechest. She doesn't know that these descendants will come in bewildering variety. Tiny ones that fit in a pocket, huge ones that stand taller than wolves ever did. Some bred for hunting, some for guarding, and some simply for companionship. She doesn't know that humans will develop complex emotional bonds with these animals, treating them as family members, mourning their deaths, and celebrating their lives. All she knows is that right now, in this moment, her daughter is playing with a wolf, and both of them are clearly absolutely happy. The fire crackles. The stars wheel overhead in their eternal patterns. A cool breeze brings the scent of the distant pines. And in this small corner of the vast Ice Age world, something impossible has become possible. Whitechest stops running, sits down to catch its breath, and Bright One impulsively reaches out to touch the top of the wolf's head. Whitechest goes very still. This is the first time a human has directly touched it. For a moment, the outcome could go either way. Then Whitechest leans into the touch just slightly, and Bright One begins gently scratching behind the wolf's ears. Whitechest's eyes close in contentment. One back leg starts twitching involuntarily, the way dogs' legs will twitch when you find just the right spot. The bridge between species has been crossed. There's no going back now. 3 years have passed since Whitechest first ventured close to the human camp as a bold puppy. The wolf, though increasingly it seems incorrect to call it simply a wolf, is now a mature adult, fully integrated into the daily life of your band. Whitechest has become, for lack of a better term, a member of the family. The wolf's daily routine mirrors the human's own rhythms. Whitechest sleeps near the camp entrance at night, often beside Bright One's sleeping area. In the morning, the wolf accompanies whoever goes to fetch water, trotting alongside them, investigating interesting smells, and occasionally pausing to mark territory. During the day, Whitechest often joins hunting parties, And this is where the relationship has evolved into something truly remarkable. Whitechest has learned to actively participate in hunts. The wolf understands somehow what the humans are trying to do. When the hunting party is stalking prey, Whitechest remains silent and stays downwind. When it's time to drive game toward waiting hunters, Whitechest helps with the drive, barking and lunging to push the animals in the right direction. And critically, Whitechest has learned to wait for its share of the kill rather than trying to claim it immediately. This cooperation isn't perfect. Whitechest is still a predator with predator instincts, and occasionally those instincts override training. Once, during a particularly exciting chase of a wounded bison, Whitechest became overeager and darted in too early, nearly getting trampled for the trouble. The wolf learned from this mistake, painfully, limping for several days afterward, but learned nonetheless. The human's hunting success rate has noticeably improved with Whitechest participation. The wolf's superior senses help locate prey that human eyes would miss. Whitechest's presence makes some prey animals nervous, causing them to move in ways that make them easier for human hunters to predict. And occasionally, when hunting smaller game like rabbits or foxes, Whitechest makes kills entirely independently and shares them with the band, particularly with Bright One. But it's not just practical benefits that define this relationship. There's genuine affection here, genuine companionship. Bright One, now approaching 11 years old, has formed a bond with Whitechest that goes beyond utility. The wolf is her constant companion, her playmate, and her confidant. When Bright One is sad, and life in the Ice Age provides plenty of reasons for sadness, Whitechest seems to sense it, pressing close, offering physical comfort. One particularly hard winter, food becomes scarce. The band's stored supplies run low, and several difficult weeks pass where everyone is hungry most of the time. During this period, Whitechest continues to hunt independently and brings back small game, rabbits, birds, even once a fox, and leaves this food near Bright One's sleeping area. The wolf is choosing to share food with a human, even when food is scarce. This behaviour is so unusual, so contrary to normal predator behaviour, that it cements Whitechest's status within the band. This is not just a useful animal, this is family. Whitechest isn't the only wolf showing this new pattern of behaviour. Over these 3 years, several other young wolves have attached themselves to the band, though none as completely as Whitechest. There's a larger, shaggier wolf that the hunters call Grey Shoulder, who primarily accompanies hunting parties but keeps more distance than Whitechest does. There's a younger female with unusual pale colouring, light coat, who seems most interested in staying near the camp and getting handouts, showing little interest in hunting. These different wolves display different personality traits, different preferences, and different degrees of integration with human society. It's becoming clear that not all wolves who associate with humans do so in the same way. Some are primarily interested in food. Some seem to crave companionship. Some appear to enjoy the cooperative hunting. Each wolf is an individual with its own motivations and temperament. Grey Shoulder, for instance, is all business. The wolf shows up when there's hunting to be done, participates efficiently, takes its share of the kill, and then often disappears for days at a time. There's no tail wagging, no playing with children, and no sleeping near the camp. But Grey Shoulder is reliable. When the hunting party sets out, they can usually count on Grey Shoulder appearing within a few hours, ready to work. Lightcoat, conversely, seems to have no interest in hunting whatsoever. This wolf has perfected the art of looking pathetic, sitting at the edge of camp with big, sad eyes until someone takes pity and tosses it food. Lightcoat is gentle enough that even the smallest children can approach it safely, and the wolf seems to enjoy being petted and fussed over. If wolves could purr, Lightcoat would purr constantly. The variety in these wolves' behaviours is teaching your band something important. These animals are not all the same. They have personalities, preferences, and individual quirks. This seems obvious now, but it's actually a significant shift in thinking. Previously, wolves were viewed as a category, dangerous predators to be avoided or killed. Now they're being seen as individuals. This one is friendly, that one is shy, this one is a good hunter, and that one is lazy but sweet-natured. One spring, Whitechest disappears for several weeks. At first, no one is particularly concerned. The wolf has always come and gone as it pleased. But as the days stretch into weeks, Bright One becomes increasingly worried. Has something happened to Whitechest? Has the wolf been injured, killed by a larger predator, or fallen through thin ice? Then one morning, Whitechest returns, and it's immediately obvious what's been happening. The wolf is accompanied by 4 puppies, about 6 weeks old, tumbling and playing and exploring everything with that particular fearless curiosity of the very young. The band is astonished. Whitechest has reproduced, of course it has, that's what animals do, but has chosen to bring its offspring to the human camp, rather than keeping them safely hidden in a den somewhere far away. This decision speaks volumes about how Whitechest views the relationship with humans. The camp isn't just a food source or a casual association, it's home, it's packed. It's the place where Whitechest wants to raise its young. The puppies are a mixture of traits. 2 of them look almost exactly like traditional wolves, with typical colouring and build. But one puppy is smaller, with softer features, and a coat that's slightly curlier than normal. And one puppy has distinctive markings, a white-tipped tail and a blaze of white down its face, that make it look quite different from any wolf you've ever seen. These puppies have never experienced the wild the way their parent did. From their earliest memories, humans are simply part of the landscape, no more frightening than trees or rocks. They approach people with no hesitation, investigate everything fearlessly, and quickly work out that humans are an excellent source of food and entertainment. Bright One is enchanted. She spends hours playing with the puppies, teaching them simple games and getting them accustomed to being handled. One puppy in particular, the small one with the curly coat, becomes especially attached to Bright One, following her everywhere, sleeping curled against her at night. The band decides to call this puppy Curl for obvious reasons, and Curl represents something even more significant than Whitechest did. Whitechest was a wild wolf that chose to associate with humans. Curl is being raised from birth as part of a human family. Curl will never know a purely wild existence. Curl is in essence the first truly domestic dog, even though that word won't exist for thousands of years yet. As Curl grows, the differences from a traditional wolf become more pronounced. A Curl is smaller than a full wolf, with shorter legs and a more rounded skull. Curl's ears don't stand up quite as erectly. Curl's tail curls over its back in a way that would be considered a fault in a wolf but is somehow charming in this context. And Curl's temperament is gentler and more tractable than any wolf's. Curl never goes through the adolescent period of testing boundaries and asserting independence that wolves typically experience. Curl simply accepts human authority as natural and right. When Bright One gives Curl a command, sit, stay, come, Curl obeys with eager enthusiasm. Not because Curl fears punishment, but because pleasing Bright One is Curl's primary motivation in life. This eager-to-please quality is something new under the sun. Wolves can be trained to an extent, but their cooperation always feels like a negotiation, a transaction. Curl's obedience feels more like devotion. It's the key difference between a tamed wolf and a truly domestic dog. Other puppies from Whitechest's litter show varying degrees of this new temperament. One is almost indistinguishable from a wild wolf, eventually leaving the band to live independently. 2 are intermediate, friendly with humans but retaining significant independence. But Curl is fully, completely domestic. The band begins to see the possibilities. If wolves can be raised to be this cooperative, this helpful, this companionable, then perhaps this relationship could be deliberately cultivated. Perhaps when Whitechest or one of the other wolves has another litter, the band could keep the friendliest puppies and encourage them to mate with other friendly wolves. This thought represents the beginning of conscious selection. Not just accepting wolves that happen to be bold enough to approach humans, but actively choosing which wolves to keep and breed based on desirable traits. It's the shift from passive acceptance of a phenomenon to active participation in shaping it. You don't know that you're inventing animal husbandry. You don't know that this same process will eventually be applied to wild sheep, wild cattle, and wild horses, transforming them all into domestic animals. You don't even really know that what you're doing is revolutionary. You just know that having Curl around makes life better. The puppy is cheerful, affectionate, helpful in its small ways, and brings joy to the entire band. When you're working on a difficult task and getting frustrated, Curl seems to sense it and comes over, tail wagging, inviting you to take a break and play. When the camp is quiet and everyone is feeling the weight of survival's constant demands, Curl does something silly, chasing its own tail, play-bowing to a shadow, barking at a butterfly, and makes everyone laugh. Life in the Ice Age is hard, it's dangerous, it's unpredictable. But with a curly-coated little dog curled up against you at night, with a wolf dog bringing you fresh killed rabbits, with a gentle pale wolf accepting scratches from your children, some of that hardness feels a bit more bearable. The sun sets over the tundra, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. White Chest sits on a rise near the camp, silhouetted against the sky, looking out over the landscape. Curl sits beside its parent, attempting to match the adult's dignified pose, but somewhat undermining the effect by occasionally scratching vigorously at its ear. You watch them from the camp, and you feel something that might be the Ice Age equivalent of contentment. Things change slowly in this world. The seasons cycle. The herds migrate. Life continues in its ancient patterns. But here, in this small detail of wolf dogs sitting peacefully near a human camp, something genuinely new is happening. The future is being born, one wagging tail at a time. 10 years have passed since White Chest first approached the camp as a bold puppy, and the landscape of human-wolf relationships has transformed in ways that would have seemed impossible back then. Your band now lives alongside not 1 or 2 wolf dogs, but an entire community of them, perhaps 15 in total, ranging from very wolf-like individuals who maintain significant independence to animals like Curl's offspring, who are so thoroughly integrated into human society that calling them wolves feels completely wrong. The terminology is becoming a problem, actually. You need to distinguish between the animals that live with you and the wild wolves that still roam the tundra. The word your band has settled on for the domesticated ones roughly translates to hand-fed ones, or possibly chosen ones, depending on context. It's clunky, but it serves its purpose. White Chest is now elderly by wolf standards, approaching 11 years old, with a greying muzzle and stiff movements that speak to arthritis in the hips. The wolf no longer accompanies hunting parties, spending most days sleeping near the camp's warmest spots. But White Chest remains deeply beloved, respected as the founding member of this new relationship. The younger wolf dogs treat White Chest with clear deference, and Bright One, now a woman of 21 with children of her own, still sits beside the old wolf in the evening, stroking its greying fur and talking softly. The wolf dogs have become essential to the band's survival strategy. Their contributions are multiple and significant. In hunting, a well-trained wolf dog can be worth 2 human hunters. The animals can run down prey that would escape humans and can track wounded animals through terrain too difficult for people to navigate, and can hold a cornered animal until the hunters arrive. But the wolf dogs provide benefits beyond hunting. They serve as an alarm system, alerting the camp to approaching predators or rival human bands. They keep scavengers like hyenas and foxes away from stored food. They provide warmth on cold nights. Several wolf dogs sleeping in the communal dwelling raise the temperature noticeably. And perhaps most importantly in the harsh calculus of Ice Age survival, they provide psychological comfort. Having these animals around makes people feel safer and less alone in a vast and often hostile landscape. The different wolf dogs have found different roles within the human community, playing to their individual strengths. There's Scout, a lean, fast female who excels at ranging ahead of travelling groups, alert for danger. There's Guardian, a massive male with a protective temperament who has appointed himself defender of the children. Even the smallest child can toddle around camp safely with Guardian following like a patient, furry shadow. Then there's Hunter, descended from Grey Shoulder, who has inherited its ancestors' no-nonsense approach to hunting. Hunter has little interest in being petted or playing games, but when the hunting party goes out, Hunter is all business, efficient, tireless, and remarkably skilled at anticipating where prey animals will run. Some wolf dogs have discovered entirely unexpected roles. Warmth. A female with unusually thick fur has somehow worked out that if she lies down near someone who's sick, her body heat helps them feel better. She's become the band's unofficial nurse, spending her time with anyone who's ill or injured, providing comfort and warmth that may have real therapeutic value. The breeding of these animals is becoming more deliberate with each generation. When a female wolf dog comes into heat, the band pays attention to which males she's interested in and may actively encourage or discourage certain pairings. The friendliest animals are encouraged to breed with each other. The best hunters are paired with other good hunters. Animals with health problems or poor temperaments are discouraged from breeding, though this is done humanely. They're simply watched carefully, and potential mates are kept separate during the critical times. This selective breeding is already producing visible results. The wolf dogs of Curl's lineage are consistently smaller than full wolves, with shorter snouts, smaller teeth, and more variable coat colours. One recent litter produced a puppy with floppy ears that never fully stood erect, instead hanging down in a way that would be a severe disadvantage for a wild wolf, but is merely endearing in a domestic animal. Another litter included a puppy with a coat pattern never seen in wild wolves, black with symmetrical white markings on the chest and paws. These physical changes are accompanied by behavioural ones. The newest generation of wolf dogs is even more tractable than their parents, more eager to please, and more attuned to human communication. A human can point, and these animals will look where the human is pointing. A cognitive skill that wolves rarely demonstrate, but that these hand-fed ones have developed to a remarkable degree. One of Brightwan's children, a boy of about 7, has formed a particularly close bond with a young wolf dog named Swift. The two are inseparable, and their relationship demonstrates just how far this human-animal partnership has evolved. Swift sleeps with the boy, plays with him constantly, and seems to understand the child's moods and needs with uncanny accuracy. When the boy is sad, Swift offers comfort. When the boy is excited, Swift matches that excitement. When the boy wanders too far from camp, Swift gently herds him back, using the same techniques Swift's ancestors used for herding prey. This level of interspecies communication would have seemed magical to your band just a generation ago. Now it's simply normal. Of course the wolf dogs understand pointing. Of course they respond to voice commands. Of course they integrate seamlessly into human social structures. What else would they do? The wolf dogs have even begun to adopt human sleeping patterns to some degree. Wild wolves are most active at dawn and dusk, resting during the midday and midnight hours. But the hand-fed ones increasingly match human activity patterns. Awake when humans are awake. Sleeping when humans sleep. They're adapting not just to living near humans, but to living as humans do. One spring, a rival band, not hostile exactly, but competing for the same resources, camps about 2 days' travel from your territory. Negotiations are tense. Both bands need access to the river for fishing, and the best fishing spots can't support both groups simultaneously. Your band has an advantage the rival band lacks: the wolf dogs. When the rival band sees Guardian and Hunter and the others, when they see how these animals respond to human commands, how they coordinate with human hunters, the balance of power shifts. A band with wolf dogs is simply more formidable than a band without them. The rival band's leader proposes a solution. They'll concede the best fishing spots in exchange for 2 wolf dog puppies from the next litter. It's the first time wolf dogs have been traded. The first time they've been recognised as having concrete value that can be exchanged. Your band agrees, though there's significant debate about which puppies to give away. Should you give them inferior puppies, the less friendly, less trainable ones? Or would that be dishonourable? Eventually, a compromise is reached. You'll give them 2 good puppies, from good lineages, but not the very best. The rival band leaves satisfied, and when breeding season arrives, your band carefully selects 2 puppies that are friendly and healthy, but not exceptional. This trade opens a new chapter. Within a few years, other bands in the region are also keeping wolf dogs. The animals spread across the landscape, moving from band to band through trade and gift-giving. And with each trade, with each new home, the wolf dogs adapt further to human society. But something has been lost too. The earliest wolf dogs, like Whitechest, retained significant independence, still capable of surviving in the wild if necessary. The newer generations are losing this. They're so adapted to human society that they would struggle to survive alone. They've become dependent, not in a weak or pitiable way, but simply as a fact of their evolution. They've traded independence for partnership, wilderness for home. Is this good or bad? The question doesn't really occur to anyone in your band. This is simply how things are developing. The wolf dogs are happy. They play, they form bonds, and they seem to enjoy their lives. The humans are happy. Life is easier and more secure with wolf dog partners. What else matters? Whitechest dies one cold winter morning, simply failing to wake up. Death is a constant companion in the Ice Age, and the band has developed rituals for dealing with it. Whitechest's body is placed on a rise overlooking the camp, positioned to face the sunrise. It's a mark of respect given to honoured band members, now extended to this animal who helped create something entirely new. Bright One sits beside the body for a long time, crying openly. She's mourning not just an animal, but a friend, a companion who's been part of her entire life from childhood into adulthood. The other wolf dogs seem to understand that something significant has happened. They approach Whitechest's body cautiously, sniff it carefully, and several of them emit low, mournful howls. That evening, gathered around the fire, the band tells stories about Whitechest. How the wolf first approached the camp as a bold puppy, how it learned to hunt cooperatively with humans, how it brought its own puppies to be raised alongside human children. The stories serve multiple purposes, honouring the dead, passing knowledge to younger generations, and processing grief through narrative. One of the elders, speaking slowly and thoughtfully, says something that resonates with everyone. Whitechest changed the world. Not the whole world, maybe, but our world. Our lives are different because of that one brave, curious wolf. It's a simple eulogy, but it's also profoundly true. One individual animal, acting on instincts toward boldness and curiosity, initiated a relationship that has transformed an entire human band's way of life. The wolf dogs who remain continue the partnership Whitechest began. They hunt, they guard, and they provide companionship and warmth. And in the spring, new puppies are born, smaller, friendlier, and more variable in appearance than their wild ancestors. The transformation continues, generation by generation, moving steadily away from wolf and towards something new. In the distance, a wild wolf howls, one of Whitechest's contemporaries perhaps, or a descendant of the wolves who chose to remain wild. The sound is beautiful and eerie, echoing across the tundra under the stars. Guardian, lying near the fire, lifts his head and howls in response. But Guardian's howl is different from the wild wolf's, shorter, less sustained, and mixed with what almost sounds like a bark. Two species, once one. Two futures, diverging. And somewhere in that divergence, in that space between wild and domestic, between independence and partnership, something precious has been created. The fire crackles, the stars wheel overhead, and the next generation of wolf dogs sleeps peacefully, dreaming whatever wolf dogs dream, in a world that their ancestors' courage helped create. 50 years have passed since Whitechest first approached that camp. Your band's descendants have moved to new territories, following the slowly shifting climate as the Ice Age begins its long, gradual retreat. The massive glaciers are melting imperceptibly slowly, creating new rivers, new lakes, and new opportunities for human habitation. And wherever humans go, the wolf dogs go with them. The relationship between humans and these proto-dogs has become so normalised that it's difficult to remember a time when it didn't exist. Every human band in the region now has wolf dogs. They've become as essential to human survival as fire, as tools, as language itself. The wolf dogs have continued to diversify. Some bands prefer larger, more wolf-like animals for hunting large game. Other bands favour smaller, friendlier animals better suited to life in increasingly settled communities. Some bands have wolf dogs that specialise in guarding stored food from pests. Others have animals trained to help drive fish into nets during seasonal salmon runs. This diversification is the beginning of what will eventually become distinct breeds, though that concept is far in the future. For now, it's simply practical adaptation. Different human communities have different needs, and they're unconsciously selecting for the traits that serve those needs best. One particularly interesting development is happening in coastal communities, where humans are beginning to exploit marine resources more systematically. The wolf dogs in these communities have learned to eat fish, something wild wolves rarely do. Some have even learned to help with fishing, diving into shallow water to drive fish toward waiting nets, or even catching fish independently. These coastal wolf dogs are developing slightly different physical characteristics, more webbing between their toes and slightly oilier coats that shed water better. They're adapting to their environment within just a few generations, demonstrating the remarkable plasticity of the wolf dog genome under selective pressure. Meanwhile, in the interior regions where big game hunting remains the primary survival strategy, the wolf dogs remain larger and more wolf-like. These animals need strength and endurance to help bring down mammoths, bison, and other megafauna. But even these hunting specialists are more tractable than their wild ancestors, more responsive to human direction, and more integrated into human social structures. The trade in wolf dogs has become extensive. Prized animals might be traded across territories spanning hundreds of miles. A particularly good hunting dog might be exchanged for tools, for furs, or for access to prime hunting grounds. Female wolf dogs in heat are sometimes taken long distances to be bred with males from other lineages, preventing inbreeding and introducing new genetic variation. This trade has unexpected benefits. It creates connections between human bands, facilitating the exchange of knowledge, tools, and genetic material, both dog and human. Bands that might previously have been rivals find common ground in their shared interest in wolf dogs. A man from one band might travel to another specifically to breed his female wolf dog with a male known for its hunting prowess, and during that visit trade other goods, share stories, and perhaps even arrange marriages between the bands. The wolf dogs are becoming a form of social glue, binding human communities together across vast distances. But the relationship isn't uniformly positive. Some bands reject the wolf dogs entirely, seeing them as an unnecessary burden in terms of food resources. These bands continue the old ways, hunting without animal assistance, and they do fine. Humans are adaptable enough to thrive with or without canine partners. There are also occasional problems. A wolf dog might revert to more wild behaviour, attacking livestock, as humans begin tentative experiments with keeping other animals captive, or even biting a human. These incidents are handled case by case, but they serve as reminders that these animals are still close to their wild roots, still capable of unpredictable behaviour. One particularly tragic incident involves a wolf dog that during a harsh winter with severe food shortages kills and eats a human infant left momentarily unattended. The wolf dog is immediately killed, and there's serious discussion in the band about whether the entire experiment with keeping these animals is worth the risk. But ultimately the decision is made to continue. The benefits outweigh the risks as long as everyone remains vigilant and realistic about what these animals are. Neither fully wild nor fully tame, but something in between that requires constant awareness. As generations pass, the wolf dogs become more and more distinct from their wild ancestors. The physical changes accumulate: smaller teeth, shorter snouts, and more variable coat colours and patterns. Floppy ears appear in multiple lineages. Curled tails become common. Some wolf dogs develop spotted coats, or unusual colour patterns, or even long, silky fur that would be impractical for wild wolves, but is prized by humans for its appearance. The behavioural changes are even more pronounced. The newest generations of wolf dogs are born with an innate understanding of human social cues. They instinctively defer to human authority. They form strong emotional bonds with human families, showing distress when separated and joy when reunited. They've become emotionally domesticated in a way that goes beyond mere training. Scientists far in the future will identify this as a change in the wolf dog genome related to stress hormones and social bonding. specific genetic variations that make these animals less fearful of humans, more tolerant of close contact, and more capable of reading human emotions and intentions. But your band only knows that the puppies born now are somehow sweeter, friendlier, and more lovable than their ancestors were. The wolf dogs have even begun to participate in human spiritual life. When the band performs rituals, thanking the spirits of hunted animals, celebrating successful births, mourning the dead, the wolf dogs are present, treated as participants rather than mere witnesses. Some bands are beginning to develop stories about how the first wolf dog came to live with humans, mythologizing White Chest's descendants into legendary figures who bridge the worlds of human and animal. One story, told around countless fires across the generations, goes something like this. In the ancient time, wolves and humans were enemies, killing each other for food and territory. But one wise wolf saw that humans had fire and tools, things wolves could never have. And one wise human saw that wolves had sharp senses and cooperative hunting skills that humans lacked. These two, wolf and human, met in a neutral place and made an agreement. "Share with us your fire," said the wolf, "and we'll share with you our hunting skill." And from that day forward, wolves and humans have been partners, each making the other stronger. It's a myth, not history, but like all good myths, it contains a kernel of truth. The relationship between humans and wolf dogs is indeed a form of partnership, a mutual exchange of benefits that enhances both species' chances of survival. As the Ice Age slowly wanes, as the climate warms and the megafauna begin to decline, human societies are changing too. People are beginning to stay in the same places for longer periods, building more substantial shelters and storing food more systematically. The shift from fully nomadic to semi-settled existence is beginning, and the wolf dogs are part of this transition. In settled camps with stored food, wolf dogs prove invaluable as guards, preventing raids by predators and rival human groups. They alert to approaching danger, defend territory, and provide a sense of security that allows humans to sleep more soundly at night. The wolf dogs are also helping with an entirely new human activity, managing other proto-domestic animals. As humans begin keeping captured young megafauna, not quite farming them yet, but moving in that direction, the wolf dogs help control these animals, using their herding instincts to keep young mammoths or bison from wandering off. This herding behaviour will eventually become one of the most important functions of domestic dogs. But for now, it's a happy accident. The wolf dog's natural prey herding instincts being redirected toward a new purpose. Thousands of miles away, in different parts of the world, similar processes are occurring independently. Wolves near human settlements in what will become Europe are beginning their own journey toward domestication. Wolves in East Asia are developing their own relationships with human communities. The process isn't uniform, but the pattern is recognizable. Wherever humans and wolves coexist, some wolves are discovering the advantages of cooperation over competition. These geographically separated populations of proto-dogs will eventually give rise to different lineages, different regional types that reflect both the local wolf populations and the specific needs of local human communities. But all of them share the same fundamental transformation, from wild predator to domestic partner. You don't know any of this, of course. Your world is limited to your band, your territory, and your direct experience. But your great-great-grandchildren's descendants will spread across continents, and they'll bring their wolf dogs with them. When humans eventually cross the land bridge from Asia to the Americas, wolf dogs will be among the first domesticated animals to reach the New World. When humans develop boats capable of crossing open ocean, wolf dogs will be in those boats, heading to islands and new continents. The partnership that began with one curious wolf and one willing to experiment human band has become a global phenomenon that will persist for millennia. Long after the mammoths and woolly rhinos and giant sloths have gone extinct, long after the Ice Age has faded into geological history, this relationship will endure. Your band's current generation of wolf dogs includes a young female named Echo, descended from Curl's lineage through multiple generations. Echo is small, barely 60 pounds, with a curly coat, floppy ears, and a tail that curls so tightly it almost makes a full circle. Echo's temperament is gentle and playful, and the animal has become particularly attached to the band's children, serving as an unofficial guardian and playmate. One warm summer evening, as the sun sets over a landscape that's noticeably greener and less harsh than the tundra of your ancestors' time, Echo lies surrounded by children. They're petting the wolf dog, telling stories, and laughing at Echo's clownish attempts to catch moths that flutter around the fire. An elder watches this scene with satisfaction. This elder is the great-great-grandchild of Bright One, carrier of stories passed down through multiple generations. The elder remembers the tales of White Chest, of Curl, of the early days when having a wolf dog near the camp was strange and frightening. Hard to imagine being afraid of them now, the elder says to no one in particular, speaking softly enough not to disturb the children's play. Another adult sitting nearby laughs quietly. Hard to imagine living without them. What did our ancestors do without wolf dogs? How did they hunt? How did they feel safe at night? It's a good question. The answer, of course, is that humans survived for hundreds of thousands of years without canine partners. But now that the partnership exists, it's difficult to imagine going back. The relationship has become so integral to human society that its absence would be felt like the loss of a limb. Echo, tired from playing with the children, finally settles down, resting its head on a child's lap. The child strokes Echo's curly fur, and the wolf dog's eyes drift closed in contentment. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the firelight, a wild wolf howls. Echo's ears perk up, and the wolf dog lifts its head briefly, but there's no answering howl, no urge to run off and join that wild song. Echo's world is here, with these humans, by this fire. After a moment, Echo settles back down, content with its chosen place in the world. The stars come out. The same stars that shone on White Chest and Bright One all those generations ago. The fire crackles and pops. Children's voices mix with adult laughter, and beneath it all, the steady rhythm of Echo's breathing as the wolf dog sleeps. In this moment, peaceful and ordinary and yet profound, you can see the future taking shape. These children growing up with Echo will never know a world without wolf dogs. Their children won't either, nor their children's children, for hundreds of generations to come. What began as one wolf's curiosity and one human's willingness to share has become something timeless. A partnership that will outlast empires, survive the collapse of civilizations, and endure through changes in human society that would be unrecognizable to you. The wolf dogs will be there when humans build their first permanent villages. They'll be there when humans develop agriculture, when they domesticate other animals, and when they create the first cities. They'll pull sleds across frozen wastes, herd sheep across mountainsides, guard palaces, and warm the laps of emperors and peasants alike. They'll change, of course. They'll diversify into forms that would seem impossible. Tiny dogs that fit in a pocket, giant dogs larger than wolves ever were, dogs with pushed-in faces, dogs with legs so short they can barely run, and dogs bred for every conceivable purpose, from hunting rats to guarding temples to simply being beautiful. But underneath all those changes, underneath all that diversity, they'll still carry the same essential nature that Echo demonstrates tonight. Loyalty, affection, and the deep-rooted desire to be part of a human family. The fire burns low. People begin heading to their sleeping areas. Echo rises, shakes vigorously, and follows the children to the shelter where they sleep. The wolf dog settles down among them, and within moments 3 children are using Echo as a pillow. Outside, the summer night is mild and clear. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new work, and new adventures. But tonight, there's just this. Humans and wolf dogs, sleeping peacefully together, partners in the grand adventure of survival. The stars wheel slowly overhead. The moon rises, casting silver light across a world that has changed profoundly, even though most of those changes are too subtle to see day to day. But they're there, accumulating. Genetic shifts, behavioral adaptations, and the slow but inexorable transformation of wolf into dog. And in the morning, when the sun rises, Echo will be among the first to wake, tail already wagging, ready to greet the new day alongside the humans who have become, in every meaningful sense, Echo's pack. The The story that began 15,000 years ago with a reddish-grey wolf watching a human camp continues, generation after generation, changing slowly but never ending. A partnership that has enriched both species beyond measure, and that, more than anything else, is the legacy. Not just that humans tamed wolves, but that together, humans and wolves created something entirely new. A relationship of mutual benefit, mutual affection, and mutual transformation that has persisted across millennia and will continue long into whatever future awaits. Alexander Graham Bell was born into a world of silence and sound on March 3rd, 1847, in Edinburgh, Scotland. While history remembers him primarily as the inventor of the telephone, Bell's relationship with sound began long before his famous invention, shaped by a family legacy that would set him on an unexpected path. His father, Alexander Melville Bell, was no ordinary man, a pioneer in elocution and speech correction. The elder Bell developed visible speech, a revolutionary system of phonetic symbols representing the position of the throat, tongue, and lips during speech. This ingenious method allowed the deaf to learn spoken language by mimicking these positions. The Bell household wasn't just a home, it was a laboratory of human expression, where conversations about vowel formations and consonant articulations were as common as discussions about the weather. What's rarely discussed is how young Alec, as he was called, didn't initially share his father's fascination with speech. His early passions centred on music and botany, spending hours collecting and classifying plants around Edinburgh. At 12, while wandering through the wheat fields near his grandparents' home, he invented a simple dehusking machine using rotating paddles. His first invention came not from sound, but from plants. Bell's mother, Eliza Grace Simons, was progressively deaf, yet she possessed remarkable musical talent. This paradox, a woman unable to fully hear who could still play piano beautifully, created Bell's first understanding that sound existed beyond the ears alone. He discovered he could communicate with her by speaking in low, clear tones close to her forehead, allowing her to feel the vibrations of his voice. An intimate form of communication that taught him sound was as much physical as auditory. The household's connection to deafness deepened when Bell's two brothers died of tuberculosis, leaving him the sole surviving son. Few historians acknowledge the shadow this tragedy cast. Bell developed an almost superstitious belief that his work with the deaf was somehow protective, believing that by dedicating himself to helping those without hearing, he might escape the fate that claimed his brothers. At 16, Bell began teaching music and elocution at Weston House Academy in Elgin, Scotland, trading lessons for board while continuing his education. Here, he encountered James Bell, no relation, who introduced him to electrical science. Their experiments with a homemade battery and telegraph sparked young Bell's interest in electricity, though he wouldn't connect it to sound for years to come. What's particularly fascinating is how Bell's early experiments weren't aimed at distance communication, but at something far more fanciful. He and his brother Melville created a speaking automaton, essentially attempting to build a machine that could produce human speech sounds. They managed to make their creation speak by using bellows for lungs, a crude larynx made from reed, and a flexible leather mouth with movable lips and tongue. Simple sounds and even utter phrases like mama. This forgotten experiment reveals Bell's initial fascination was not with transmitting human voices, but manufacturing them artificially. In 1863, Bell turned 16 and took a position as a pupil teacher of elocution and music at Weston House Academy in Elgin, Scotland. While there, Bell read the work of German physicist Hermann von Helmholtz, who had conducted experiments demonstrating that electrical currents could be used to simulate sound. Bell couldn't read German and misinterpreted Helmholtz's work, believing the scientist had successfully transmitted vowel sounds over wire using electricity. This productive misunderstanding planted a seed that would eventually grow into the telephone. After his brothers' deaths, Bell's parents sought healthier surroundings, eventually settling on Canada. In 1870, the family made the Atlantic crossing after Edward. His second brother died from tuberculosis. This transition period is rarely highlighted. Yet it was pivotal. Bell was leaving behind not just a country, but an identity. On the ship crossing to Canada, he grew a beard to look older, attempting to reinvent himself in this new world. The man who arrived in North America was determined to escape not just the tubercular air of Scotland, but also the shadow of family tragedy. In 1871, Alexander Graham Bell arrived in Boston, not as the confident inventor history often portrays, but as a man desperate for work. His reputation as an expert in visible speech had preceded him, and the Boston Board of Education hired him to train teachers at the School for the Deaf. Bell was not merely teaching a method, he was challenging an entire philosophy of deaf education. The American approach to deaf education at the time heavily favoured sign language. Bell, influenced by his father's methods, advocated for oralism, teaching the deaf to speak and read lips, a position that would later earn him significant criticism from deaf communities. This ideological battle shaped Bell's early years in America and revealed his stubborn willingness to champion unpopular ideas, a trait that would serve his inventing career well. What's typically overlooked in Bell's biography is that he was perpetually broke during these Boston years. He supplemented his teaching income by taking private pupils, often travelling hours by horse-drawn streetcar between lessons. One such journey in winter nearly cost him his life when he fell through ice while crossing the Charles River as a shortcut. Soaked and freezing, he barely reached his destination, where his student's family had to thaw him out before a roaring fire. Bell's private students included the children of Boston's elite families, giving him access to social circles that would later provide crucial financial backing for his inventions. Among these students was George Sanders, whose father would become one of Bell's most important financial supporters. The Sanders home in Salem became Bell's second residence, where he was given attic space for experiments. This arrangement not only provided convenience, but also enabled Bell's wealthy supporters to closely monitor their investment. During this period, Bell met Mabel Hubbard, a student who had lost her hearing to scarlet fever at age 5, 10 years his junior. Mabel was bright and determined, and came from a wealthy and well-connected family. Her father, Gardner Green Hubbard, was a prominent Boston lawyer and would later become Bell's business partner Namer and father-in-law. While their romance blossomed slowly, what's less known is that Bell initially hesitated to pursue Mabel, worried that his work with the deaf might make her feel like a project rather than a partner. Bell's teaching methods were revolutionary but exhausting. He would spend hours with individual students, placing their hands on his face to feel the vibrations as he spoke, moving their tongues and lips with his fingers to form correct positions. This intimate, hands-on approach yielded remarkable results but drained him physically and emotionally. After full days of teaching, Bell would retreat to his living quarters to conduct experiments with electricity and sound, often working through the night. Bell's experimentation during this period wasn't solely focused on voice transmission. He was simultaneously developing a harmonic telegraph, a device capable of sending multiple telegraph messages concurrently over a single wire by using different musical tones. This approach directly challenged Western Union's telegraph monopoly and attracted financial backing from those eager to break the company's stranglehold on communication. Rarely discussed is the fact that Bell's unusual habit of combining disciplines often led to his breakthroughs. His understanding of the human voice, acquired through years of speech training, informed his electrical experiments in ways pure electricians couldn't match. While contemporaries like Thomas Edison and Elisha Gray approached communication technology from an electrical engineering perspective, Bell approached it through the lens of human anatomy and acoustics. Bell's research notes from this period reveal a man constantly torn between commercial and humanitarian motivations. While he genuinely wanted to help the deaf communicate, he also meticulously documented which ideas might be patentable. This pragmatic duality, humanitarian dreams backed by business acumen, helped Bell succeed where other idealistic inventors failed. In June 1875, while experimenting with his harmonic telegraph, Bell and his assistant Thomas Watson discovered that a reed stuck and continued to transmit sound. Bell recognized the implications immediately. If he could make continuous electrical current vary in intensity precisely as air varied in density during sound transmission, he could transmit speech. This epiphany came during a period when Bell was physically ill and mentally exhausted from overwork, suggesting that his breakthrough emerged not despite his fatigue, but perhaps because of it. His tired mind making connections his disciplined thinking might have missed. The birth of the telephone wasn't the triumphant eureka moment, often depicted in simplified histories. Instead, it emerged through a series of incremental advances, false starts, and near misses that culminated in a working device through persistence rather than a single flash of genius. On March 10th, 1876, Bell uttered the famous words, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you," through his experimental device, but the context of this moment is rarely fully explained. Bell had accidentally spilled battery acid on his clothes and was calling for assistance, not deliberately testing the machine. Watson, working in another room, heard the call clearly through the device and rushed to Bell's side. The first transmitted sentence in telephone history was essentially a workplace accident report. What's also frequently overlooked is how close Bell came to losing his place in history. Just hours before Bell filed his telephone patent on February 14th, 1876, another inventor, Elisha Gray, submitted a caveat, a preliminary patent document, for a similar device. The ensuing priority battle would consume years of Bell's life and mental energy. Despite Bell's eventual victory in the US Supreme Court, his victory was narrowly margined and surrounded by persistent allegations of patent office corruption. The telephone's early demonstrations revealed public skepticism about its practicality. When Bell first exhibited his invention at the 1876 Centennial Exhibition in Philadelphia, most visitors dismissed it as a clever parlor trick rather than a revolutionary communication device. Emperor Dom Pedro II of Brazil provided crucial validation when he tried the device and exclaimed in amazement, "My God, it talks!" This royal endorsement transformed public perception overnight. Before journalist Frederick Gower popularized the term telephone in his reporting, Bell preferred to refer to his device as an electrical speech machine. Bell disliked the term, considering it imprecise and overly Greek, but eventually conceded to its popular usage, demonstrating that even the inventor couldn't control all aspects of his creation's identity. The early telephone faced significant technical limitations. Early models required users to both speak into and listen through the same piece, necessitating an awkward back-and-forth motion during conversations. The transmitter design was so inefficient that users often had to shout to be heard, and range was severely limited. Thomas Edison's later carbon transmitter improvements significantly enhanced performance, though Bell resisted adopting Edison's technology due to their intense rivalry. Bell's demonstration before Queen Victoria at Osborne House in January 1878 was a carefully choreographed publicity event. Musicians were stationed at Cowes in Southampton, miles from the royal residence, to play for the Queen through the telephone line. The performance was successful, though court records indicate the Queen found the sound quality adequate but unrefined. Nevertheless, her royal attention guaranteed newspaper coverage throughout the British Empire, advancing Bell's interests while he personally found the royal performance anxiety-inducing. The telephone's early adoption wasn't driven by the business applications as Bell expected, but by what we might today call emergency services. Police stations and fire departments were among the earliest institutional adopters, seeing the value in instant communication during crises. Doctors also quickly embraced the technology, allowing patients to call for urgent care, a use case Bell hadn't anticipated but which provided crucial early revenue. Bell grappled with the business aspects of his invention in the background. Though often portrayed as a scientific genius, he was an indifferent businessman who found commercial negotiations distasteful. His father-in-law, Gardner Hubbard, managed most business affairs, often making decisions Bell disagreed with but felt powerless to oppose due to family dynamics. When the Bell Telephone Company was formed in July 1877, Alexander Graham Bell was given only a small portion of the shares, a financial arrangement he would later regret as the company's value skyrocketed. By 1878, Bell was already growing disillusioned with his creation's commercialization and the endless patent litigation surrounding it. In a rarely quoted letter to his parents, he confessed, "I have become rather tired of the telephone. Inventing something is so much more interesting than perfecting it. And now, when I see the telephone serving the common purposes of life, it loses very much its romance and wonder to me." This sentiment would eventually drive Bell away from telephony altogether, toward new scientific pursuits where the thrill of discovery could be experienced afresh. Behind Alexander Graham Bell's public persona as inventor and businessman existed a private life characterized by deep personal commitments and internal conflicts that rarely make it into standard histories. His marriage to Mabel Hubbard in 1877 connected him to one of Boston's most influential families, but also placed him within a complex web of expectations and obligations that would shape the remainder of his life. Mabel was far more than the supportive wife historical accounts often reduce her to. Intelligent, educated at Radcliffe College, then called the Harvard Annex, and fluent in multiple languages despite her deafness. She managed the family's finances, edited Bell's scientific papers, and negotiated many of his business arrangements. Their correspondence reveals that major decisions about Bell's career were joint ventures, with Mabel often providing the strategic vision while Bell supplied the technical expertise. Their home life had features rarely discussed in traditional accounts. Due to Mabel's deafness, the Bell household operated under communication protocols that visitors found unusual. Family members and servants were trained never to speak to Mabel from behind, always to face her directly in good light, and to use specific gestures to gain her attention. Bell himself developed a private sign language with Mabel, combining elements of conventional sign language with intimate gestures unique to their relationship. This private language allowed them to communicate across crowded rooms and in situations where lip reading was impossible. The Bells had 4 children, though only 2 daughters, Elsie and Marion, survived to adulthood. The deaths of their 2 sons in infancy affected Bell profoundly, triggering intense periods of depression that occasionally halted his scientific work altogether. These episodes of mental health struggle remain largely unexamined in Bell biographies, yet they significantly impacted his productivity and interests. During these dark periods, Bell would sometimes disappear for days into his laboratory, working obsessively on projects unrelated to commercial potential, a form of therapy through invention. Bell's relationship with the deaf community was far more complicated than most. While he is remembered for his work in deaf education, Bell's strong advocacy for oralism, teaching the deaf to speak rather than use sign language, and his opposition to deaf intermarriage eventually made him a controversial figure among deaf activists. They viewed these positions as attacks on deaf culture and identity. What's rarely acknowledged is how Bell's position evolved with age. Private journals from his later years show growing ambivalence about his earlier hardline stance, though he never publicly reversed his position. Bell's household on Connecticut Avenue in Washington, D.C., became an intellectual salon frequented by scientists, politicians, and artists after the family moved from Boston. These gatherings were carefully orchestrated by Mabel, who used these social connections to advance Bell's projects and secure funding for his increasingly diverse scientific interests. The house contained a specially designed laboratory where Bell would often retreat during these parties, emerging occasionally to demonstrate new experiments to impressed guests. Financial anxiety haunted Bell despite his apparent success. The continuous patent litigation surrounding the telephone drained resources, and Bell's habit of funding elaborate scientific explorations frequently strained the family finances. Mabel imposed a strict allowance system on her husband, controlling his access to funds when she felt his spending on scientific equipment became excessive. Their correspondence contains numerous instances of Bell pleading for additional research funds, while Mabel insisted on budgetary discipline. By the standards of his time, Bell's personal habits were eccentric. He typically worked through the night and slept during daylight hours, a schedule that caused friction within the household, but which Bell insisted was essential to his creative process. He was known to go days without changing clothes when absorbed in an experiment, and household staff were instructed never to clean or rearrange his laboratory, no matter how chaotic it appeared. Bell claimed to have a topographic memory for the position of every tool and paper. Bell's relationship with his famous father-in-law, Gardner Hubbard, was complex and occasionally strained. While Hubbard provided crucial business support and connections, he also pushed Bell toward commercial applications when Bell preferred pure research. After one particularly heated argument about the direction of the Bell Telephone Company, Bell retreated to his Nova Scotia estate for nearly 6 months, communicating with Hubbard exclusively through Mabel as intermediary. As he aged, Bell developed various health problems, including diabetes and symptoms consistent with neurasthenia, a period diagnosis for fatigue and anxiety. Bell managed these conditions by combining conventional medicine with the popular water cures of the late 19th century. Bell became an advocate of hydrotherapy, installing elaborate bathing equipment in his homes and maintaining detailed journals about the effects of various water treatments on his health and intellectual energy, an aspect of his life completely absent from standard biographies. Alexander Graham Bell's identification with the telephone has overshadowed his remarkable range of other scientific contributions, some visionary, others curious dead ends, but all revealing a restless intellect that refused to be defined by a single invention. Bell's work on the photophone, developed with his assistant Charles Sumner Tainter between 1879 and 1880, represented the first wireless telephone communication system. The device transmitted sound on a beam of light, essentially the same principle behind fibre optic communication developed nearly a century later. Bell considered it the greatest invention I have ever made, greater than the telephone, yet the technology was ahead of its time, limited by contemporary light sources and detectors. Few people realise that when making a fibre optic call today, that you're using principles Bell pioneered. In the realm of aviation, Bell formed the Aerial Experiment Association in 1909, bringing together Glenn Curtiss, Thomas Selfridge, Casey Baldwin and Douglas McCurdy. This team created several notable aircraft, including the Silver Dart, which in 1909 made the first controlled powered flight in Canada. Bell's particular contribution was the tetrahedral kite, a unique design using triangular cells that provided remarkable structural strength. He built increasingly large versions, eventually creating the Cygnet, a tetrahedral kite large enough to carry a man. What's rarely mentioned is how Bell's obsession with these tetrahedral structures extended beyond flight. He incorporated the geometric pattern into furniture, lamps, and even children's toys he designed for his grandchildren. Bell's work in genetics and animal husbandry represents another largely overlooked chapter. At his estate in Nova Scotia, he conducted extensive breeding experiments with sheep, meticulously documenting the inheritance of traits across generations. His specific focus was producing sheep with multiple nipples, a trait he believed would allow ewes to nurse more lambs, increasing meat production efficiency. After nearly 30 years of selective breeding, he successfully developed a strain of sheep where multiple nipples were consistently inherited. While this work never gained commercial application, his meticulous records anticipated principles of genetics that would only be fully understood decades later. Environmental concerns occupied Bell's later scientific work in ways that appear surprisingly modern. In the 1910s, he became concerned about deforestation and fossil fuel depletion, writing, "The unchecked consumption of our natural resources will bring future generations to privation we can hardly imagine." He experimented with alternative energy sources, including early solar collectors and alcohol-based fuels derived from plant materials. He even designed a distillation system that converted plant cellulose to ethanol for use in internal combustion engines, essentially an early biofuel program. Bell's work with the deaf led him to medical innovations that extended well beyond speech therapy. He developed an early metal detector specifically to locate the bullet lodged in President James Garfield after his 1881 assassination. While the device worked in laboratory tests, it failed in practice because the metal bed springs in the president's bed created interference, a factor the attending physicians hadn't disclosed to Bell. This experience sparked Bell's interest in medical instrumentation, which led to his development of a vacuum jacket for patients with respiratory problems, a predecessor to the iron lung that would be fully developed decades later. In his Nova Scotia laboratory, Bell conducted extensive hydrofoil experiments, culminating in the HD-4 craft, which set a world marine speed record of 70.86 miles per hour in 1919, a record that stood for 2 decades. This work was conducted in close collaboration with Casey Baldwin, and the two men developed several innovative hull designs that influenced later naval architecture. Bell submitted designs for hydrofoil warships to the US Navy during World War I, but they never saw construction. Bell's interest in sound led him to acoustical experiments that extended well beyond telephony. He developed methods for recording sound vibrations visually, allowing detailed analysis of speech patterns. This work evolved into techniques for teaching the deaf to modulate their voices by watching these visual representations, a precursor to the speech visualization technology used in modern speech therapy. He also conducted extensive research on how different architectural materials and designs affected sound transmission, creating customized acoustic environments decades before acoustic engineering became a recognized discipline. Perhaps most surprisingly, Bell devoted considerable attention to desalination technology in his later years. Concerned about freshwater scarcity, he designed several solar distillation systems intended to provide drinking water in arid coastal regions. His vacuum distillation design was particularly innovative, using pressure differentials to reduce the energy required for water purification. Although it was never commercialized during his lifetime, versions of Bell's approach later became standard in desalination plants worldwide. Throughout these diverse projects, Bell maintained meticulous records, thousands of pages of laboratory notes, diagrams, and correspondence that reveal the day-to-day workings of his experimental process. These documents show Bell wasn't the solitary genius of popular imagination, but rather the central node in a network of collaborators, assistants, and correspondents who contributed significantly to his various projects. Bell freely acknowledged these contributions in his private papers, though public accounts often attributed innovation solely to him, a simplification that distorted the collaborative nature of his actual work. Among the most troubling yet least discussed aspects of the legacy of Alexander Graham Bell is his involvement with the eugenics movement, a connection that reveals the complex intersection of progressive scientific thinking and regressive social policies that characterized much intellectual thought of his era. Bell's interest in heredity began innocently through his work with the deaf. His statistical studies of deaf families documented patterns of deafness across generations, and were published in 1883 as Memoir upon the Formation of a Deaf Variety of the Human Race. While the research methodology was sound for its time, Bell's conclusions and policy recommendations have tarnished his legacy in deaf communities to this day. Bell became concerned that congenital deafness might lead to the formation of a deaf variety of humans if deaf people continued to marry other deaf people. A common practice as shared language and culture created natural social bonds. In what he viewed as humanitarian concern, Bell advocated for laws discouraging or prohibiting deaf people from marrying other deaf people. This position, rooted in his belief that deafness was a disability to be eliminated rather than a culture to be respected, placed him squarely within the eugenics movement gaining momentum in America and Europe. What's rarely examined is the profound conflict this created in Bell's personal life. His wife, Mabel, was deaf, though not congenitally so. She lost her hearing to scarlet fever, and many of their close social circle included deaf individuals whom Bell genuinely respected. Private letters reveal his struggle reconciling his scientific conclusions with his personal relationships, writing to a colleague, "I find myself in the uncomfortable position of advocating publicly what would have prevented my own marriage had it been law." Bell served on the board of scientific directors for the Eugenics Record Office from 1912 to 1918, alongside prominent eugenicists like Charles Davenport and Harry Laughlin. However, his participation was marked by increasing discomfort with the organisation's more extreme positions. Meeting minutes and correspondence show Bell repeatedly objecting to proposals for forced sterilisation and immigration restrictions based on pseudoscientific racial theories, though he rarely made these objections public. Bell's position within the eugenics movement was complicated. He endorsed the general principle that society should encourage breeding from the fit, while discouraging reproduction among those with hereditary conditions he considered detrimental. Yet he consistently opposed coercive methods. Writing in 1914, "I believe in eugenics, but not eugenics by compulsion." This middle position satisfied neither eugenics hardliners nor those who opposed the movement altogether. As the eugenics movement increasingly embraced racist ideology in the 1910s, Bell's participation diminished. His resignation from the Eugenics Record Office in 1918 came after increasing disagreements with Davenport and Laughlin over proposed immigration restrictions targeting Southern and Eastern Europeans. Bell's objections were based partly on scientific. He questioned the methodology behind claims of racial differences in intelligence, partly based on his personal experience with immigrants as colleagues and employees. The evolution of Bell's thinking about heredity and human improvement is visible in his private papers but absent from his public statements. By the early 1920s, he had largely abandoned the terminology of eugenics in favour of human engineering, a concept he defined more broadly to include education, nutrition, and environmental factors alongside heredity. This shift reflected growing scientific understanding about the interaction between genetics and environment, though Bell never publicly repudiated his earlier eugenic positions. Bell's relationship with the deaf community remained complicated throughout his life. While he dedicated significant resources to deaf education and consistently advocated for the integration of deaf people into mainstream society, his opposition to deaf intermarriage and his promotion of oralism over sign language were viewed by many deaf people as attacks on their community and culture. The National Association of the Deaf passed resolutions opposing Bell's positions as early as 1880, creating a rift that has persisted long after his death. What's particularly notable is how Bell's eugenics views contradicted his otherwise progressive social positions. He supported women's suffrage, advocated for the education of indigenous peoples when such education was primarily assimilationist, and opposed racial segregation in the organizations he led. These positions coexisted uneasily with his eugenics work, demonstrating how even forward-thinking individuals of the period could embrace what would later be recognized as profoundly discriminatory ideas. The complexity of Bell's engagement with eugenics serves as a cautionary tale about how scientific authority can be misapplied to social policy. Bell genuinely believed his positions were both scientifically sound and humanely motivated, a reminder that ethical failures often emerge not from malicious intent, but from incomplete understanding and unexamined assumptions. His legacy includes not just his inventions, but also these complicated moral positions, which reveal the dangers of applying scientific reasoning to human diversity without recognizing its intrinsic value. Later in life, Alexander Graham Bell retired to Bain Brigg in Baddeck on Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia. Pronounced Ben Vria, Bell became an American citizen in 1882, but his name, meaning beautiful mountain in Scottish Gaelic, showed his Scottish heritage. Bell used this 600-acre estate as his home, lab, and community centre, not just a summer vacation place. Bell's original design of Bain Brigg for integrated living and working is rarely mentioned. The estate comprised collaborator housing, workshops for craftspeople making his experimental equipment, and sheep genetic research facilities in addition to the family residence and lab buildings. Beyond institutional constraints, Bell's community functioned practically as a self-contained research facility, believing scientific progress required both seclusion for concentration and community for cooperation. Few biographies described Bell's Bain Brigg schedule. He woke up late, generally midday, ate a lot and read letters and newspapers. His experiments began in the evening and lasted all night. Food was served at midnight and drinks were served all night by household staff. Despite difficulties with family and guests following typical timetables, Bell said his midnight schedule allowed him to think freely without the distractions of the workday. The Bain Brigg Lab's technology was unusual for their remote location. Bell built his own electrical producing system to power modern technology in his workshops before rural electricity came to Nova Scotia. He established one of Canada's first private phone lines from the estate to Baddeck. Most importantly, he created a darkroom and photographic studio with cutting-edge equipment, believing that rigorous visual documentation was essential for scientific progress. The thousands of photos taken at Bain Brigg provide an unsurpassed visual record of his later experiments. In these later years, Bell's connection with Bell Telephone became more distant. He remained a stakeholder but spoke privately about his dissatisfaction with the company's direction and had no operational role. Bell sometimes gave brief approval when phone officials visited Bain Brigg to discuss new projects but quickly switched to tetrahedral construction, hydrofoils or sheep farming. For the old inventor, his name-brand firm was almost irrelevant. In his final years, Bell became interested in cancer research after his daughter's diagnosis. Despite his lack of medical experience, he invented a cooling device to prevent cancer growth by lowering tissue temperature. Cancer cells reproduce faster than normal cells, making them more susceptible to temperature decline. This experiment failed, but his detailed notes show his systematic approach even in unrelated fields. Bell, 75, died at Bain Brigg on August 2nd, 1922 of diabetes complications, which he had fought for years with little success given medical knowledge at the time were the main cause. Insulin treatment became available only months before his death. He specified that his coffin be made from estate materials by his workshop staff, demonstrating his scientific approach to funeral arrangements. On Bell's funeral day, all phone service in the US and Canada was suspended for 1 minute, possibly the longest period of technological quiet in history. Unlike many innovators, Bell lived to see his main invention become a staple of modern civilization, with over 14 million telephones in use worldwide by his death. Bell's legacy went beyond the phone. Early aircraft design profited from his aviation innovations. His hydrofoil research improved marine technology. Though controversial, his deaf educational approaches altered education. Even after his death, architecture and engineering used his tetrahedral structural principles. Most crucially, Bell's invention, combining systematic experimentation with instinctual leaps, set a paradigm for industrial research that corporate research laboratories adopted throughout the 20th century. Bell Laboratories, named for the telephone rather than the man, pioneered transistors and information theory that shaped technology. Many of the tools, laboratory supplies, and personal things of Alexander Graham Bell are at the neighbouring Alexander Graham Bell National Historic Site. But the Bell estate at Banbury is mainly intact. Instantaneous global communication, which Bell pioneered, is his greatest legacy. Every time a voice crosses continents in milliseconds and knowledge pours over telecommunications networks, I sometimes wonder if my name will be associated with the telephone in the ages to come, Bell wrote to his wife. Instead of the technological means we used, I want it to be remembered as the notion that human speech is unaffected by distance. Bell's vision was extraordinary in this modest wish, and in other aspects.